mission on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. Trying to mission, I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transitioning my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And every year we show up, we decorate, we spin, we give. Somehow we're still left out, And in the current situation, we have a huge economic situation where Black women are just deciding, if we're going to losing our jobs, over 300,000 jobs lost. Guess what? We're going to boycott Christmas. And it's been pretty interesting. So today what we're going to do is we're going to go into the current state of the community, like as far as like the loss of jobs, over 300,000 and more, and counting, because jobs are continuously getting lost. Cuts are, people, you got the whole government shutdown. SNAP benefits are supposed to end, I think, in November if the government does not come back into play. So where does that leave Christmas and Thanksgiving? So basically what's happening is that we stand to basically have an economic showdown. So while ICE is trying to get out the illegal immigrants and they're attacking DEI and all this other stuff, people are beginning to react in a way that the actual economic situation is about to be affected. And let's see how that is going to affect America. Good morning, Jackie. How's it going? Yeah, we're about to see, that I guess this is what Trump wanted. I think that they want to crash the economy in a certain way. I think they want to bring this digital coin. And so what they have to do is kind of bankrupt people, put them on their knees, and I'm not sure what they're trying to usher in, but we'll see. But in the meantime, Black women are deciding to boycott Christmas. Now, this is not the first time this has happened. And so I'm going to go into the history of the boycotting of Christmas. And then we're going to go into the current state of the economy with people losing their jobs. And then now, as you see, you're going to see that they are going to be boycotting Christmas. That is like the new boycott that's about to hit. So without further ado, let's start off with this.
The meaning of the bombing of those children in Birmingham. It occurred in a Christian nation. And Birmingham is a part of America. And all of us, in one way or another, are responsible for it. And all of us are under the obligation, I think the moral obligation, not to let that happen for nothing. To make it impossible for that to happen again in this country. And in terms of Christian businessmen, you may not be able to change their minds by talking about Christ or principles, but they do begin to get the point if they begin to lose money.
Would you say this is a play about civil rights?
No, I would not say it's a play about civil rights. I think it's a play about a plague. The plague is, in my view, our concept of race and what that means and how that destroys It doesn't only destroy Negroes. This is what people don't understand. It is a signal, it's a symptom of the American sense of reality. And this is a plague. And it destroys people's relationships with each other on every single level. And that is what the play is about. I want people to be uncomfortable. I want it to be personal for them. I want them to go home and think about it again. I want them to be disturbed. I also want them to have fun. I want them to be alive. I want them to be moved.
Now, one of the reasons we have these black armbands, which we're asking every person who believes in justice to wear, these armbands will read Birmingham children, white on black. This is one means of getting sufficient people wearing them so that, again, Mr. Kennedy knows something has to be done. One of the tragedies is that we are brutalized, and then they turn to us and ask us, what can you do to keep people nonviolent? Finally, we are prepared to say that the answer is there is nothing left for us to do. The responsibility is no longer ours. It is upon the government. And the great...
It's crazy that it seems like, how history is just repeating itself. Back then, it was the whole thing with the government back then. You had the brutality of the police. And now you're seeing this new police force, and it's a similar situation. The biggest thing I take away that I like people to understand this channel is it focuses on law enforcement. There's a big focus on law enforcement and how the laws are enforced, and as you can see that nothing has really changed over time when it really comes down to how law is enforced in this country. Hell, across the world. I think that there needs to just be they need to have like some sensitivity training across the board, because even how the police force was created, it was meant to be a slave catching group of people. And so now you have them doing the same thing. What is ICE? Looks like they're the same slave catching group of people. And then now you have like this, and then back then, you had them brutalizing us. And what we did back then is we boycotted Christmas. And as you can see, like with this economic situation, there's an issue with the immigration and how ICE is handling things, and Black people are getting brought up into this. But we're also going to address the big thing is how we are being affected as a family, as Black people, with this economic situation, and it's very scary to think that, 300,000 people without a job, that at one point, what happens when their saving goes down. So I agree that we should definitely look into the 60s, see what they did to kind of like make people understand that we can't take this, and then we have to start like cutting back on what we're buying. We don't need all this stuff that we buy. So
this thing that could happen is being called for all over the world, not only here and not only by Black men, is that those culprits be found. You cannot do such a bestial thing and expect people to remain calm. They will not. They are men. They have red blood in them.
Negroes with complaints about the portrayals of Negroes on the television and motion picture screens had a meeting in Hollywood. They admit that more Negroes are seen on the screen today than there were 1, 2, or 5 years ago, but they say that most still are seen in the roles of Aunt Jemima or Stephen Fetchit, and they don't like it a bit. One of the speakers was director and actor Frank Silvera.
Many here recall a time when there was no such word as television, because there was no such instrument that required the label. There had been progress made, a great deal of progress made in human understanding and in living together. Consider
of violence in the Black community, as I was want to know, and I'm making no efforts whatever to change it.
Well, you say they're making no effort to change it. You don't believe, then, that since the 1954 Supreme Court ruling, that things have improved in any way for the blacks in America?
As a matter of fact, no, I don't. But the question should not be asked of a man of 46, but a boy of 17. Jonathan Jackson, who just died on August 7th in that courtroom in California, was 17 years old, which means he was born 1 year before that decision. And the question to be asked then of the Americans is not someone like myself, who may be, after all, by this age, a kind of accommodationist, who maybe wants to believe there's been a great deal of progress made. But you must ask the people in whose hands the future really lies. It doesn't lie in my hands.
Yes, but you're a writer. You're writing about this. You have a little more perspective.
I have a perspective which is, after all, a perspective of a middle-aged man, which is unusable for people 20 years younger, for one thing. It's and furthermore, let me tell you the truth about that perspective. From my point of view, that near half-century, which I represent, has been a record of bad faith and disaster. I cannot honestly face you or the world and say that I really think that the American Negro situation has changed, because it can't change until the white situation in America changes. It is not occurring in a vacuum. I know that as we sit here, that black people are still not in the, for the main part, in the labor unions, and I know that when the unemployment rate rises, who gets fired first? I know what that means. I know the effect on the police forces of the present administration, because it liberates them, and especially on the effect on the police forces in California by the presence of Reagan in Sacramento. And after all, black people live...
And listen, this is the sound like the same stuff happening right now. Why haven't anything changed? This guy, you would not be able to tell if the camera was more updated and they made this, if they put made him look like he was speaking right now and made the camera look clear, like it was like shot on an iPhone, and you just took the words of what he's saying, you would not be able to tell that this was done in the 60s. Because all the talking points that they're talking about are the same thing happening now. So that means nothing has changed. And then on top of it, it seems to have gotten worse. It seems like this whatever's going on is people want to revert back even further into this type of a situation. I don't see a difference in what was happening then to what's happening now. And it's crazy. It's just that they've changed, the focus is different. There's nothing new under the sun. Exactly, Jackie. Nothing has changed, you guys. So let's really get into this boycott, because that's the main thing. So basically in the 60s, they had the same situation where they began to boycott Christmas and things like this. And so it was the same situation. The unemployment rate was high. The labor unions wasn't allowing certain people in, and this, that, the other. And basically all they're doing is repeating the same cycle over and over again. It's almost like they want to maintain the status quo. It's like people want to take them into the future and take them out of a certain thing, and then, honey, they just want to bring it right on back to where it was. Whoever these people are, you know what I'm saying? Whether they be conservative, the liberal, or whoever they are, there's some people that just do not want anything to change. They want to keep us in the ancient times. They want to revert us back to the Stone Ages. The moment we see like we're making some progress and about to, become a more like valid society where, it just gets more and more just crazy. So let's go. First, let's get into what is causing this boycott. Why a boycott? Let's talk about it.
Last week I posted a video called The Erasure of Women. A commenter pointed out to me that I wildly underestimated the number of women who have been forced out of the workforce since January. She said, dude, there are 300,000 black women alone. So I don't think that number jives. She's absolutely right. The true number is 300,000 black women were fired in 3 months, from February to April. It represents, I believe the total number is 340,000 women forced out, but the 300,000 black women, 200,000 of them were forced out of federal jobs at the Department of Education, which has been decimated, the VA, and these were jobs where black women actually had pay equity. So the unemployment rate for black women went from 5.4 to 7.5 unemployment rate in 2 months. That's not proportional. That's targeted. The 51% of black women are breadwinners. When they lose their jobs, everybody suffers. I mean, the suffering just cascades. Consumer spending is down. More kids go to sleep with food insecurity. Economists say that black women are like the canary in the coal mines when it comes to economic pain. So imagine what's coming for the rest of us. It's happening next. I'm not sure. I mean, I know that most of us can't find anything to enjoy about what's going on now, but the warning signs are flashing red. Hope to see you all Saturday somewhere.
You know, it's crazy because if I show this type of video, a lot of people will say, "Oh, you're fear mongering." Okay, but here's the thing: is that why? Like, okay, if we have an economy where people are beginning to now opt out of it, and let me just tell you this: it's not just Black women that are beginning to try to join in on this boycott. White women are coming and joining in on it too. Let's get into why people are beginning to talk about this, go into this whole thing. So the whole boycott started with Black women realizing, hey, we don't have jobs. Why would we be celebrating Christmas?
This is what they don't want you to see. And I don't care who gets mad at me for pointing this out. Look at this. 6 hours our Black dollars stay in the Black community. Look at the comparison between our community and every other race. Our own Black dollars don't stay in our own Black community for a full day before it leaves to every other race. It's currently in 2021, look at this, $1.5 trillion. Every other race is getting the benefit from our dollars and building economic wealth for their communities at our expense. Those days are over. We are taking that $1.5 trillion for ourselves. Of course, we need to support Black-owned businesses. But our unity is going to bring back this money into our control. So we have a national Black treasury that already exists. Black people can start putting our money collectively into a national treasury where we can buy land and farm and end the suffering of our people. Follow me for more because I'm going in on this topic.
This response here is something I said about Black power and Black influence, okay? I'm going to give you one simple example how powerful the Black community in America is. Just retail spending power. That coin, that money is power. Now look at this. Right here on top of Google, the African American population, yes, historically held an extremely powerful position in the retail marketplace, excuse me. Look at this. You guys, the Black community, known to drive trends across food, beauty, media, and more. Okay, this is just one aspect of Black power. Look at this. The projected reach by 2024 is 1.8 trillion. That's a T, y'all. $1 trillion. $1.8 trillion. Part of this thread here, I stated that Blacks in America, yes, African Americans, they can create or destroy any company in the United States of America if they wanted to, if they acted collectively. $1.8 trillion is no freaking joke.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps that's why they're trying to get rid of TikTok, because if you get enough people on the platform talking like this, it can be very dangerous. But let's go into what people are saying. Now, with all that being said, people are saying, you know what, we need to boycott Christmas. Now, I know that we've had prior boycotts of Christmas, but we didn't have the internet. But I don't know. Black people were more organized back then, so I think that we had a larger, a better organization. More people were down. I don't know. Maybe we're going to start coming together. We got 300,000 people out of a job. Maybe that's going to bring us together. Like, you know what? I lost my job too. If you get 300,000 women to not buy something, how will that have an effect on the economy?
You want to know a person's true intentions for you? Play dumb for a little while. Try it. Play dumb, act stupid, act like you know nothing, and I promise you it won't take long for them to show you what their true intentions are.
Let's get into it.
I was one of 300,000 Black women that lost my job in 2025. And even if I still had my 6-figure job, I would still boycott Christmas. If I could afford it, I would still boycott Christmas. In past years, when I could afford it, I was already boycotting Christmas. So political fire under my ass is only a further motivator to do things that I believe are morally right to do. It is my moral responsibility to not empower people who disrespect me and my people. And by my people, I mean humanity. Because the strain we're putting on this earth goes far beyond any of the actions that we do to one another. Because when this earth decides that it wants to respond to being mistreated, we can't get out of that. We can't get away from that. It is my responsibility to not overconsume. It is my responsibility to not teach my daughter to equate her self-worth with things that she has. When I had money to get her things at Christmas time, I'd have not. Out of my moral responsibility to avoid overconsumption, greed. And that's not to say that because we already got enough stuff. We already have enough stuff. So I'm not going to concentrate getting a lot of stuff in 1 month just to say we have more stuff. We got stuff. That's my point. We already have stuff. Between me and my daughter, that's a laptop, an iPad, and 3 phones. We have stuff. There's a TV in my room, and there's a TV in the spare room that's not even set up. We have stuff. There's an old woman somewhere, just passed away. She got a garage full of Christmas decorations. Her kids are begging to get rid of that shit. Halloween decorations. Teachers with ex-teachers that got whole Christmas sweater collections that they dying to get rid of. We have enough stuff. Collectively, we have enough. Like, how much stuff do we need? iPhone 17? Are you kidding me? We have enough stuff. We have stuff. Like, we have stuff. It's not about money. I don't have to prove to somebody that I can spend more money.
We have enough stuff. I agree with her because I know I got a bunch of stuff. Hell, I got a whole upstairs. I got a room upstairs. I got 2 rooms. My daughter don't even sleep in her room. She got a whole room she don't even sleep in. She don't even play with the toys in her room. You know? I was thinking about getting a TV in her room. I'm like, why am I about to get her to she's fine watching the TV downstairs. Just for stupid shit, buying dumb shit, just buying things. We need to really re-examine, because the corporate structure has done a really good job on us into convincing us that we need to have this holiday where we just go out and just consume. We save up our money. And then we just, they give us our tax return. We spend all our money, then they give us our money back in January, February. We give it to them throughout the year in taxes. There's a big flushing out of the money. Then they take the money throughout the whole year. The whole thing is just crazy when you think about it. And I think that Black people are beginning to wake up to the illusion that they've been under, so let's go.
We have no business going into the third quarter making corporations uber rich. After the year we've had, we could literally cripple this fucking country and bring it to its knees by canceling Thanksgiving and Christmas. Easily. They've been planning and projecting for this income since last year, previous years. They do these reports years out. They've been planning and plotting for you the same way that we sit around and be like, oh, I can't wait till I get my taxes in February, March. That's what they be saying. This is their taxes. And they be like, I can't wait for Christmas. We might slow down in the summertime, but Christmas, everybody's going to let their fucking ego, their sense of competition, their consumerism overtake them. Everybody going to be so fucking short-sighted and ready to just spend some motherfucking money. I don't give a... After the fucking year we've had, we have no business taking our money out of corporations like Target just to wait until November and December and give it all back to them. We have no fucking business. We have no fucking business pouring millions and billions of dollars into toy industries that don't give a fuck about our kids. We have no business making cheap foreign clothes producers uber rich. Like, we don't have no fucking business pouring large amounts of money into this economy. We about to, in the next month, kill millions of turkeys and chop down millions of fucking trees in the United States. We don't got we got the environmental capacity to just be chopping down trees. like we just got it like that. Like, we don't have no fucking business. And nobody should have to say. Nobody, you shouldn't wait for somebody to call for a boycott. We've been calling for boycotts all fucking year. When did we start boycotting Target? We've been calling for boycotts all year. It's millions of people across this country that ain't stepped foot in a Target, a Starbucks, a McDonald's, just to name a few, all year. And guess what? Even if you don't participate in politics, oh, I didn't vote, oh, that doesn't apply to me. The way that our country is set up, you vote with your money. You never have to step inside of a booth to vote in this country. Everybody voted. It don't matter if you register. It don't matter where you live. Everybody fucking voted. in November of last year. When you empowered corporations to fund PACs to back up these fucking bullshit senators and leaders and our current president to perpetuate the nonsense that we going through right now. We fight for fucking healthcare. We fighting to not spend our last to go to the doctor, to go to your primary doctor for a checkup. We're not even talking about cancer or other serious diseases. We're fighting for healthcare. All right, man. I really feel like I'm just screaming at the top of my lungs to the ceiling and nobody gives a fuck. I pray that this message reaches thousands, millions of years. We have years. We have no business continuing to make corporations rich. Necessities. All we should be buying right now is necessities. I'm wearing the same gym clothes I've been wearing for 2-3 years. My shoes is worn out. I'm not giving Nike no fucking money, bro. For what? They got billions of dollars. What do they need my fucking $56 for? No. Nah. Do what you want, but as for me and my house, I hope nobody expect this shit from me anyway, because it ain't happening.
I don't know. I mean, she makes a lot of sense. I mean, somebody just posted, they said Christmas is not about corporations. It's about the kids. Is it really about the kids? I mean, if your kid, listen, how many kids in this world do not celebrate Christmas? I mean, have you thought about that? How many kids in this world don't believe countries don't even celebrate Christmas? You know, I would say this. I'm not sure if Christmas has gone all the way around the world, but I know that there's certain people, hell, Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate Christmas. They don't expect gifts. I think that when you raise your children not to expect it, they don't miss it. The only thing is that the other kids will come back from school like, oh, well, look at what I got. They come back with, what did you get for Christmas? What did you get? And then all this whole thing is doing is just feeding into consumerism, What do you really need? Half the toys that you get the kids for Christmas, they don't even play with for 5 minutes that day, and then they put it in the toy box, and they go back to their damn Xbox or their iPad. All that stuff that people are getting. People half the time kids don't play with this stuff for more than 5 minutes. They play for it. Everybody come together. The kid is playing with it, and then like 5 minutes later, they just forgot about it. You give them a box, depending on how old the kid is, they'll have more fun playing in a cardboard box than with all this expensive behind toys that you buy them. Half of these things, these games and stuff that we be getting these kids is toxic to them anyway. So when you really think about it, is Christmas really for the kids? Or is it so that maybe because we don't want our kids to go back to school and everybody else is talking about what gifts they got or whatever, and well, maybe we don't want our kids to feel left out because other people bought into it, But if you teach your kids, hey, listen, this is what Christmas really is or whatever, and hell, if you, like me, my kids get stuff all throughout the year, so they shouldn't be missing no Christmas. My kids ask me for something, they pretty much get it. They spoil, so Christmas, I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't put up Christmas trees. My friend had to get a Christmas tree. Shouts out to the pot, because I was not fixing to get no damn Christmas tree, and she was like, "Come on now, you gotta get a Christmas tree." But we went ahead and got a Christmas tree. She went and bought a Christmas tree because I was not fixing to buy no Christmas tree. So I've been boycotting Christmas already. I've been already on that time, So I was just waiting for everybody else to catch up on it. You know what I'm saying? Why are we wasting our money? Why would we spend all of our money on Christmas, be broke, and then now we got to wait till February to get our tax return because we didn't gave all our money to all these corporations. We didn't went to Walmart and cleaned up, Black Friday, people running over each other trying to get the deal for a TV they don't even need. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is really based on greed, and it's a mess, bro. Cyber Monday, Black Friday, all they're doing is feeding on our thirst for, whatever, just consumerism. So yeah, with the economy the way it is, people ain't got no jobs. People should not be, they need to be getting the bare necessity. I definitely agree. You would get what you need. Hell, stock up on some food or whatever, just in case, get what you need.
We should boycott Christmas. That's what's going to hurt them. Fine, we can't all do a general strike. I get it. Let's boycott Christmas. We don't need material things anyway. It's 2025. Do you really want to buy all this stuff from the companies that laid everyone off this year? I don't think so. What we want is more time anyway, with our families, with our friends. If you work that day, call off, call in sick. Let's boycott Christmas. We can do this. Let's hurt them where it really counts. Come on, we got this.
And I'm gonna tell you what, like, it's interesting to see this happening. Okay, these thoughts.
And while we're on task, go ahead and cancel Christmas. Go on and start that family chat and let them know that you're not exchanging gifts this year. Hopefully everybody in your family is on board. And I know you're thinking about the kids. Well, Facebook Marketplace. If you're going to buy something for somebody, buy something small and local. You know, support a small retailer. But it's going to be Red Friday for these folks this year. Someone called it that in my chat. It says it's not going to be Black Friday this year. It need to be Red Friday. And I agree 100%. Hashtag Red Friday. But it's a good opportunity to teach your kids that freedom ain't free. And it's a conversation that need to be had because, you know, somebody going to have to sacrifice and we're going to have to fight for this shit. So here we are. And those retailers, they're going to know. I know they're sitting on inventory from last winter. And guess what? They're going to have that same inventory next winter. It's like, seriously, let's do this. There were Christmases I had as a kid where my mom didn't have any money. She made a sweet potato pies, and that was fine. You know, they were good. We were just as happy. We were like, who's in Whoville? And I think that's how it needs to be. You know, if you want to do something, switch it up a little bit. Do some community service. Spend some time, you know, serving in a soup kitchen as a family. Donate some money to like a homeless shelter. Help somebody else this year. Do something that really counts if you're going to do something. But if you buy something, please buy something small and local. Don't give these retailers nothing. We're not spending money. October, November, December, they make a whole lot of money off of us. And here's the time to teach them. We're not spending no money. Red Friday, cancel Christmas.
Red Friday, I guess it's called, huh? Is that the name for it? Red Friday? Interesting. Because Black Friday has a very bad connotation. Jackie put that, she said that. I'm not sure what the Black Friday was really about, what the true meaning of Black. I'm going to look that up while I play the next video. But Black Friday, I don't think that was a good thing, Black Friday. But they call Black Friday, that's when all the retailers make the most money and this, that, the other. What is the true meaning of Black Friday? Because, okay. So I guess it was something about, okay. I'm trying to find it, okay. But if you could send me a link about it, I don't know. Black Friday is tied to slaves, okay. It's about the coal workers. It was about the coal workers, okay. We should all get EBT cards and never spend money on them. Well, the EBT cards are going to be canceled once. If the government continues to be shut down, SNAP is going to be canceled. So just look out for that, guys. So I think that the boycott for Thanksgiving and Christmas is already going to happen just because people ain't going to have EBT. I mean, at least for those lower income people that's on EBT and SNAP, they're going to be forced into a boycott because they're not going to have the money to buy. But most of those people also always get free turkeys and stuff from the churches and everything anyway. But I'm not sure if the churches and all those programs are still going on that was giving away free turkeys and stuff. What's crazy is with all these like cutting off of the government and everything, all those programs where people would get turkeys, the families that probably didn't have no money for Thanksgiving, they would get the free turkeys from the church. I don't think all those programs exist anymore. So, honey, I think a boycott is not a thing that we're going to have. We're going to be forced to not spend no money. You know what I'm saying? Toys for Tots and all those like different like programs that people have where people like, I think it's a good idea. We if we we want to do something, hell, we re-gift. You want to give things, Don't buy nothing. Take something that you ain't using, give it to somebody else that need it. That sounds like a better idea to me. I think we do overconsume. We do have too much stuff. All these things, landfills. Hopefully, maybe that'll be better for the environment if we do that.
Okay, I'm in. Christmas 2025 is hereby canceled. I'm not saying don't spend time with your family, but if 70% of America decided not to celebrate Christmas this year, and I'm talking no gifts, no travel, no decorations, no shopping, it would cause a massive economic shock and send a political and cultural message unlike anything in modern history. Christmas actually accounts for roughly 20 to 25% of annual retail sales in the U.S. If 70% of Americans stopped spending, that would wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity. Those big box stores, e-commerce platforms, and delivery services would all see devastating losses. Companies like Amazon, Walmart, Target, Apple, and FedEx would take huge hits, likely triggering a stock market downturn. Investors would panic over lost holiday revenue. Some of those companies wouldn't recover. Airlines, hotels, and car rental companies, they rely heavily on holiday travel. Their bookings would plummet. America's consumer-driven identity is deeply tied to Christmas. It's not just religious, it's commercial tradition. A collective refusal to participate would feel like a national awakening, a rejection of the system that profits from distraction, debt, and emotional manipulation. And let's be real, you know who's actually benefiting from what the current administration is doing right now? Corporate America. It's time they felt the pain. What do you think?
Sorry about that. I had to go answer the door. But yeah, let's get into what happened. What is Black Friday? What is the truth behind? What is the real meaning behind Black Friday? Let's.
The truth about Black Friday. The biggest retail of the year is nearly upon us once more. Over the course of the weekend of Black Friday and Cyber Monday, high street stores and online shops all over will be cutting back on prices to kickstart the gift-buying season. But just how exactly did the weekend of discounts, which takes place on November 24th, get its name? Why Black Friday? And what exactly was Big Friday or Mad Friday? The urban legends. There are many rumors, varying in credibility, surrounding the origin of how Black Friday got its name. One that starts trending on social media every year is that it's called Black Friday because back in the 1700s, it was a day when slaves were sold at a discount. In reality, the first documented use of the phrase Black Friday was used long after the slave trade was abolished in America, though this hasn't stopped the rumors from circulating each year. Some people think it's called Black Friday because everyone calls in sick to work to take advantage of the sales, making it a bad day for employers. One company in America claimed to have coined the term back in 1951 after writing it in a factory management and maintenance newsletter. Friday after Thanksgiving itis is a disease second only to the bubonic plague in its effects.
Now that's a funny video right there. What? What? The music, everything was crazy, wasn't it? Black Friday. So anyways, Black Friday, I'm not sure, there's different like reasons why they come up with the with the whole Black Friday thing. But I think that we need to why are we running into Walmart and about to kill each other over Black Friday, bro? Crazy. Let me play the next video when it comes down to this boycott, because I think people are really serious about it. But let's go a little bit further into this job loss that's happened and why people are boycotting.
350,000 black women lost their job in the first 6 months of this year. But they talk about, the unemployment rate ticked up a little, but it almost doubled for black people. What DEI was about black women who'd achieved a certain amount, being taken from their jobs at one time. DEI has never done to America what GCI did. GCI is greedy, corrupt, incompetent white men. They talk about these things in an abstract concept, and if you look at the fact that black women are the most educated segment of our society, white men are the most uneducated. This was bound to happen. And the fact that there were a lot of black men and Latin men who helped this happen is something it's hard for me to reconcile.
You know what's really concerning to me is that he didn't like the jobs report.
Right.
The one that he had touted before when it was in his
Right.
favor, right? Trump didn't like the jobs report. And so then he fired the head.
So here's the thing. So I mean, why does everybody get so wrapped up in the who's saying what? What about is what he's saying, you know? So what about D.L. Hughley? Yeah, he's a comedian, he's a person. Like what's the big deal, bro? Anyways, I just put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and talk about this boycott and what they think of it, the link is not only in the chat, it's also in the description of this video. To give my thoughts, I think that it's a good idea. I think that we need to stop over consuming. I think that buying up a bunch of stuff, for the sake of it, for the heck of it, when, people are losing their jobs, people are losing their incomes, 300,000 people is a lot of people. And, and I don't think that that's like the real number, honestly. I'm trying to find this economic page, a guy who really breaks down the whole economic situation. I mean, he breaks it down. And let me try to find that page where it's breaking down how many jobs are being lost. Let me see. It's this one guy who really breaks down all the economics of the whole thing. This one page, and I can't find it. Ever since oh man. I mean, and it's a specific economic page where he breaks down not just the jobs being taken, but the actual forecast what's coming up next, when it comes down to how like the monetary situation, Bitcoin, all that different stuff. Now here, what's crazy is that let's watch this. So let's go into let's watch Anton, what he got to say. I'm sure he's of course he says time to go back into the kitchen. Well, honey, just because we're losing our jobs don't mean black men are getting jobs. You know what I'm saying? He like, go back into the kitchen. Time to go back to the kitchen, honey. And do what? Be broke? Like, listen, we gonna go back to the kitchen. Like, listen, black men ain't getting no more jobs than black women are. They getting laid off too. Please.
Workforce, according to MSNBC, and it is not a coincidence. We have seen the cuts that the federal government has been making, specifically across the Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services, and we have seen the cuts happen. We've also seen the cuts happen over the last few months, specifically at the federal level and also across the private sector due to DEI. And according to this article, the participation rate has now dropped below Latinas for the first time in over a year. Now, one thing that stuck out to me that I thought was very interesting, which kind of led to the conclusion of this article, is that 51% of households with Black children are led by Black women who are the breadwinners. And the article specifically cites that Black women tend to be the economic foothold of the Black community.
So let me give y'all a little bit of insight, because I seen this report and I also seen a news report that came along with it. And we had a conversation about it on the Millionaire Morning Show, right? And so really what this means is that there are a lot of single mother households. Let me say that again. There are a lot of women that broke up their families or that never had a family in the first place, and they decided that they wanted to partner with the federal government in multiple different ways, one including women that, basically lean on child support, social services, welfare, food stamps, and EBT. that comes along with also when they do get educated or when they do get a job, regardless of what field of study, even if it's not a field of study that is what society needs, they were basically somewhat guaranteed a job or a government contract or to work for a government contractor when it came to the federal government. And so basically the government has been subsidizing Black women. And this is just a fact. This is not my opinion. This is
How
not
is that a fact?
anything to do with relationships. This is just more or less the facts.
What?
The government has been.
First of all, okay, so what is he saying? He's saying that Black women have subsidized, we have partnered with the American government. What is he? Let me go back because that whole whatever he just said. What? So he's saying that because of child support and eating and welfare, and we have partnered with the American government, and then we work for the American government, and the American government has subsidized Black women for X amount of time. It sounds like a bunch of jealousy. Guess what? You would not need to pay child support if you were in the household taking care of your child. And then you're saying that we need to go back to the kitchen. Well, if you're paying child support, that means you're not in the household with the child. Go back in the kitchen where? Go back into whose kitchen? Like what is he talking about? Anton Daniels is delusional sometimes. And by the way, listen, the post to join the link to join in on this conversation is in the if you go to my my posts to the community post wall, the link is there in case you guys can't join this from coming here. So just go to my community wall and you'll be able to join the link there if you want to come up and discuss this. But what is he talking about? What?
Or that never had a family in the first place, and they decided that they wanted to partner with the federal government in multiple different ways, one including women that, basically lean on child support, social services, welfare, food stamps, and EBT. That comes along with also when they do get educated or when they do get a job, regardless of what field of study, even if it's not a field of study that is what society needs, they were basically somewhat guaranteed a job or a government contract or to work for a government contractor when it came to the federal government. And so basically the government has been subsidizing Black women. And this is just a fact. This is not my opinion. This is not anything to do with relationships. This is just more or less the facts. The government has been subsidizing Black women when it comes to their household, which gave them more power to be able to break up their families. And so now when we realize that diversity, equity, and inclusion was really government subsidies to ensure that Black women had an opportunity to be able to work, instead of them going into fields, which obviously we know that you had to incentivize them to go into like STEM fields, because if you didn't, then you wouldn't have those type of programs. If they naturally selected them, then they would be more visible and they would be more viable to what.
Bullshit! I was in STEM and I never worked for the government. Well, I did work. I was in the Air Force, but I mean, I never worked for the government as far as like going to get a job for the Air Force. But I'm in STEM and I never worked for the government as far as like other than the military. I don't get this like. Why can't the men try to go get a government job? What are you talking about? There's a job posting where all the government jobs are. Apply for the government jobs. You're mad because Black women applied for those jobs and got the job? What is he talking about? And then he's trying to say something about STEM, that we'd be more viable. Honey, I'm laid off and I'm in STEM right now. Stop it.
It is what we needed in society. But instead, now what you see is when the rubber meets the road and we go into a merit-based society and a merit-based capitalistic system, they no longer have any value because there wasn't a lot to do in the first place, and their jobs was basically all. It's a problem in itself because the government should not be bloated in order to make sure that people have jobs. The government should be smaller and incentivizing people to create their own businesses, make sure that they're a part of the private sector, ensure that resources is being distributed fairly as far as to people that actually deserve the positions themselves. And they also have a student loan problem. So all of these things are basically combining to be the apocalypse. And when they say that it's a recession out here, they're not saying it's a recession in general. They're saying it's a recession for a certain demographic or group of people that said that they were the most educated, when in reality they were most in debt, they were the most single mothers, and it's just starting to it's starting to impact people. And so you're going to see a generation of people, and it's very much happening right now. You see a lot of women that are getting repossessed. You see a lot of women that are losing their homes. You see a lot of women that's basically going back into the home. And you even see a lot of women that are admitting that they prefer the soft life instead of hustling and bustling and trying to get themselves in a position to where they have to work because they was tired as hell in the first place. So these articles are basically exposing the bad lifestyle and the cultural norms that are not only in the black community. The black community usually is the one that catch the brunt of it because we're the one that exacerbate whatever the results are, but that is happening abroad. That is happening across the board to all communities of people that decide that they want to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion. And now when you go to a merit-based society and you have to be the best person, they're all basically on social media saying that they can't find a job.
Why is he happy about that? Why is that like something to be happy over? That means a lot of black children are going to be hungry because half of these men is not in the household with these mothers. Some of these men are out here with 6 and 7 kids, 6 and 7 baby mamas. We always talking about black women and their body count, but honey, if you count the body count of men, and I'm talking about the body count meaning children, how they be having all these children all over the place. You know what I'm saying? How many kids do you have by different mamas, baby mamas? And it don't work out, you leave them, cheat, go with the next one. And then you want to tell me that, child support? Well, if this guy is taking care of 6 different kids on a Home Depot budget, because he know how to sling D, and then women are too stupid to realize this guy don't got nothing to offer because they, at the time, whatever it was, how they got pregnant. Bottom line is the person ain't got enough money. These black men don't have enough money to sustain no household. That's where the term hobosexual came about. And let me tell you something. This is not new. It has been like this for a while. That's why black women were leaving the black men in the 60s and 70s, because the black men was unable to sustain their household. They was not having jobs. And so they had to get, because the kids was starving, they had to get money from the government to survive. Because black women was not in the workforce. I mean, if he was working, we wasn't making money like that. So now he's gonna say, because we co-opted with the government and all this other crazy stuff. That's crazy, bro. I don't get Anton sometimes.
But I don't necessarily think that this is a bad thing. I actually think that it's a good thing that women are now being sent back into the homes, that they are now more in traditional roles. But I will tell you that this is one of the reasons why I believe that black women at a 92% clip voted for Kamala Harris. Let's hear some more of what she has to say.
This is going to cause a trickle effect, not just across the black community, but across the labor force as a whole. So they are saying that black women are disproportionately the breadwinners, the caregivers, and entrepreneurs. And so if
men don't have children, women do, abortion is illegal. And on top of that, hey, you know what I'm saying? Black men are the one. Listen, black men and women are responsible in this case. We can't blame it all on the women for that situation. Oh, the women is the only one to blame. I think that people should. If you have more than 2 kids with 2 different baby mamas and you have to pay, if you haven't paid, you owe back child support, you should be sterilized. That's what I believe.
Black women are losing out on money, on job opportunities, on grants, on all sorts of things due to being targeted because of DEI and because of ongoing job cuts.
Are black women targeted? Or are we bloated in the federal government and we don't need a bunch of people to take up payroll that is subsidized by taxpayers? I hate that type of rhetoric. I hate when people saying people are being targeted. Nobody is saying, we're going to pick black women and we're going to try to figure out where all of their jobs are and try to lay them off. That's not happening. Black women en masse, not all of them, obviously, but they picked certain environments and certain fields that did not translate into long-term success, and they thought that that was going to be their safe space. And not only did they think that that was going to be their safe space, they was teasing people. Who you talking to? We the most educated and all of this stuff, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter at the end of the day. I don't see any black men that are complaining about being laid off at all. Zero. I have seen zero video. I'm sure they out there.
They're not. Are they? I mean, black women, they get laid off all the time. That's why. Black men get laid off because the jobs that they choose are. Unless they become a plumber or have a trade and own their own business, they are in jobs that replace them all the time. Have factory working, Home Depot, or working in a logistic, whatever you're doing in this warehouse working, all that stuff, you can get replaced. They're used to getting losing their job. These women probably been in these positions for a very long time, making a good amount of money, taking care of their family. You know what I'm saying? And now, and they have the kids. I don't understand what you're talking about here. That you need to go back into in the kitchen. Well, honey, they've been in the kitchen because when they leave their job, they gotta cook. They're for their kids. They ain't left the kitchen. They added work onto the kitchen. We ain't never stopped working. We've always worked. Black women have always worked. I don't understand where he gets this getting in the kitchen. Black women have never not had to work. What are you talking about? He's confounding white feminism to black women, and no, we've always worked. We've never just sat in the kitchen.
I've seen zero, nothing. I've seen no reports about it. I haven't seen any Business Insider, Money Market Watches, Bloomberg reports. I haven't seen anything about it. Nobody was targeting them. They were basically being subsidized by the federal government.
That are happening.
Honey, black women already get birth control. We already get IUDs put into our uterus that are dangerous. But have you even seen how they insert the IUD? It's way more easier to get clipped, bro. We risk cancer. We risk all this stuff for birth control. We are the main ones that have to do the birth controlling. And if we didn't tell these niggas to put a condom on, they wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? And that's why the AIDS rate is going all over the place.
Both at the private and federal level, that this is going to continue to be a trickle effect across the entire economy. And in the article, it also says for every 1 point drop in women's labor force participation, that cost the U.S. economy an estimated $146 billion. So that means less money being spent in grocery stores, less money being spent on clothes, less money being spent on.
So, right, everybody like, okay, you're going to get rid of these jobs, replace it with AI, because that's what they plan on doing. They're going to get rid of all those jobs answering phones, customer service, all those type of things, replace it with AI. There's this new thing called an AI voice agent now. And this agent, you tell it how you want it to answer your phone. It sounds like a human. You can't tell that you're talking. Eventually it's going to get so good that you're not even going to know that you're even talking to a computer. And they don't need black women for that no more, to answer the phone and to handle different things. They're going to it's going to be, or white women or women, period. Because that's who mainly takes those jobs, And construction, what would they need to construct? People ain't gonna be able to afford to buy any houses or anything like that anyway. If you get rid of most of the people that are working from the illegals that are working those manual labor jobs, but how many black men are really willing to work manual labor in today's economy? So so we all lose our jobs, and what is gonna happen? Where will we be at? Because if the black men are not able to sustain us, we're not going to go back to no kitchen, because they know black men. What is that going to lead us? What is it going to do? So I don't really get where y'all talking about.
Your hair, less money just being spent all across the board. I've already seen
that was basically being subsidized again by the American taxpayers.
Articles that have come out, and in one of the posts that they made, they said that there's a huge increase in parents saying that they are not financially prepared to send their kids off to school, meaning that they're not prepared to pay for school supplies, new shoes, backpack, clothing, socks, all the things that you buy for kids when the school year starts. There are families who are struggling.
Get on here, hold on.
All across the board.
People get on here and ask stupid questions. Why would I subscribe? Why are you watching the liberal app that doesn't respect people? Stop watching it. If you think I'm liberal, and first of all, I'm not liberal. I'm not liberal. Like I said, I think people should get sterilized. If you having too many kids, I believe in sterilization of especially these men out here having all these kids and not taking care of them. they should be sterilized. So no, I'm not. I don't take on nobody. This is since you are liberal. I don't take on people's titles. Okay. Depending on the day, I can have a conservative mindset depending on what the subject is. And man programmed the computer. Honey, there's women programmers that are programming AI too. Get out of here. Stop it. I don't know why you guys men think that you guys are the only ones that are programmers. Stop it.
So I want to do another post that specifically talks about people, but not just Black people, but all marginalized groups, how we are losing our civil rights because
We're losing our civil rights, marginalized. Okay.
the Civil Rights Act has been peeled back over the last few months, and not enough people are talking about it because a lot of people think, oh, well, as long as I got my money, ain't nothing gonna affect me. Okay.
Which one is it?
When you don't have any federal protections anymore, I don't know what money you're talking about. So maybe I'll do another post that specifically talks about the things that we are seeing happening for the first time in over 60 years. Shout out to all the women who are out there looking for employment and making ends meet. And let me know if you're one of the 300,000.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that this is necessarily a bad thing. I think that we need to go back to traditional values. Also, women need to be more into their children's lives instead of trying to compete with men. It creates a much better.
How is having a job competing with men? How is taking care of your household when no one else will competing with men? You know how we don't compete with men? Men take care. Okay. Well, then why aren't the men making the money? Why would the woman have to go 50-50? That's a big thing. There's a whole thing. We need to go 50-50 and all this other stuff. Well, if I don't have no job, I can't go 50-50. How are we going to survive off of a shoestring budget? I remember the show, like I said, I don't know what group of people he's talking about when we go into Black women competing with men just by working, having a job. We've been having jobs. Black women back in the day when we were the housekeepers, we would go and get on the bus and go clean up Miss so and so's household. We never was not work with just sitting in the house. So I don't know where he's getting this that Black women are competing with men because. Well, you can't get mad that Black women were able to get higher paying jobs because they worked in white collar jobs and those jobs paid more. That's not competing with men. That's just that those are the jobs that we chose at the time. And we had a good run at it. But, AI is taking over and it's about to replace that. This is not about man versus woman. This is about man versus machine. That's what it really boils down to. It's about man versus machine. But he wants to make it into a Black man versus Black woman thing for some strange reason. I don't understand why. I don't understand why he wants to gloat on the fact that there's going to be a bunch of women with kids that are not going to be able to sustain their households and take care of their kids, and then the government is giving rid of all the programs that are going to be able to sustain it. And the men don't have jobs either in the money to sustain it. So what are we going to do? We're going to be on the street homeless with our kids on Skid Row. Or unless they find another solution. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But I don't think that we should be celebrating that. There should not be a celebration of that. I don't really get it. So let's go into this. And listen, I'm just going through my timeline to find more information about this. Please don't think I'm only focusing on so-called liberal talking points. This is what my thing is bringing up when this subject is being brought up. So I'm not sure what the Powell Act is, but they're talking about this Powell Act. So let's go into that.
Congressman Al Green has always stood up for African Americans and black banks. Well, during a congressional hearing, he advocated on behalf of those banks, saying they should be getting Tier 1 funding. Here's what he had to say.
Let me now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Blue, how's it going?
I thank the ranking member for her comments and would associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. I would call to our attention the intelligence that has been provided to me indicating that there are 4,487 FDIC insured institutions. And it is my belief that less than 50 are black owned. In fact, less than 40 are black owned. To be more accurate, less than 30 are black owned. To be even more accurate, less than 1% are black owned. I'm interested in knowing how we can use this topic of funding access to acquire more black banks. I've been with friends who've started banks. It is not easy.
And let's go into this, right? Why are the banks important? What happens? What do you need when you have a business, right? You need business funding. So, okay, so he's encouraging we need to get out of like the corporate thing. We need to do our own thing and have our own businesses, okay? So we want to be more entrepreneurial. Well, we need loans and stuff like that. We need funding to be able to open up businesses. But when we don't have the same ability to walk into a bank and get loans and get business loans and things like that, okay, if you want to take those jobs away, we take our money, we take that and we put it into a business, and then we funnel it that way. We probably need to like start our own AI companies or something like that. I don't know, but if we're gonna be out of jobs, don't just sit there just on your savings and just wait until it dwindles out. You probably do need to like start investing into some kind of, I don't know whether we need to invest in crypto or what, because crypto is the next $5 thing that we need to probably get into. We need to do all that stuff. Okay, so what? Roland Martin's liberal deal. I'm just going, he's showing this thing about black banks. That's why I'm showing it. So I don't care if he's DNC media.
To acquire Tier 1 capital. Tier 1 capital. There's not a black bank in the country with $10 billion in Tier 1 capital. Probably 2 exceed $1 billion. Probably 2. Now, Mr. James, you're much more educated on these things than I, so correct me. Do we have more than 2 black banks with Tier 1 capital exceeding $1 billion?
Thank you for the question, Congressman Green. Actually, there are 25 black-owned institutions in the United States, and there are 2 that exceed $1 billion in total assets. Technically, no, there are no institutions that are black-owned that have more than $1 billion in Tier 1 capital. These are institutions that are just over $1 billion in total assets.
And the truth is this, we didn't get here because black people are not intelligent, because they can't count, because they can't be educated. It's racism. So the question becomes, how do we overcome this racism so that black people can own banks and acquire capital? I don't have the answer, but I know what has created the problem. And until we confront this, I'm not sure that we'll be able to resolve the issues associated with starting and maintaining black banks. Mr. James, do you have any answer for me to help me understand how we can acquire more black banks and deal with the racism that still exists?
Thanks again. I do want to acknowledge that in the last 5 years, for the first time in American history, we have seen a convulsion in the United States.
You know what? When we talk about banks, is it better to go into banks or should we go into crypto? Instead of if we can't have our own banking system, why don't we create our own cryptocurrency? I don't really get why we're going into an antiquated thing like banks. Crypto is the next wave, okay? That's what I would say. All right, so he said, so Victor Hart says, you black people better learn how to use the barter system. I would be afraid to trap my money into a system that could be shut down when white people see fit. That's a good point. We do need to use the barter system. And I would also say that if this whole thing is happening with Christmas and stuff, like, we also need to be doing that instead of like buying stuff from these corporations. Barter, find whatever you knew, re-gift, take, gift exchange, re-gift. Don't go to these corporations and buy their stuff don't go to Black Friday. I definitely believe in that. Barter, trade, all that stuff. I know I have a bunch of persimmons in my backyard. Hey, if anybody wants them, I could package them up, whatever. But we need to figure out how to use that system. One thing I did learn from T3 and me when I did that interview yesterday, and please check them out. They were talking about how in Africa, people don't necessarily work for corporations. Everybody pretty much has their own hustle that they do, and that's how they get by. You got people that sell things, sell like different goods, and that's how in Africa things are. And that's what it's going to end up being, is a system where you're going to have to be your own boss and have your own business. So let's welcome to the stage the man in the high castle. Welcome to the stage.
Welcome. Dear Friday, I love you. Dear Friday, I love you. Dear Friday, I love you. It's a beautiful day. Yes, it is. And Reverend Green, the man in the high castle, is here to optimize morale and common sense.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on the boycott of Christmas, the loss of the black jobs, banking, the fact that there are no banks, so funding for businesses might be an issue. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, that's a great question. Are you ready to handle it?
It's not about me. This is just, yeah, go ahead.
To your live audience, the man in the high castle's opinion and thoughts on boycotting Christmas, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Black History Month, all the stuff that you think we should be running out and celebrating. We should have been on that a long time ago and just make American History Month. Common sense is back again.
Okay, and what are your thoughts about the loss of the black jobs?
I don't believe you. However, like I said, overconsumption is super unnecessary. And the American dollar is our friend, unless you are going to keep on caping and capping for UBI, which is universal basic income.
And what is UBI? What do you mean that I'm capping for that?
Universal basic income would result in the destruction of the dollar or the replacement of the dollar with possibly a digital currency or stable coin. And I don't think most of y'all are ready for that because of the fear mongering and the older generation. There's an older generation that just believes in nonsense still. And I'm talking about on a commoner level, like a serf level, a peasant level. They believe on, they just believe nonsense. And if you're into crypto, way before the COVID pandemic ended, then you're good money. But if you're talking about this stuff right now and you were fear mongering just yesterday, hell no. And also, SNAP benefits will not be canceled for everybody on a universal level. That's bullshit and fear mongering. There's severe consequences. You cut those SNAP benefits on a universal level in this nation. All those red states out there with those hunters and everything like that, I guarantee you they will be cannibalizing themselves under 90 days.
So
don't even worry, don't even trip about the blue states not knowing what to do. I'm telling you about those states with all the hunters and know how to hunt under 90 days without food stamps because they utilize the food stamps and abuse them the most. Under 90 days, you'd be hearing rumors, strong rumors of cannibalism out there, breakouts. So let's stop this SNAP benefit fear mongering. That has nothing to do with that. Do you remember? And do you remember? Do you remember in the pandemic?
You just gave a long speech. Let me just go into this, okay? So according to US Today,
this article
today, it's on USA Today. It says SNAP benefits face insufficient funds in November if shutdown continues. The USDA warned. So this is not me saying this. And as far as you not believing that 300,000 people have lost their jobs, I mean, that is a fact. That's been throughout, the news. That is not just only Black people talking about it. That's all throughout the whole news is talking about that.
300,000 people, whether it's Black or white women, I will tell you this, that is less than 1% of their demographic population. Quit tripping. That's what happens every year.
No,
that's what happens every year.
Not lose their job every year. Okay,
that's what happens every year.
Are you saying so? Can you show me an example of 300,000 jobs?
Sis, you can look it up. I'm not saying nothing more.
So
I can't. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to.
Well, you're here to give points, and you don't have
to get the word
data
across.
To back up what you're saying. See, everything I say.
I'm here to get the word across.
Back it up. Listen, everything I hear, everything I say, I have the backup. I have the actual article to back it up. I'm not going to look up your talking points. If you're going to make a talking point, bring the data that actually expounds on your talking point. Don't just say I need to look it up. This is what you said, not me. I don't have the onus to prove what you said. But anyways, welcome to the panel.
Americans, look it up.
Okay, welcome to the panel, Alameen.
Hey, welcome to the panel, everybody. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Happy Friday. What are your thoughts on this whole situation? The loss of jobs, etc. The boycotting of Christmas. The fact that there's no bank. So, okay, if we have 300,000 people without jobs, and okay, we have to either have our own businesses or whatever. What can we do? What would be the option? Do you think that Black women have the option to go back to the home and live with the Black man or whoever they're gonna have their kids by and just be a housewife, or is that really an option like Antoine Daniels says?
Well, I don't see it coming to the point where there be housewives, because now it takes in society today, it takes to make it. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing I got to say about the job business. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't see I'm like Al Green. I don't see a solution or answer to that as of right now, because banking, that system is so racist. It's so racist, and it was built up by racists. It was, matter of fact, it was built up to hold us, you know what I'm saying, down. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about, like, for example, when it came down to even getting money for business, a lot of people were of color they was looked upon different. You know, when it came to getting houses, they was looked upon different. You see, so my thing, if you got children, I would say this right here to make sure that they're gonna be okay and they're gonna make it in life and be successful. Invest in your kid. Invest in your kid. Invest in their ideas. Invest in their dreams that they have. Some of us parents, you know what I'm saying, you hear this all the time. When you get 18, you're gonna get you getting out my house. You know, I hear that a lot. You know, but in reality though, till they get 18, help them to find their dream, help them to find their talent, help them to find the greatest achievement. When it comes to banking, like I said, that system is full of racism. No matter how you look at it, they own the institutions. They own the financial institutions. So how are we going to be able to own just the number of banks that they do? With the dude said, I think I just heard him say there's only like 28 or 24 black banks available, right? But now you know, and I know there's a bank on every corner, almost in your city. You see what I'm saying? So, and it's owned by white people, right? So how can we produce a number of banks just like that in our society, society, or in our system? Well, that right there is a hard answer. That's a hard answer to swallow, right there, being that they are mentally ran by racist institutions. So I don't see an answer to that. Christmas, or you talking about Thanksgiving or anything like that? Why should we boycott that, or should we boycott it? That should have been done a long time ago. We could have saved millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars right now. If, I would say black people would have boycotted a long time ago. But trying to be like the Jones and be like the Jones and everything like that is really what's holding us down. Is really putting us back farther than we should be. So I don't know how it is, but I do know one thing, that we got to do better. We got to do better,
So here's the question: where do you think that this whole keeping up with the Joneses started from? And I mean, it sounds like a real thing. Like there was a such thing as the Joneses that everybody was trying to keep up with. Now, where did that keeping up with the Joneses, consumerism? I need a Louis Vuitton bag. Did that start with the hip hop community? Who started that whole trend? I'd
like to add on.
Go ahead.
From what I heard from the elders in my family who have money and they not trying to give it out because that's why they have money. And I appreciate their wisdom to this very day, even though it seemed abrasive. Thank you. Saying to my family members. To answer your question, I remember one of my elders saying, "This is what's wrong with you dumb people, you dumb folks. Y'all so spoiled." He'd say, "Did you know you can, back in my time," this is someone who grew up in the 40s. "Do you know back in my time that you can rent a mink coat, a Cadillac, all that stuff right from the newspaper articles? We've been doing this stuff." However, let's get back to it. The Moynihan report from 1965 and the welfare queen, that's the Pat Moynihan report of 1965, predicted all of what is occurring right now with the black women and the single mothers. This was predicted by the Moynihan Report of 1965. You can look into it. All Americans, if they want to look into this. And this whole doing better stuff, we are, because common sense is arriving, and it's here. Also, this is a great deterrence for the independent, strong female who believes she can do it all on her own. Those days are over. I can't wait till winter season hits these cars, and females with that independent, strong energy can start to scrape it on their own. That's just the way it is. I believe this is a great deterrence for a good time for the nuclear family to hold it down or be encouraged to gel and be more cohesive than ever before. Pick and choose wisely, man and woman.
So, where do you think the independent woman thing started from? Do you think that came only as a thing of where do you think that whole thing came from? Do you think that
The Moynihan Report.
women chose to be independent? Do you think that women want to be independent, or do you think that most women prefer to be with married and have a husband and live in a household?
The Moynihan Report from 1965. It's right there. You can even find it on Google. On YouTube, which is owned by Google. You can find it everywhere. That is a real thing. The Moynihan Report of 1965 explains it all.
Okay.
That's the value of family bonds to be invested in that stock of family bonds by 1966 in this country was replaced by an alternative called social programs. And so you have films like Claudine that explains it in a visual cinematic level when it deals with a particular demographic in this country. And then you have the Mann Act that also was you can't have a man in the household. And Claudine was a echoing of the Mann Act that began around 1970s, and it kind of fell back a little bit peeled back itself around the late 1990s. But the effect and the stigmatism of the Mann Act is still lingering.
So why do you think that the Black woman is to blame?
I didn't say the Black woman is to blame. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this. I'm not Anton Daniels. I believe this is a good thing for all men in this country and all women in this country. I'm thinking about the future, not about you and I. We don't have too much time left as human, as in our age. I'm looking into the future. I have a linear thinking mind. I'm long term. Think about my grandchildren that haven't even been born yet. Thinking about the future. I'm just a human being.
Each week, American History TV's Real America brings you archival films that help provide context for today's public affairs issues.
Our guest today on Meet the Press is the author of the controversial study, The Negro Family, Mr. Daniel P. Moynihan. His report, prepared when he was Assistant Secretary of Labor, at first was warmly praised, yet has recently been sharply criticized. Mr. Moynihan, a professor of political science, is now at Wesleyan University. He was one of the drafters of the nation's anti-poverty program, and he has just been appointed by Mayor-elect Lindsay to the New York City Poverty Task Force. Now we'll have the first questions from Mr. Moynihan from Lawrence E. Spivak, permanent member of the Meet the Press panel.
Here's a quotation, for example, from a recent article by William Ryan, a Harvard psychologist who criticizes your report in The Nation. And this is what he writes, quote, "The implicit point is that Negroes tolerate promiscuity, illegitimacy, one-parent families, welfare dependency, and everything else that is supposed to follow." Now, that's the criticism he makes of your report. Now, how do you answer those charges?
I'm not responsible for the fact that he can't read. As E. Franklin Frazier said, and I quoted from him at some length, there is a lot of evidence that the Negro middle-class family, when it gets its opportunity, gets a bearing, is, if anything, more stern, more rigid than most. But the evidence is simply clear. Negro Americans live like any other Americans, and when they're forced into the ghetto and forced into disorganization, they have no better protection than anyone else.
I'd like to ask you one specific question, which the New York Times quotes you today as saying. You say that 44% of the children in Harlem are illegitimate. Now, how do you know that?
Those are statistics of the New York City Department of Health, sir. 10 health districts in central Harlem, the area which the great American sociologist Kenneth Clark described in his HARU report as having undergone a massive deterioration of the fabric of society and its institutions, and right under our prosperous noses that happened. That hasn't existed for 50 years. That's happened in the last 15 years in this America, and we've been sitting around thinking things have been getting better, and they haven't been getting better for those children. And I think I, for one, if you see what people can face for the civil rights movement in the way of sheriffs, in the way of howling mobs, in the way of the disapproval of their entire society, well, I think I would hope certainly I'm willing to face the disapproval of a few white liberals from Boston who think I shouldn't raise the subject because it's impolite.
Mr. Novak.
Mr. Moynihan, in your report you say, quote, "Equality of opportunity almost ensures inequality of results," unquote. Are you proposing preferential treatment on the hiring of Negroes?
I believe this country owes the American Negro his back wages, yes.
Should the federal government support preferential treatment for Negroes then?
I believe what President Johnson said in his Howard University speech. You cannot keep a man in chains for 3 centuries, then take the chains off and say suddenly, okay, you're free to run the race of life with anybody else. They have to be made, people have to be given the opportunity to compete with effective resources. And I believe that we should make a special effort.
That was what he was saying as far as his report.
Right.
So we're saying that promiscuity, that black people were promiscuous, and us just have it. That we accept promiscuity in our community. And if you listen to the music, hey, it sounds like we do. I mean, do you agree that black people accept or we promote promiscuity, that we are a promiscuous society?
Yes, even before hip hop. Yes, way before hip hop. Yes.
Way before hip hop.
Way before hip hop.
Denise says white family has always been illegitimate, broken, poor, but unit is covered up and not promoted worldwide.
She's correct. And then in this country, Denise, I would say that their thing of the family breakdown, they have us by at least 15 years ahead. Going back to maybe 1950, there's a film based on the big-eyed girl, the big-eyed girl paintings. I forget what it was called, but it's based on a woman who was an artist. She was a housewife, a trad mom, in the 50s, and I think her last name was Keenan, and her husband stole her ideas, and this was the domino effect of divorce culture in the United States with them, with Mr. Charlie and his family unit. But they have us by at least 15, 20 years when it comes down to the collapse of the nuclear family. However, they are covered by credit lines. They can open up businesses with credit lines, and it's just the 1965. It's around the Immigration Act hurt us, and we're starting to see this more and more, and this is good. And the DNC can keep on doing what they're doing with the government shutdown, because it may be super necessary for us to really, really all feel it. Unfortunately, we're in this together now.
So 4 hours ago, it looked like the
next segment,
a U.S. government judge. Well, I think there's there's this whole government shutdown. I think that this judge. So there's thousands of people working without pay. So it's even though the government has shut down, people are still having to work, right? So
yes.
Even though the government, but then do you think that some of the Black women that have left the jobs was because of the fact, or did they get fired?
I think that there's a lot of half truths. I don't think it's specifically Black women.
When they said 40,000 white women, so 40,000 other races, 300,000 Black because of DEI. So they got rid of those positions. Well, the particular reason why is because of like the places that were getting cut, like the VA and the Department of Education. A lot of Black women worked those jobs. 300,000, I guess, to be exact. So those particular jobs in the government were ran with Black. So that's why those jobs are gone when those programs were cut. So the bottom line is that okay, you're saying that the whole thing it's a positive thing. So where do you see the how is it going to come out positive? I'm trying to find out, like, okay, where do you see that this is going to turn around and make a positive?
That's an excellent question.
How's this turn around? And what
That's a phenomenal question.
Turn around. Go ahead.
In my understanding, I speak on the psychology right now of what you just asked. Black men, women, and children in this country, out of all demographics, hands down as Americans, we have this resilience that is unmatched with adversity. We tend to get stronger and more clever, or more cunning, more sophisticated under adversity, especially apex adversity. It's been shown time and time again. This is when the inventions happen, and this time around, we need to stop selling.
Okay, so Nee says the media is used to cause the despair of whites onto Blacks. As we progressed over 500 years, the tables are flipped and altered to set Blacks off track.
I agree.
Do you have any thoughts about this, Alameen?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm just listening right now.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Okay.
What I was gonna say is this, sir, before, just to encourage you more, so we want you to share it too. I'd say repeat the question one more time, DJ Genesis, for him and I.
The media and how it is
Yeah.
affecting. Yes, go ahead.
The media blows smoke up the American public's asses, and it gets us riled up on both sides. I believe this country, when we speak on people of color, that's bullshit. It's only black and white. We together have built this country into what it is. That's just the way it is, the salt of the earth. Just like how the Rolling Stones had sang, but there's a better cover song by Johnny Adams. I like his version of it. But the salt of the earth, we are the salt of the earth, black and white. And in this country, United States, we have brought this into the hyper economic situation as it is. There's nothing like this empire.
So let's go into this report where it's called the Edwards report. And he's going to discuss the current report. So we talked about the 300 jobs lost for Black women, but let's talk about overall. How many people are really fired, right? So he's saying,
welcome back to the.
Hold on, I think I hit the wrong thing. Sorry about that, guys. Let's go.
Santelli here with the big breaking news of the morning, the big July jobs report. Non-farm payrolls up 73,000. Definitely a bit light, but maybe it's the Goldilocks. We'll have to see how the market moves. 73,000, that would be the lightest rate of the year. You have to go back to October of last year to find a lower non-farm pay set, 44,000. Now, the revisions, here's a biggie. The 2-month revision, minus 258,000. That is a biggie, Average hourly earnings on month-to-month basis come in as expected, up 0.3. And if we look at year-over-year perspective, up 3.9. That's important. That's 1/10 higher than expected, 0.2 higher than the 3.7 in the rearview mirror. And that 3.7 was the lowest year-over-year earnings rate going back to mid-21. If we look at the hours work at 34.3. That's up 1/10. That's a good thing. The unemployment rate moves up 1/10. It moves up 1/10 from 4.
That's not as high as I thought it would have been moving up. And in fact, I believe that, the Trump administration, the way they're probably going to spin this is exactly what they expected. And maybe it's not a spin. Maybe it's just the truth. Maybe this is exactly what they were going for, especially because they're cutting so many government jobs. They're saying that it's way too bureaucratic. Okay. But this is just a layup for anybody that is trying to spin this into an absolute negative. I think just saying that this is absolutely negative is not really covering the whole story.
4.1 to 4.2, and this makes it the 1, 2, 3, the fourth 4.2 read of the year. To find a higher reading, you're going way back. You're going all the way back to October of 21 when it was 4.5. Now, if we look at labor force participation, comes in 1/10 light, 62.2. That's 1/10 light in the rearview mirror and expectation.
People are just giving up. They're just giving up. The labor force participation rate being that, we're not talking about unemployment. We're talking about the people who can work but just aren't. Only 62% of the people who can work are.
Expectations 62.2. To find a lower number, you're going back to the end of 22. And finally, the underemployment rate, which is called U6. That 4.2 is called U3. 7.9 on the underemployment rate. That would equal where we were in March. To find a higher one, you're going to February. What's the market doing? The market and interest rates is moving lower. Why is it moving lower? Because of the big revision would be my guess, and maybe partially due to the light non-farm, but it is the revision. We have moved down quite a bit. We're at 432 now. Pre-number, we were hovering around 439-ish. And if you look at where we settled last week in a 10, it was at 439. So we're now down about 7 basis points on the week. A 2-year last week closed at 393. It is now down 10 basis points, and that's after closing at the highest level yesterday in the short end.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I'm not on Truth Social, but I'm waiting. We're going to hear something about too late, are we not? It's imminent. But this gives everybody.
Yeah, he's saying that Trump's going to hop on, and he probably already did today by the time I'm recording this, and get on Jerome Powell for not cutting rates sooner. So it's interesting to see that that's where the blame is going to be shifted. But
thank you for the YouTube membership.
As you guys will see later in the video, we'll look at the data and see why this is actually the case. Now, I don't know why they revised the numbers. That's actually crazy. But in terms of the over 800,000 layoffs that have happened, the government is responsible for almost a third of those.
Well, before we go further, I want to thank Misty for joining your membership. Thank you for your membership. Yeah, so that's interesting, 806 jobs lost. That's a lot of jobs, but I mean, how much of it is because of people? They said only a third of it is because of the government. So some people just don't want to work. I don't know. Let's go.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Before you do that, yeah, they do. See,
thank you.
I was just gonna say this right quick before you play that. See, they're not telling y'all something, and they're not telling the people, the public, a lot of things. But don't you know that robots and AI has really cut a lot of jobs? AT&T cut a whole call center positions where now they're not working at AT&T. You're talking about a lot of call center jobs now. That is now some of the calls have been answered by AI, and we're not talking about like AI like person sounding like a computer talking or a robot talking. We're talking about a person that sounds just like me and you. You don't even know if they are AI on some of these calls. So
yes.
So the job loss, I would tell you, it is tremendously dropping. Why? Because people want to work. Yeah, people looking for a job. Some people want to work. People that's willing to work, they want to work. But when you cutting jobs like that and making way for AI and robot intelligence, then what are the vulnerable people gonna do? What are the people gonna do that want to work? You see, so they're gonna tell y'all who this is blame on the government. This is Democrat fault. So this is Republic fault. They know the truth. Both Democrat and Republic, they know the truth. That this ain't neither one this ain't no fault of the Democratic or Republic. This is the fault of major corporations, and we're talking about major corporation. I used to work for a major corporation, and even on my job, a lot of AI has taken over a lot of our jobs. So yeah, like I always say, you keep on living, you're gonna see the truth. You'll see the truth. But people want to work. Don't let them put that in your mind. Nobody want to work no more. People giving up. Ain't nobody giving up. People want to work. Robot and AI is taking over.
Well, let's go into the video discussing that, because what I see is that they're also saying that there are specific jobs that AI won't be able to replace. So let's go into that. Sorry about that, guys. Here.
If you want a slight hint into earning money through the markets, I may share 1 or 2 hints just on the humble. But I would love people to look into it first and research all of what I may mention.
Okay. I couldn't hear what you were saying because I was playing the video. Could you hear the video?
Not yet.
Okay, because I was playing it. All right.
By the Pew Research Center showed that workers with higher educational degrees are the most likely to be replaced by AI.
For the first time ever, white-collar jobs in California are shrinking while blue-collar jobs are growing.
Conversely, the jobs least exposed to being replaced are those that do not require a college degree.
So AI may be coming for some job sectors, but as far as plumbers and electricians and those kinds of trade jobs go, those people are safe.
This has led young people to start preferring blue-collar jobs instead of pursuing a university degree.
More young people are now opting for blue-collar jobs over a college degree. The unemployment rate is accelerating much faster for fresh college grads.
Moreover, 60% of all U.S. workers say they are concerned about the impact of AI on their jobs.
60% of workers are worried about losing their jobs to AI in the next 10 years.
But the most concerning thing is that a study found that the highest paying jobs are the ones most at risk of disappearing due to AI.
The type of jobs that the study found are most exposed to AI? White-collar occupations, often with high education requirements and higher pay.
However, there seem to be certain professions that appear to be AI-proof. So, which careers are most at risk from AI impact? The impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market has become one of the most urgent debates today. Advances in automation, machine learning, and data processing are transforming the way companies operate and how workers fit into the economy. However, not all occupations face the same level of vulnerability. While some professions are at high risk of disappearing or being significantly reduced in number, others appear relatively protected thanks to human skills that are difficult to replace. According to a study by Goldman Sachs, AI could automate up to 18% of global work, with a particularly strong impact on administrative, office, and support jobs.
Artificial intelligence disrupting giants like management consultant McKinsey and Company at an existential level already.
Likewise, the International Labor Organization estimated that nearly 300 million full-time positions worldwide could be affected to varying degrees by the massive introduction of these technologies. In the U.S., the World Economic Forum warned that around 83 million jobs could disappear by 2027 due to automation. The professions most exposed to the risk of being replaced by AI tend to be concentrated in sectors where tasks are routine, repetitive, and based on structured information processing. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute estimated that up to 50% of the work activities currently performed by people could be automated using existing technologies, although not necessarily immediately or completely. Within these activities, the administrative sector is one of the most affected. Data entry, spreadsheet management, and low-level accounting functions are at risk of disappearing at rates ranging from 40% to 70%, depending on the country and the level of technological sophistication.
Those working in sales, marketing, public relations, programming, and business analytics are most at risk of losing their jobs.
For example, in the U.S., the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that data entry clerk occupations have declined by more than 25% in the past decade, and they are expected to continue falling at an accelerated rate by 2030 due to the implementation of intelligent automation software. In the customer service sector, the use of chatbots and virtual assistants capable of handling increasingly complex inquiries has led to a progressive replacement of human jobs. According to Gartner, it is estimated that by 2026, 75% of customer service interactions will be managed by AI, compared to 20% recorded in 2019. This figure implies a significant reduction in demand for call center agents, a job that currently employs more than 17 million people worldwide.
While use cases for AI continue to grow, there is one industry leaning hard into the technology: customer support.
In regions such as Latin America, where this sector expanded over the past 2 decades, the impact could represent the loss of up to 2 million jobs in the next 5 years. Another heavily impacted sector is translation and basic content writing. Platforms like Google Translate have surpassed 90% accuracy in general use translations, and automatic text generation tools like ChatGPT or Claude allow companies to produce articles, reports, and technical manuals in a matter of minutes. According to consulting firms, around 45% of the tasks currently performed by professional translators could be taken over by AI in the next 10 years.
I mean, they gave that's a big number. Like just
Yes.
the call centers alone that will lose jobs.
Yeah.
That's across the world. I mean, call centers. Well, first the Indians replaced most people. Asia replaced a lot of people in the call marketing, calling thing, and now AI is replacing them. So this is going to be a worldwide thing that's hitting. It's not just hitting America.
What I can say about the whole call market thing, and yes, a lot of times they will be able to fix or find solutions for our internet or call or phone services, and they may be in Italy or they may be in Egypt while calling, or they may be in India while calling. However, in solving these issues virtually or remotely for us. However, when it comes down to the whole press 1 for English, press 2 for Spanish. The press 2 for Spanish will be it's going to be phased out by 2016, I believe. Also, when it comes down to the Indians being involved on a logical level, and I'm saying this logically, the reason how come they're so involved with the telemarketing call centers is India has the largest population of English speakers on planet Earth. That's one thing. Doesn't make it right with maybe you and I of how come they're always hoarding these industries, but I'm just making sense of the corporate's mindset of how they're doing things, and they pay them cheaper.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
Go ahead. I
was just gonna say, yeah, and you can look at it that way, but you're talking about the removal. Let's just, I put it like this, right? Look at America. I just focus on America right now, right? You're talking about the doing away with that whole system. You're talking about doing away with that whole market, not just that market, but other markets. If you just focus on America alone, see what they're trying to do is, like I said, is technology, and we have become so far advanced that they're going to use the technology now, you see what I'm saying, to do what they have to do, because the technology, writing those computer scripts and writing those computer codes and everything, those things, those codes have gotten a lot. I mean, they have gotten very intelligent over the years, right? So they're gonna definitely go for that. So if you just focus on America alone, just alone in America, you're talking about a lot of jobs that are going to be replaced. When you're talking about cross seas, offshore, they're going to be replaced as well. Don't get it twisted. They're going to be replaced as well. Why? Because they looking at the fact that now with these special,
it took electricity 40.
Yeah, they looking at the fact that with these special codes being written now, that they can answer all the questions that they need to be answered just through automation alone, computers alone. So you're not just talking about people that's in America, you're talking about people offshore as a whole.
So what does that do though? See, here's the thing. We only talk about Black women. It's like, oh, we need that, right? That's good, Is it also good that also 17 million people are going to be out of a job across the world?
Yeah, why? Because these major corporations don't care.
Black women, you know what I'm saying? But, they need to go ahead and go back to the kitchen. Well, what happens when, like, the only thing that's left is manual labor?
That yeah.
A woman ain't gonna be in the household there either. If we all go to the factory and work, I mean, at least if they was able to work from home, they were still around their kids. But no, if you're working in a factory or whatever, and you know what, a lot of these AI places, they're beginning now to open up nuclear power plants. I think Bill Gates. I think there's 2 different ones that are opening up. So,
well, because AI runs off of nuclear energy, I'm gonna say duh as well. Like duh, it's just what it is. I don't know how this is not hard. But brother Amin was
listen. It doesn't have to be.
Brother Amin was onto something about the 17 million, and I believe he was saying. I think he was saying, "Hey, could become a necessary thing." Yeah, I think he was saying that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Right.
You're saying that everybody losing their job is a necessary. So do you think?
Could you finish that, sir, please?
That maybe we need to do away with jobs altogether. Is that what the whole?
No. Could you say that, sir, again with the 17 million, please? Because you were cooking.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's what they're going into the future. That's what they're looking at. We're going into the future. We got this technology, so we don't need all these workers anymore. So they're making billions and billions and billions of dollars. Remember that, right? So they don't care who getting laid off on jobs. They're not caring how many jobs are letting go people. You see what I'm saying? When you got something to replace man, they're going for whatever they got and they disposal to replace manpower. You see? So
right, it's cheaper to hire an AI bot.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Let me just break down the whole AI situation though. First of all, AI is operating at a deficit. Okay, it's a billions of dollars. The companies that actually run AI, they're operating at a loss. First of all, the computing power that it takes to do this stuff it costs a lot of money for these companies to even run. That's why you have people like Elon Musk opening up and doing all kind of stuff, trying to go into these smaller towns and try to get more and more land to put this AI stuff into, but it's very detrimental to the environment as well. Even his AI thing out in Tennessee, it is shooting all types of gas and all type of stuff into the air. People are getting asthma and all type of stuff off of like this, even just to run AI. And so the more that you have these companies that are charging up AI to run the world, right, to do all this, I think it's going to reach a critical mass because I mean, I think that as much as we think that AI is like all this and all that, it still has not quite all the way. We can't completely rely 100% on AI because, like you said, like I said before, with AI being a sycophant, you know what I'm saying? There's and also that there's too much trust being put into the system, and to put that in charge of everything, I think that without any human oversight, can be a very dangerous thing. Especially if you're using AI to check AI, that's where we're going to run into a problem.
Yeah. See, they're writing AI specifically for the type of business that needs it, right? So like I said when I talked about AT&T, AT&T just got down on this. They got hipped on this, that they replaced their workers and replaced them with AI, right? See, when we think of AI, we think of Google or something like that, right? We think about searching and AI searching and texting and chat GP and all of that. That's because that was written for specifically that purpose. But they got AI technology out there that is specifically written and made specifically for the job. So you're never gonna run and that you're gonna see that too. That you'll never run out of AI space. You'll never run out of AI space because it's different than Google. It's different than you know what we I put it like this. It's different than what we're used to calling AI. What's really
Message.
AI? Yeah, it ain't when I talk about AI and AI replacing jobs, it ain't got nothing to do with the AI that we know, you know what I'm saying, that we used to. We're talking about something totally different. We're talking about something that has specifically been engineered and designed for your company with security backups, with security protocols, only specifically for that company. So now let's say you got 84. Let's say you got 84 companies out there, right? Let's say you got General Motors. You got let's say other major companies out there, right? This AI one is going to be written for General Motors alone, with its own storage space, with its own whatever they got to use for that, but it's specifically for General Motors. Then you got Ford. AI that they're using for that is going to be only specifically written for that. So you're never going to run out of AI space. Not real AI. You never run out of AI space. So that's why they're looking to get rid of people. See, let's say you get rid of 1,700 people on a job and you replace them by allowing AI to do what they used to be able to do. Now AI can do it even better, and also AI can handle it less than 10 to 15 minutes. Bam. That's exactly what they want. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. Like I say, keep living your line.
And what I've been saying too, DJ Genesis, to add on to what Mr. Amin was saying, and he was cooking. You remember when you come up with them videos with the AI syncopate, what you call it?
Sycophant.
All right. And I was very contrarian about all this stuff, is because I was my main talking points is this AI that we know that's accessible right here at the Google Play Store and downloadable.
Mm-hmm.
That's not real AI.
Yeah.
The real AI that these corporations use, and I could name a few of the software that they're using that's AI. It's not accessible to the public. There's no shelfware.
Yeah.
You can't get it off the shelf physically. You can't go in a store. You can't get it off of Google Play Store either. It's available, but it's not accessible to the public.
Yeah.
Say for instance, Uber. Uber uses AI software known as Grayball. You and I aren't able to download that on any Play Store or go to a store and buy that off the shelf. Palantir, it has no shelfware, meaning that you can't go to a store, get it off the shelf. You can't go on Google Play Store and buy it. It's like that. These are real AIs. It's only accessible to corporations who pay a subscription fee. Their own, I don't know what the cost is, what the corporations work out with each other. But when it comes like the police department, they use Palantir. They have some type of subscription fee with the police department and government contracts. We're talking about government contract type of stuff. We're civilians. We're using deep learning, free trial, anything that's free basically is already a danger to us. Is spyware. That's all that is. It's spyware attached to it. This is like as elementary stuff. We get in that super beta version of it. We're not even there yet. That's why when we download it and buy it off the Play Stores, we always get these updates. Why we always got to update? It was working fine. Why we got to update?
Right. So this is what I was actually just talking about, is not just so much about just AI, but the implications. Let's go.
To win the AI revolution, the amount of data centers that they are opening is growing exponentially. This requires increasing amounts of fresh water and energy. In 2023 alone, Google used the equivalent of 1/8 of Lake Athabasca to cool their data centers. And Microsoft recently committed to restarting nuclear reactors like 3 Mile Island, the site of the 1978 partial nuclear meltdown, to create enough energy for their growing amount of AI-intensive data centers. Now, there is a lot of talk right now about the future potential of AI. I'm working on a video about Google Mind and AlphaFold's ability to create breakthrough medications, and there's a ton of excitement and optimism in other spaces too. But one thing we know for sure about AI right now is that Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, all these companies, they're building massive amounts of data centers in order to power their AI systems in their race to monopolize artificial intelligence, and this will have a huge impact on our futures. AI technology relies on data centers that require so much energy that they get so hot that they need water pumped through them to be cooled in order to function. This is a Google data center. Those colorful pipes, those aren't wires. That's kind of what I thought initially. Those are pipes of cold, clean water which flow through the system, keeping the technology from overheating. In 2023 alone, Microsoft data centers consumed 7.8 million cubic meters of fresh water, up 34% from the year before, because of how many more data centers they were running to power their new AI technology pursuits. The water that cools and cleans the technological systems needs to be free of impurities, bacteria, debris, and dirt. This is the reason why these data centers rely on fresh water for cooling. The water needs to be extremely clean. Therefore, the water is taken from the same sources that we use to drink, cook, and wash with. So how much water are you consuming every time you use an AI technology like ChatGPT? Based on Microsoft's 2022 annual report on fresh water used for cooling systems, asking ChatGPT 3 10 to 55 questions or prompts uses roughly 500 milliliters of fresh water. I think this is important to know and remember that when you're using AI technology like ChatGPT, there is an environmental impact. It makes sense that we haven't really thought about this that much. Companies aren't talking about this as they expand their AI initiatives.
You understand what I'm saying? We're saying that these people are losing their jobs to AI. AT&T is now getting rid of like 17 million employees, whatever the heck is going on. Everybody's like losing their jobs and it's going to get replaced by AI. This is a great thing, right? So the loss of job is a great thing. AI gets to take over, make things more efficient. Yeah, shouts out to AI. But the environmental impact of that is that our fresh water is going to be fucked up. So
shout out to AI.
At what point do we?
Thank you, AI.
Okay, why do you have to do that?
Because we're trying to get back to being human again. Thank you, AI.
No, AI
fails. There's an 89% fail at all this. So,
sir, we need fresh water.
They're using blue gold. See, that's the difference. I'm gonna speak the language for the Americans. It's called blue gold. Blue gold water.
Okay, they need fresh water.
Blue gold water. I want to be very clear on what that is.
If they were able to like do this with salt water, which is the majority of water on it would make sense. But what they're using are drinking the water we need to drink.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Blue gold.
All right, explain what blue gold is.
See, you keep saying what it is, but I want you to verify what I just mentioned. Because if I'm giving wrong information, how would you be able to figure out if I gave wrong information right now? By looking at it.
When people come up here, listen, anybody else that comes up here give a statement about something, please be able to give me the link to it. There's a private back chat that you can send me the link.
I'm not giving any links. That's how I was.
Okay, so you don't have to interrupt me, sir. You always do that. Very rude. And I was playing a video, and you interrupted me just to say certain stuff like shouts out to AI. Okay, shouts out to it. What the hell is that? Why do you have to interrupt me to say that, bro?
We having women bake cookies again for the children in the very near future. Jane Jetson Jane Jetson had Rosie. However, y'all gonna have the children. We're gonna do this again. We're going back to a time where it's super necessary. I'll bang you right back. Hold up. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't get like just interrupted for the sake of it. I'm just saying, when you're dealing with the resources that AI is taking, okay, the resources that and everything, it's not just only about the loss of job, people going back to the home. It's crazy when it's also impacting the environment. So the environment so even though we've lost our job, we go back home. Then we're having data centers built everywhere. The environment is being affected. This is an issue at this point. And if they do have a universal basic income, that's cool. But if you're in an environment that's making you sick, so it's all feeding in on itself. And I'm not just saying that it won't be good for a moment in time, but I'm just saying the more that you're building these data centers, nuclear power plants to power AI, all this stuff is not good for the environment. Let's go into it.
Initiatives. Amazon is planning to spend $100 billion in the next 10 years to build data centers.
$100 billion. Come on now. So that's a lot of resources. Because if they have $100 billion, where the hell are they getting $100 billion from? That means that they must have access to some resource to be able to back up $100 billion worth of data centers. So that means that resource is worth $100 billion, bro. And they're probably going into the Amazon. These places that they're pointing to are places like probably forestation place where water and fresh water is at and all type of stuff. So this is going to affect the environment very critically. And you have multiple corporations doing this, all for the sake of AI to power what? We're not even around. If humans are not around, what are we just building robots for nothing to run so we're going to be replaced by the robot? What are we doing here? You're going to make Earth inhabitable for AI to inhabit it? What are we doing here?
Around the world, consuming massive amounts of energy and water. In fact, earlier this year, they secured the approval to build 2 new data centers near Santiago, Chile. Santiago, Chile, I have been there once, that's why I know how to say it so well, is already a water-stressed city. So there has been mass protests and concern as people are wondering where this fresh water is going to come from, because it's likely going to come from their personal freshwater sources. In the Dalles, Oregon, I've never been there, I don't know if it is pronounced Dalles, Google has 3 data centers, and 1/4 of the city's water supply is being consumed by these 3 data centers, and they're planning to build 2 more. There has been a lack of regulation and standards about knowing how much water these data centers are consuming, because this is all quite new technology, but we are getting more transparency than ever before. Based on estimates from 2022, a mid-sized data center uses about 300,000 gallons of water a day, equal to the water consumption of about 100,000 homes. Microsoft recently announced it had signed a 20-year deal to purchase energy from the dormant 3 Mile Island nuclear reactor, the one that had a meltdown in the 1970s. The reason was to create nuclear energy to power their growing need for data centers in their AI race. Now, I am all for this. I'm all for nuclear energy, but this is only being used to power data centers. These nuclear reactors aren't being used to create energy for us. This is all at a time when we're trying to figure out how to get energy that isn't going to be burning fossil fuels. But again, these nuclear reactors are just powering data centers. But as stated earlier,
listen, even in Texas right now, if it gets too hot, the grid is suffering. If it gets too cold, the grid goes down. The grid right now I got solar power because the grid goes up and down sometimes. Even in Africa, they have a hard time getting regular electricity. But now you have more on the data centers for AI, and that's going to have 100% uptime. But hell, we might be having blackouts and all this other stuff with all this consumption of resources for AI. So
Could I add on?
Started off with discussing the boycott of Black women and all the women losing their jobs, and then that's cool. We need to go back to being housewives. Okay, fine. Then we go into let's go further into it. Job losses across the board. All right, so what's really happening? All these jobs are being lost to AI. Now let's go into AI. What is really happening? Okay, well, we need AI, right? AI is a great thing. Well, it's not quite a great thing, because when we all lose our jobs and we go back to whatever land and we just start to farm, well, when AI is beginning to destroy the environment, now there's an issue. So it's almost like a self-feeding snake. It's a snake that's eating its own tail. That's the issue that I'm having with this whole thing.
Ouroboros. That's what the snake eating its tail. Ouroboros.
Yeah, Ouroboros. That's what exactly this
See
is.
how at internet speed, how like that. Bam.
Yeah,
If I could cook for a second, if I could cook for 1 second, give me a minute, give me 90 seconds to let me cook.
I will. Go ahead.
Reverend Green, the man in the high castle. Americans, take out your pen and pencil. I'm gonna provide some right information. I could be wrong, but I would like you to do your due diligence carefully. See, not too long ago, President Trump sent out the order for the National Guards to go to Memphis. But as he signed off on that for real, he was in the UK. Okay? He was in the UK at that time signing a bill for billions of dollars, $600 billion deal to pour in between the United States and the UK for data centers. In Memphis, Tennessee, there is a headquarters that is owned by the UK called Argo Blockchain. And its headquarters is a data center called Merkle, Merkele. Merkle is also a tree in technology, which is dealing with the Merkle tree of Bitcoin. Blue gold water is super necessary for data mining centers. It's not fresh water, it's that marine water. Human beings aren't drinking marine water. All right. But the relationship to clearing out and making sure that certain citizens and just having it more carefully one-on-one, like almost like, hey, this is under construction still. This is super necessary. Just like how not too long ago, I mentioned to Attorney Calvin, on Watching the World 7-7. That's a great podcast. I mentioned to him about, hey, is that district in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, is that Oak Lawn section, is that the section where Jasmine Crockett's area is? And he laughed and he smiled and he was like, yes, it is, by the way. And I say, and that is the location where the Texas Stock Exchange is going to open in 2026. And he's like, yes, it is. I'm not playing these games with Americans. I'm not the media.
Right. So
I'm not blowing smoke up your asses. I want y'all to eat and get this money. Argo blockchain.
Hold on. But I'm talking about I don't want to go into blockchain real quick. I'm still talking about the impact.
Blue gold water.
Okay, so fish live in the ocean. So even
we don't drink that stuff.
Voided of that's not good
it's
for
not
the
fresh water. That video was lying.
Even if it's not fresh water, what about the fish in the ocean?
Oh God! What about the starving kids in Ukraine? Do you ever think about that? No,
right.
Nobody cares.
Listen, I brought up Bobby Achabayo, and I want him to talk about, because he is actually right now going through exactly what I'm talking about with AI. He lives in Tallulah, Louisiana, and he is going through exactly what we're discussing when it comes down to AI and how they're building that. Please go into what's going on there.
Want to say a lot to each and every one of you. I am located in a place called Tallulah, Louisiana, and there's a place called Holly Ridge, Louisiana, and they're building a $10 billion AI plant. It's gone from $10 billion now to $17 billion because There are more of the companies added on, and they got to raise the energy. They got to raise the grid. The energy will be able to carry the load on this. Now the people begin to protest because they're seeing a different fallout behind this particular plant. At first it was all exciting because the jobs is going to bring in the money, but money is not everything. We're losing valuable resources and everything just for the sake of Meta to come in. And not only is Meta, but there's 2 other plants getting ready to come in here and build plants. So Louisiana now is getting to be a large hub on AI plants. Many of our schools and universities are setting up classes to study cyber and AI plants. I'm about 20 miles from the plant because I live in Tallulah. Tallulah has a port off of Mississippi. They bring in the rocks, all the foundation material comes through Tallulah going over to this plant. We got over 100 plus trucks in here right now that are hauling rock day and night. And it's a 5-year plan. And and like I said, the towns are suffering because of very little of them is making any benefits off of the sales tax. And now people begin to complain about how it is affecting their quality of life, even though it's coming in to make improvements. Matter of fact, would you believe that President Trump had been long left from down here? What the hell is he doing down here? Well, it seems like Elon Musk is trying to buy some land because a lot of the land is unincorporated. So what else did you want to know?
So here's the main thing. When you talk about valuable resources, can you describe some of the resources that these plants are beginning to affect?
Well, taking a lot of the farmland and the water out of the Mississippi. We got a water issue going on, and it takes water to down here. We got what they call aquifers, and Mississippi provides most of the water for many of the aquifers, the farmland, and so the farmers are losing because they're taking more water to get ready to run this plant then they'll be able, and it's going to cut them down on their usage. So that's one thing. So if you have you have the water resources to grow your product. I mean your cotton and your soybeans and corn. Then what happens? Your agriculture suffers, and everybody's suffering now because they're seeing it may look good at first, but in the long run, it's going to be devastating.
Now, Man High Cap said that they're not using fresh water. They're only using marine water that cannot be drank by humans. From what you're saying, and you're there, are they using?
That's not so. They're using water out of Mississippi. Because matter of fact, my representative Travis Johnson, they just created a special water control here in Louisiana with under Governor Landry that they closed out the session on now, and one of my associates is on the board of this water board thing. So yeah, they're using it. Now they're talking about recycling the water. The recycled water gonna be used at the other plants, but they got to start somewhere, and the Mississippi is what they're using.
And
I would love to add on.
That's your drinking.
I would love to add on.
Is that not?
May I add on?
Okay, what do you have to say?
Again, blue gold water is marine water, and the co-relationship to which is the Gulf of America. Hint, hint. How come it's called the Gulf of America now? That is the marine water that you would find in the Gulf of America, and people aren't drinking out the river of the Mississippi River. Also, for the past 6 to 8 years, also to the past.
Where is the
No,
water?
we're not
What
drinking.
water?
We're not drinking water from the ocean.
So where are they funneling the water from that's going into the houses in America? They're coming from
Look
the
up
lake in the
blue
river.
gold water. It doesn't take scientists to look that up. You'll know the difference between blue gold water that the AI needs, that these data center needs,
Okay, well, stop.
versus fresh water.
Okay,
Look
stop.
up.
Listen,
Sister
Bobby
Monica.
Yashabai is here. He's going through this right
See,
now.
it's one thing
The
to talk
government.
about what ain't. It's another thing
I'm
to
not
talk about
worried
what
about
is.
what he's going through.
I live here. We had to install in underground filters to filter the water. We started having salt water and fresh water started mixing down around New Orleans, and they're trying to stop that now with all the offshore drilling. Now I know it's one, but we draw from the Mississippi. Look up the Mississippi aquifer and how many times it's tied into it, and Tallulah is tied into it. We're dealing with water issues right now. I had to install a $6,000 water filtration system on my house, even to go along with the new plant that they're building to filter out a lot of the contaminants. And that's what they operate on here in Tallulah. I don't care what nobody say. I've been there since 2007, and the quality of water have gone down tremendously. And right now we're fighting right now, trying to find a way to fix it. We got the aquifer, we got the Crockfield aquifer, and we got several other aquifers. But the Mississippi is the biggest supplier of water and irrigation here in Louisiana, where I am. Now, I mean, a guy can argue about blue water, pink water, purple water, but I'm telling you what's going on there. And right now, we got one of the highest cancer rates of people dying in the United States. I'm here. I'm not camping. I live here. I'm here every day. And I'm dealing with this thing, and I'm a part of the ongoing research and stuff on the water around here. Been involved since 2017. And right now they're rebuilding our water plant. You know. I understand what the young man saying, but to be outside looking in is one thing than being inside looking. And I live here. Matter of fact, if you look up in Madison Parish Port, that's part of the Mississippi. You look up the Mississippi aquifer. Look how large it is, and how many people, and how many times it's tied into it. Look at the Crockfield aquifer, which comes out of Arkansas, and so forth and so forth. I'm telling you what I not heard, but what I know. I have friends that are farmers that are talking about the water situation and how hard it is and what's going on down here.
And so I want to show this real quick. Let me show this real quick. Just so that
And show blue gold water as well.
Okay, I'll show you blue gold water, but I'm just like showing because it's great to like talk about all that stuff. But this is actually, so what it's saying in this thing, hold on. Several AI-driven data centers are being constructed in Mississippi, leading to concerns about their water and power consumption and potential impacts on the state's aquifers. Not the blue gold, but the aquifers. The issue is compounded by a simultaneously separate effort by Amazon to use AI to help farmers conserve water from the main aquifer. So it might be some blue gold going on, but the aquifer. So let's see. What is the aquifer? What would I say? What is the aquifer in Mississippi?
Are you in Louisiana too? Because it covers both of them.
Okay. So aquifers in Mississippi are used primarily for agricultural irrigation and with additional significant uses for drinking water and industry. A primary source is the Mississippi River Valley alluvial aquifer, which provides immense quantities of water and supports the region's economy. So even though they might be blue gold water, what's happening is that they also are using the aquifers and the water that people need to drink out of in order to power these AI plants. So here's the problem. So blue gold water. So blue gold refers to the availability of fresh water and the health of watersheds that are intricately linked and increasingly tied to the issues of energy and technology as human populations, societal demand, and climate change intensifies. Okay. Why has water been named blue gold? Fresh water is becoming a finite life resource.
I'll call you back when I get off.
Sorry about that. So I don't understand. So let me see. What is the definition of blue definition?
Yeah, you're not even getting into it.
Mama, so you can see one thing to talk about it. It's one thing to talk about it.
Blue gold is just fresh water.
On a daily basis.
Blue gold water is the same thing as fresh water. So what are we talking? So what are you mentioned blue gold like you were saying something different?
Yeah, you're still not even looking into it.
Well, then you should have given me the link to what you're talking about.
It's fine.
Listen, don't come and make. So you told me to look it up, and now when I'm looking it up, you're saying it's not the right thing. You're gonna mention something, and all I'm seeing is that he's talking about fresh water. The guy said it was fresh water that was talking about what they're using to power these plants, which is not. They're not using salt water. They're using fresh water. The definition of blue gold water is the fresh water. This is the thing that we need to drink out of. And then when I asked you, okay, well, what do you mean? You mean something else than what the fresh water is? You said no, it's the marine life or whatever you said it was, and I need to look it up. So I looked it up, and that's what it is. So don't keep arguing with me over something when you didn't look it up and give me whatever your definition of what you're talking about was. You told me to look it up, and that's what I found. So, Baba, I want you to really get into what's really going on, because this is a very bad thing because I see also in Tennessee, in Memphis, people are getting sick. And our people, you said that there is it raised up cancer rates and all this stuff, and we need our water.
Water, not only cancer, but heart conditions on the rise because of the contaminants. And what I've done, I'm sorry I don't have it with me, but we get an annual report from the water, what's it called, the GW, whatever it is, about the contaminants in our water. We have high arsenic, lead, and a few other things in the water that they're talking about. I just left the city council meeting last week. We got a company out of Texas called Patterson's, company out of Texas, in here now working on our water plants, because they're trying to use a lot of lime to filter out the arsenic and stuff, and the lime is ruining a lot of the parts in the water plants. With clarifiers and filtration and things are going down. So if the clarifiers and filtration is going down, that means the people are getting bad water, and that's what we're fighting right now in Tallulah. So we're in the process of $22 million to rebuild our water plant. $22 million. Just think about it.
So it's one thing to just Google search something, but when you have a person that's in government that is having part of the conversation of the actual water plants that are the plants that are being affected, and really in the government, we're in a town that this is happening in. Whatever you're saying is great and everything, but he's actually experiencing it. He lives in a town where the next 20 miles from where the data center is happening at, and it's affecting his town all the way 20 miles away.
There's a chat member saying Victor Hart speaking right now. He left a message up there in the chat. Could you read it?
His so-called blue gold water is nothing more than water pumped out of the earth. Sage is David a special name? I don't know who's Sage. I'm not sure. He's probably talking to somebody in the chat. But so water pumped from the earth. Okay, but are they using water pumped from the earth? Or are they using water from the aquifers.
They pumping water from the aquifer.
Thank you. So we could say that they're just using water pump from the earth. And even that's still a dangerous thing, because I think he also said that once they start doing that, once they start pumping all that water out without replacing it with anything, sinkholes may start occurring all over the state. So even by using the blue gold, it's still an environmental impact. The bottom line is that there's an environmental impact all around the board, especially when you're having all these data centers that $100 billion project across the world for Amazon. And for what? For AI for what?
Yep.
You know? What is so important about AI that we begin to negate the human impact of it? They just said that in order for you to just do one search on ChatGPT, it takes what like X amount of gallons of water just for one ChatGPT thing. Bob, what is going on? So you guys are pretty much losing the battle on this. What has happened when you guys begin to try to fight against this? Are they just so hell bent about money that they don't even understand the impact of society? They don't care. Baba?
See, not only that, yeah, I'm sorry to butt in, but not only that, when you live in a place and it's a day-to-day fight, or what we're talking about, it's not one thing you go to bed and get up. We've been on this fight for quite a while. As a matter of fact, we're the Port Commission, the parish, and the city are in meetings right now. What do we do to try to save our town and the erosion that's going to take place that you're talking about? What are we doing to build back up our levees? What are we doing now to make sure the water going to be fresh? Because they're talking about getting what they call a permit to take up recycled water and bring it back to the cooling systems. So it's going to be a mess if we ain't very careful. And that's where right now, we got senators and representatives in Baton Rouge right now discussing this, along with reapportionment, or what they're doing, reapportionment on the land and districts. So it's a lot going on, a lot, you know. And I'm glad you asked me to come on, because I was just on the phone with the Department of Justice. Just got through talking with them about some things going on. And behind the wall, which had nothing to do with this, strong voter suppression's on the move. So because in order to do certain things, you need citizens of support. And now, in order to stop it, it takes the citizens to say yes or no, we want it or we don't want it. So now they're really working on that. So they ran into a bunch of people over there that was living in Holly Ridge. Look up Holly Ridge. Look up Holly Ridge, Louisiana. Meta plant. You do that for me?
Yeah, I'll do that.
See, they talking about, let's get some addresses, phone numbers, and blood type. It's called Holly Ridge, Louisiana. It's called the Meta Project.
I have it right here.
Would you
Let's have to play the video now, huh? Let me,
Oh, no. Now let's talk about it. There it is.
All right, so I'm gonna play this video real quick so you guys can hear about this. Is the news right here, so let's go.
Okay, come on with it.
Right. Activity. Right. So I mean, so like when you talk about that, okay, so you have a small go ahead.
Just like I said, there's the proof right there. You know. And Sister Martha, you were down here.
But hell, if you can't drink the water and you're gonna live in the town, but you're gonna be drinking.
I'm sorry, you got that water.
Say it again. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? What I was saying?
I mean, y'all see some of the water around here. It looked like sewage. Yeah, I hear. That's why I had to install a filtration system on my house to cover everything because it's rusting out the commodes and faucets and stuff. Water looked like tea, you know, and so we had to go do a lot of things ourselves because it's taking so long for the state to do anything. And see, the thing about it, we got a lot of state people that got investment at her, and they're fighting us. They keep getting them bonus checks, keep getting their money, and we find out we got a lot of people in our state government that's already invested in these AI plants.
Right.
So it's like fighting the fox in the hen house, and he got the doors closed.
Right. And the thing is, the problem is that, so it's like, yeah, it's going to create jobs, but at what cost?
But at what cost? You know, and not only that, I was talking to one of my other friends. Do you know that we have not sold 1 bushel of soybeans to China this year? Not
no. And how much were you selling before?
They're all in silos and storage because China refused to buy the soybean because of the high tariff that President Trump has put on it.
100%
And you know why they raised that with Venezuela? Because that's where they're going to get this stuff.
So China's
blowing these boats up to my drugs. They're actually blowing up these boats so they can't get. They try to cut them off from getting their soybean because China is the biggest user of soybeans of any nation in the world with all that tofu and stuff. And I'm talking to a guy that I can talk to a friend of mine that raises them. Man, we ain't sold 1 bushel this year. Now the insurance got to pick it up. The agriculture insurance got to pick up the bill. What do you think going to happen? This is black and white farmers. You ain't just black and white farmers are catching hell that did soybean.
So can you kind of go into the like how is this administration and things that it's doing affecting people in rural areas, like smaller places like a Tallulah, Mississippi, farming areas? How is it affecting them?
They're forcing. It's affecting us all around because we got schools closing up. They're merging school because the money is not there anymore. People are moving out because all the what's going on here. So we're losing. You're losing the game, one thing, but you're losing on the other. So it's chaos. It's chaos. You know.
Right.
And
so while this whole immigration is happening, that people are like, everybody's like, let's hear on immigration. It's some underground stuff, really wag the dog thing happening on the industrial side, on the agricultural side.
That's the whole thing. Immigration is just all the immigration, other stuff is just a deflection from the real deal, right? What we got going on now, and I know when this ain't the topic.
No, that's okay because we can change the topic because it's about the information.
Okay, the thing is this: with all that's going on, we're facing this thing called the Insurrection Act. What happens if this man is able to get this thing pushed through because they control the House, the Senate, and the White House? What if they can flip this Supreme Court to give him the approval to use the Insurrection Act? What do you think going to happen to this country then? That's where it's going because he said he's going to be a dictator. People didn't believe it. Now he's showing you. And what did Maya Angelou say? If a man tell you what he is, believe it. He's showing you how he's going to be a dictator. So the thing is this. What is the Insurrection Act? How many people don't even know what it is? Right? And the power behind it, even though it's like 1700, it has never been amended. Never been amended. So now he's trying to use that. And what are you doing? He's causing a war between the Democrats and Republicans because more we stay divided, It's easy for them to control us. They feed garbage on both sides. And now you are, but the whole deal is, can I get the Insurrection Act passed that gives all the power to the president? Will you pull that up, Sister Monica? Please. The Insurrection Act.
And you got a great point. You got a very great point too. I told you.
Thank you.
Donald Trump want to be a dictator. That's what he want to be.
And it's how he's doing. He's doing it through the back door. He's doing it through the thing they call the back door, and he's well underway. Well underway.
So it says the let me sorry.
Will you pull it up where people can see it?
All right. So the Insurrection Act of 1807 is the U.S. federal law that empowers the President of the United States to nationally deploy the U.S. military and to federalize the National Guard units of the individual. And hold on, let me go. Okay, the Insurrection Act 1807. Okay, federal law that empowers the President of the United States to nationally deploy the U.S. military and to federalize the National Guard units of the individual states in specific circumstances such as suppression of civil disorder and insurrection and armed rebellion. So that's the Insurrection Act.
Insurrection and all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why do you think he's using all this immigration stuff with ICE and all that, getting people all stirred up? The more hell he raised, the easier it is for him to bring in the Insurrection Act.
That's right.
Everything is by design. Everything by design. The whole thing is to create a problem and then resolve the problem. He's not retiring. That's why he's deliberately keeping confusion going so that we will buck against the system because we're all about our rights. We're not operating under the 1789. We're operating under the 1871 Constitution. How many of y'all are familiar with it? We're not under that other one. And people don't realize it. We're under the 1871. And people don't realize what's going on. 1789 don't carry no weight. But it was 1871 is the one people never studied. Then we got to deal with what the Federalist Papers.
That's why you think he came into he started off and tried to get and got the government to go into Washington, D.C., the National Guard, because it does talk about Washington, D.C. and Germany and that 1871 Constitution.
Right. Yeah, but see the thing about it, but why is Washington, D.C. separate from the rest of the United States? Why is it different? It don't have no senators, nothing like. Why Washington, D.C.? And then he's going after all the Democratic ran states that went against him or didn't agree with him. He's on. That's keep more division. And all is going to be affected. Why they doing one thing, yeah, doing something behind the wall. But once again, I tell everybody, so I quit trying to make people accept it. Just look around and see what's on the handwriting on the wall. The man did not, he lied, but he did not lie. He said, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do that. Now he's saying he's father. Now he said, I'm a father 2025. This is not the 2025 thing. This thing is older than 2025. The deal of 2025. How many of y'all are familiar with the 1962 11 executive orders that was handed down? We got a few people on here. How many of you have ever heard of the 1962 11 executive orders that was handed down under John F. Kennedy? It's the same playbook. And guys, chasing wolf.
Was it Kennedy a Democrat? So as much as they want to say that they're not, wasn't Kennedy a Democrat? So as much as they want to say that this is about,
be not fooled. The Democrats and Republicans is two sides of the same damn bird. That was a time you couldn't flip parties. Now you can flip a party in midstream. There was a time you could not switch from being a Republican or Democrat. You had to stay with it. Now you can be anything you want to be. Why? It was called the Infusion Act. And that's what's going on. We talk about this, that, all that is distractions, deflecting. The real deal is that we got goats leading sheep to slaughter.
Yeah.
And it's the same people. The same people. We don't have the power we thought we had, because why? We're so divided on everything and stuff that has no don't even have no control of the price of tea in China. And we argue about it, we fuss about it, we debate about it. At the same time, when you wake up, they already got their thing in place. Are you familiar with what I just asked? The 11 executive orders of 1962. They're the two sides of the same damn coin. That's it.
What are some of the main points of that act?
The main point of it is, if you pulled it up, I think I sent it to you. It says the communication of February 14, 1962, between John F. Kennedy. It's called the 11 executive orders. The first thing they had to create a thing called the head of the Office of Emergency Planning states that approval of Congress would be necessary to put orders in place. Well, who controlling Congress now? Republicans. Who control the Senate? Republicans. Who control the House? Republicans. I think I sent you a copy of this, Sister Monica. And you can pull it up. You can go through each one of them. And everything they said, they've done. They're doing. And all this stuff about immigration, why is he grabbing up citizens? This goes back to the King Alfred plan. And back then, they was trying to depopularize us, because we were considered the main threat. But now they got a new one by bringing them all in. But remember, the president is married to an immigrant, and the vice president of families are immigrants. Where you gonna start with them? You see what I'm saying? Let's go back to the King Alfred plan. The plan was depopulation, be it through a census, be it done through what we call biochemical. Now all of a sudden they're taking all the CDC has been shut down. Then more folks than that, they're still going to depopulate. Why? The question is, the question is this, and I think the Minister Farrakhan brought it out. We talked about it years ago. Is the fact that the Caucasian is afraid of losing his majority status and becoming a minority. He's already a minority. Did you not know that?
That the Caucasian is a minority here across the world, right?
Yeah, throughout the world. But do you not know that a Caucasian, according to Black's Law Dictionary, I think it's page 792, the nationalization act cannot be a citizen of the United States?
No, I didn't know that.
According to Black's Law Dictionary. According to Black's Law Dictionary, and I happen to have a copy of it right here, that they cannot be citizens. Well, how the hell are they citizens?
Right, let alone the president, right?
Yeah. Matter of fact, a thing called a free white person. That's on page 792 of the Black's Law Dictionary.
Which version of it? Which thing of the Black's Law Dictionary you have?
Fourth edition.
Fourth edition. Okay.
Fourth edition.
You there? Did Baba freeze? No, he's
Yeah, I'm
there.
here.
Oh,
Okay, he's just looking it up. But yeah, so
Yeah, I'm here.
thank you for citing your sources, Baba.
A
Thank
Black's
you.
Law Dictionary
I
of
love
free
it.
white person. Huh? I might have been a guy up on the story because some people don't do
No,
that
that's all.
research.
Go
That's what I
ahead.
do instead of running research.
No, I
Yeah.
appreciate you citing your sources.
And
It's one
because,
thing to say that and then be able to show it, you know?
well, if that's the name of the thing, documentation beats conversation all day long. You can say what you want to, i.e. emotion, but show me the printed paper, the document, where I can do my research, see where it come from. Because there's so much fake stuff out there now without solid. I don't go for all this computer stuff. I got a library, but you know I got one.
Right.
And I go back and see what's in the books that was written before there was AI and computers. And then I go do my from there, and that's what I'm looking at, you know. And for those matter of fact, if you pull up executive order, executive order 11,000, provide for the mobilization of all civilians into a work brigade under government supervision. What do you think that is? If that ain't round the folks up and put them in a work brigade.
So you think that that's the objective, is to take away all the jobs and then put them into a work brigade?
You take away the job. What is the biggest employee of all the people that we have that's working?
The government.
The government. And once they start taking fine folks know what they want to do with them, now you got another problem. I think we've gone through this before. It says executive order 10,999. Provide for the takeover of all modes of transportation and control the highways and seaports. They've already done that. Then I asked the people this. Now check this out. How many companies does Russia own in America?
How many companies?
How many companies does China own in America? How much land do they own in America? Put it up.
Hold on.
See, while we chasing whoop cookies, the country's been sold. It's already in debt.
And the day of President Andrew
Already
days,
it's been broke. Yeah, I appreciate it. They've been in debt since the damn Civil War. And we're getting further and further in debt. What are the United States credit rating?
So it says that private investment funds have facilitated billions in Russian-backed investment into the U.S., with much of it remaining under the radar.
Yeah.
Investment firms with Russian ties, Letter One, co-founded by owners of Russian Alpha Group, has a U.S. office and maintains over $2 billion in American investments. Similarly, with the sanctioned Russian oligarch Viktor Velksberg invested through the U.S. private investment firm Columbus Nova.
These are things you got to look at. Follow the money trail. Follow the money trail.
Outpoint Capital, a private equity firm belonging to Russian billionaire Vladimir Putin, bought a company that manages Maryland's voter list and has received data center contracts from the Department of Defense and Department of Labor.
No, got to breaking up, but I'm pretty sure.
The rabbit hole definitely runs deep.
So not only that, and a lot of buying things, and Chinese You got people that they buy they're Chinese-owned companies in the background with private individual property. They buy farmland. How much farmland do China own in America?
That's right.
How many gas stations? You know, and the list goes on. I don't see one thing. I don't chase the wolf cookies. I go where the thing is. And being in trucking and traveling, we've seen a lot of things. BP is owned by Russia. You know that?
BP is owned by Russia. Wow.
British Petroleum owned by Russia. Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's why that
These are the
Nord
things you have to look
pipeline
at.
was blown up.
Yeah. Help me out. Help me out.
Okay,
Yeah.
just saying, okay, I understand. I got you. Keep cooking.
Yeah. We chasing wolf cookies and they doing a whole new thing behind the curtain.
That's right.
So what it said that while BP had a significant investment in the Russian oil company Rosneft, it exited its investment following the invasion of the Ukraine.
And that's around when the Nord Stream pipeline
Historical ties to Russia. For many years, BP held 19.75% stake in the Russian state-owned oil company Rosneft. It was a major partner and significant source of revenue to the company. So, they exited the stake in 2022 because of the war in Ukraine. But at some point, the Ukraine war kind of interrupted that.
Because they want to get control of the minerals. They want control of their minerals. What it trying to say? Give us your mineral rights and we'll give you these javelins. We'll give you this to fight the war. What?
Correct.
My mineral rights. There's a lot that we need to go back and look at.
Trump is putting it into China in the USA. Well, they already own it. How can you put it in? Someone says Trump is putting it into.
They already own the place.
Right. They already own the property.
You know, and the sad thing about
in order to undo the ownership, I don't really get how he's gonna do
they
anything.
ain't gonna undo no ownership because what? The United States, how much money do the United States is indebted to China for? Pull up the 10 countries that the United States is indebted to. Pull them up. We owe over $26 trillion to foreign investment. Now, how the hell
Japan, China, the United Kingdom, Canada, Luxembourg, France, Ireland, Switzerland, Taiwan, and Belgium.
That's the list. That's the list. And we're in debt to these folks. And what does the good book say? The debtor is a slave to the lender. We're all a slave.
See?
But they don't want to hear that. You worried about the LGBTQ and all that. Forget that stuff. You can't change it no way.
Never forgetting that shit.
The thing you deal with now is who's going to control your quality of life.
Thank you. That's what I was getting at. Is that we take away all these jobs. Say it again.
The wrong thing.
The LGBTQ is against creation.
If you can't control nature, if you don't control nature and can determine what a thing is, why are you going to worry about it? The thing you need to worry about, what's going to affect your quality of life and your family to move forward.
Right. LGBT, listen, you know what? Actually, LGBT does not stop me from drinking water.
No.
But these companies do. These
no, they're not stopping you. Neither of these companies.
Yeah, they are.
You know the thing about it is, and if you go back when they first started, then a lot of these people were closed closet. They was in the closet. And they were running big businesses, and you had to go to them to get them loans. Why I want to go there and offend a man that I need to get a loan from to feed my family? I don't give a damn who he sleep with. Can I get some bread and potatoes, man?
half these people that's running the government are LGBTQ.
A lot of
on both sides, on Republican and Democrat side. I don't know why we think Republicans ain't gay as hell.
Facts, of course.
So if they
let's go
gay,
back.
they might be closet gay, but okay. So that doesn't mean that they not gay.
However, I'm not laying down or submitting to
Well,
no
honey,
LGBTQ.
you're more
agenda.
focused. Listen, you spoke more hard against
tripping.
that than you speaking more hard against LGBT than water getting destroyed.
Because LGBTQ is NAMBLA.
Hold on a minute. But let's get back to these companies that's controlling us, and that we don't see him. And we taught every day he's going against this, that, and the other. Them oligarchs has got this thing wrapped up.
That's right.
The pipeline, the gas, all this going green. We got a lot to deal with just to survive.
We good here in
We worry
America.
about
We
some
love America. We're not you Pan-Africans. We're not pussyfooting around. We know you want the children. We know you're minor attractive people. Love.
And then check this out.
That's enough of that.
How many folks? We got a lot of folks missing. Where they at? They're missing. They can't. What's going on?
Right. This is not about Pan-Africanism. You know, he's talking about Tallulah, Louisiana, people that need to drink their water, bro. And you want to talk about bull crap. And see, that's the thing. A lot of times, because people are playing putting on a performance, right? But that performance is not conducive to the conversation. When we have a situation where people's drinking water, when they run their faucet, is turning from white to tea colored, and damn near got rocks coming out of it because people are drilling to try to create like some kind of a drill into the ground to get the gold water, but then they're destroying the whole like infrastructure of people town that they live in. Who cares who Sue over here is screwing and wants to get married to? This is a way bigger importance when you have entire towns that are being kind of destroyed because you have these corporations wanting just to be AI, and all they're doing is they want to just decrease the population of America. So we had too many people in America. We're trying to decrease the population in general. So let's start off with America and let's focus on the immigrants first, and then we're gonna take away all the jobs and put people into poverty. Take the little towns that they live in where it probably is cheaper than most places, because these towns are talking about like Mississippi. They're not spending the same amount of money as a big city, so they're able to live a pretty decent quality of life for cheaper than most places, right? Correct, Baba?
You own it. You spot on. And that's
what I'm saying. People, so you go there, you can retire. Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised how many towns and small towns have closed up around here. They don't exist anymore. People ain't paying no mind. Right? Entire towns. You go there, ain't nothing left. People are gone.
So people are leaving those towns.
No jobs. No jobs. No job leave, people leave. Town closed up. We got big factory buildings just sitting there, just decaying. So it's a lot here to work with and deal with. And Sister Genesis, we appreciate you, but like I tell people, I ain't got time to waste with the foolishness because you're chasing wolf cookies. The real deal is who's controlling the bank. Foreign countries. Can you borrow any more money? The country is not shut down. America's not shut down. They got a thing that's called the rainy day fund. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Every state has a rainy day fund. That's the backup money. After we get through spending our budget, we go in the rainy day fund. We put more money back in operation. Most of the things they are about the government ain't shut down. They lying to us.
Georgia got 17 billion. I saw that
Say it
today.
again. In rainy day fund.
Yeah, rainy day fund. Georgia got 17 billion for the rainy day fund.
Come on. So I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna shut that town down. Got $17 billion to play with.
Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah. Think about how much the fund who Texas has rainy day fund. Just go down the damn list.
Yeah.
You know, so don't tell me about God. You are not broke. You ain't even bent. The government shutting down be a bullshit.
That's right.
It ain't shutting down. Ain't gonna shut down. But they ain't gonna get paid. What they gonna get paid? They're gonna get paid up anyway.
So you do not agree with SNAP benefits being cut?
No, they got that rainy day fund. See that rainy day fund?
Exactly. So DJ Genesis was pumping that bullshit.
Rainy day fund, they pick up all the slack. They did in Louisiana. Where they gonna cut out the food for the poor people? They ain't missing their damn meal.
Yeah.
I'm right here. Rainy day fund. We got a rainy day fund to get too tight. They reach in there and get that money and put it right back in operation. I'm going like, I'll be damned. See, that's when you got people that you know that are in key places in the government. When I was running for office, I found out about the damn rainy day funds. What? We're gonna cut school lunches. We ain't gonna cut nothing. You tell the folks that, but these kids ain't missed a meal.
So you don't think that they're going to cut off the SNAP if the government keeps to be shut down in November?
No. What? They cut it off. The state will pick it up. We're talking about federal money. State got their own money.
There are certain states in the union that can't succeed from the United States if that's necessary.
I mean, the whole thing is this. The whole thing is this. The United States Incorporated is a business, and these are stockholders in America. Wherever they got a base, they have a base and a post office tied them to the government. Once that money, that's how you get your money. And through the census, how to get out of control, what money goes where. But trust me, every state has a rainy day fund. And that's to keep them going when stuff get tight. That's it, people.
You know, quite honestly, I lived in Detroit when they had that whole economic crash back in the day. And the reason why I ended up in Texas is because it said that if there's a crash in the economy, what state is still going to be doing pretty good? And it said Texas.
Yeah, right. Who else is at the end of 2024 fiscal year? Georgia had 16.9
billion.
Yeah. I mean, the list goes on.
So like you said, Baba, they plan on people's emotions. And
right. The whole game.
Yeah, and I keep saying this too, because for some reason it has been keep appearing to me over the last few weeks that they always talked about the overcrowded population, overcrowded and stuff. And it seems like every time you would mention something about, well, they trying to lower the population. They're trying to lower the population. People would look at you as if you're talking funny. Like, hey, what you talking about? But that's exact behind the silver lining of this whole thing. Think about it, right?
That was the whole objective.
Yeah, and think about it, right? Think about it, right? They
want the whole objective was according to that. Okay.
Say it again.
Sister Monica, Sister Monica, if I can get you to pull up the racial demographics of the United States, then you'll see it from 20, I think from 2010 to 2020, how much it has shifted where the whites are going out and their numbers, because the one time they was 75%, they're at 53.5% now. And they're death scared of being removed.
That's right.
And because
Baba, I apologize for cutting you, Baba. One thing that you must acknowledge, uh, is that Baba Yashar. I don't want to mispronounce Yashabaya.
Baba
Yes,
Yashabaya.
sir. And one thing you must acknowledge is that the white population in the U.S. is rapidly decreasing due to mass immigration. But this is also the reason that the total number of Black American communities is also decreasing. So we don't benefit from immigration either.
Because they ain't having no babies. They ain't having no babies, and a lot of our babies are being killed before they get here.
Exactly.
It's
Via
controlled.
abortion. Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. And that's another thing to look at.
So the point is,
when Flint, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Elder.
When Planned Parenthood came in, they started doing a lot of things to control the birth population. It goes back to the same story in the Bible about when the Jesus was killing all the boy babies, when they was killing the boy babies. Now I don't mean the one with Jesus back, that was to keep down the population. But now we got
Exactly. And that's one
crossbreeding.
thing. And that's what I wanted to highlight. See, a lot of us, when I say us, I'm speaking about Black Americans and even some mulatto Americans. A lot of us get excited when we hear that whites are becoming a minority. But what we also don't understand is that we ourselves are being outnumbered by these immigrants as well. If you look at the Caucasian rate, the Caucasian population in the U.S., they are approximately 53% of the population. So if they can be outnumbered
Right.
by immigrants, but hear me out. If they can be outnumbered by immigrants in the U.S., why don't we realize that we can also be outnumbered by these same immigrants because we are only 12% of the U.S. population.
True.
So
But
just as the
remember
white
this.
man, and I'll say this in closing, just as the white man is, his self-preservation instincts are kicking in. My question is, why isn't the self-preservation instincts of Black Americans also kicking in? Why do we still
Because we
support
don't
mass
teach it.
immigration?
We don't teach us to increase our numbers. Okay. And like you were saying about them, they when I had Dr. Barry Shango on my show in Dallas years ago, and the Ku Klux Klan, they said the only thing that the white man feel was the black man's penis. He has the ability to totally annihilate the white race. Well, now what we got now, all this crossover. Now we got all this inbreeding. When I say inbreeding, I mean you got this one fertilization and everything. So you don't know what is what nowadays. But we have not taught to increase our numbers because it's power.
Exactly.
We've been taught individualism, and that's what's
And that's
destroying us.
And that's one thing I was trying to teach DJ Genesis about, the power of demographics, the power of numbers. Me and DJ Genesis had a disagreement. DJ Genesis was advocating for illegal aliens to be allowed to stay in the U.S. and essentially take over Black American communities. And I told her that if we allow this, then our future generations will have even less majority Black American cities and counties to
I
grow up
never
in.
advocated for that. What do you mean I advocated for that? What are
Let
you
me quote
talking
you. Let me quote you. Let me quote you literally. And this was in your last broadcast. You said, "Bro, where is the humanity? Why are they being deported for just trying to make a better life for themselves?" That's what you said about the illegal aliens. So yes, you were
No, that is
advocating.
not advocate. No, I'm talking about people that was already citizens, what's happening, people come over here that maybe have had some kind of a bad thing happen to them wherever they were. They received asylum and had their paperwork. People are getting deported that are not criminal illegal aliens that came into
They're here illegally, so they must
came
go.
into the country legally. No, I'm not talking about the illegal. And I see, here's the thing: you're being disingenuous. See, I don't like that. Don't get on my thing and lie on me, bro.
Actually, it's the opposite. And I'll cut the clip up and play it for you. Would you like me to do that?
Well, cut it up because I didn't. I'm not advocating saying that the illegal immigrants should be able to come over here and illegally be here. I'm talking about people that are already legal. The whole thing, my whole life was about people legally that were U.S. citizens that were being attacked by ICE.
And
You guys were making it about, hold on. You guys were making it about illegal. No matter what I said about people, I was focusing on the legal immigrants. You made it about illegal immigrants. You said that we need to start calling ICE on the illegal immigrants and I said, well, I'm talking about the people that are already here illegally,
exactly.
The U.S. citizens that are here that are getting attacked in the process of them removing illegal immigrants. That was what my live was about. It was not about what you're talking about, sir.
Let's speak about the legal immigrants in the U.S. Don't you realize that legal immigrants have surpassed the Black American population too? Hispanics outnumber Black Americans on the U.S. Census, not just illegal Hispanics in the U.S., but legal Hispanic immigrants to the U.S. How can you advocate for other ethnicities to outnumber you?
I'm not advocating for none of that. I advocated against ICE. Listen, I'm advocating for ICE not attacking American citizens while they are rounding up illegal immigrants, and also just in general citizens in general that have a citizenship here.
And don't
try to twist my words, bro.
You don't have to be afraid of what I'm saying. I'm speaking about what you just said in real time.
I'm not here to argue with you, bro.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you at all.
Before you came up here and tried to misuse my words, we were having a very civil conversation. Do not try to make me into a person that is trying to advocate and bring over illegal immigrants. I said already, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about illegal immigrants. I care about American citizens being caught up in this ICE situation. That was what I said.
Now let's speak about what you said in this live, not in the last
times.
Let's speak about what you just said.
You guys kept bringing it into that that's how you want to make it seem because I'm focused on American citizens.
Let's speak about what you said today, though. Can we talk about what you said today? What you said was you don't support legal immigrants being deported. That's what you said. So the question is, don't you realize that
they
accumulative
are here illegal and came into the country legally? I don't support anyone that comes and does something legally that they should be attacked.
Let's focus on the legal immigrants right now. The point is, you have to acknowledge that the accumulative effect of you supporting legal immigration to the U.S. is that there will be less majority Black American communities. This is how the Hispanic population.
You know what's going to cause less majority Black communities? And now you've made y'all should buy a lead because we're arguing about bullshit that has nothing to do. You brought the whole conversation into immigration, and that's not what this live is about.
You're triggered, sis.
No, this live had nothing to do with immigration, sir.
It has to do with preserving the Black American community.
Jobs. You're bringing it into
exactly. Why do you think Blacks are losing jobs? Immigrants are taking the jobs.
No, they're not.
Checkmate. Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Every job that they work, well, let's talk about it. Every job that goes to an immigrant, you don't realize could have went to an unemployed Black American.
Honey, the Black Americans are taking the jobs that the immigrants are trying to get, are taking.
Actually, what you're saying is false. We spoke about this before. You got illegal aliens that work as police officers. You got illegal aliens that work as school superintendents.
This is not that live panel.
Let's have a dialogue. We're speaking about Black jobs right now, Black American jobs. The same jobs that illegal aliens work could have went to unemployed Black Americans. How you don't understand that? And I'm speaking with clarity. Yes, go ahead, sis.
You're not on topic.
Where is your sense of self-preservation?
Where's your sense of the topic? Where's your sense of what the topic is?
You said the topic is black jobs. I'm addressing the black
we're
jobs that
talking
go to
about
immigrants.
women that had like lost 300,000 jobs. Illegal immigrants did not make them lose their
Exactly.
jobs.
That black
No,
American woman could be working a job that illegal aliens have
immigrants
took.
did not make black women lose their jobs.
Actually, that's exactly
No, they
what happened.
didn't. No, they didn't. The
That's exactly
actual
what happened.
nope. Trump took those jobs because he was scaling down the U.S. government.
Exactly. And you know why?
It
Can we
had
talk
nothing to do
about
with
that?
illegal immigration. Nope.
Can we speak about that? Because the budget, well, I'm trying to have a dialogue with you, sis. Don't you realize that trillions of dollars have been allocated to foreign nations and foreign nationals, which caused the U.S. government to run into a deficit? Meaning that we had to cut back on some of the programs.
Discussion. I don't know why you are bringing up illegal immigrants.
No, I'm speaking about the tax revenue.
We had that conversation yesterday about illegal immigrants. That was yesterday's conversation. Today's conversation is how it's affecting. Listen, I'm 100% talking about how things are affecting American citizens.
Exactly.
And you are focused on illegal immigrants. I'm not.
So you don't see the correlation?
No.
Well, if you mute up.
No, hold on. I am focused on the American. Even yesterday, my focus is on how the American citizens are being affected. You are focused on immigration. I'm not focused on immigration.
So you just want to remain ignorant? Can I show you the correlation? Or do you want to remain ignorant, respectfully? Would you like to hear the correlation?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, the correlation is that every dollar that we spend on an illegal alien is a dollar taken away from U.S. citizens. How you don't realize it?
Hey, Baba Yashabai, welcome back.
Yeah,
you got to run the truth.
Listen, beloveds, we look at, you have to ask the question like we did. We talk about and we're not supporting it, the fact that I live in a town called Tallulah, Louisiana, right? Every year during harvest time, they bring in 300 plus Mexicans to harvest the sweet potatoes here. Those Mexicans spend on an average of for 6 months, a little bit over $1 million+ in the economy while they're here. And then they leave and go back. We have to go look, we have to go and look at are the immigrants making any contributions to the economy when they're here? Now they're crying about we ain't got enough folks to do the harvest. We can't get this done. What's going to happen to the fruits and the vegetables and things that's going to rot in the fields? And who's going to pay? Who's going to pay for the loss thereof?
Great question. I can answer that.
Well, go ahead, Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Panam Mulattoism, for holding down the American perspective of self-preservation. Also, the U.S. has a Department of Corrections, just like in those fires earlier this year that was caused by a white male in California. Guess who they used as firefighters? The Department of Correction inmates. So those nonviolent offenders, there's plenty of nonviolent offenders. They make up the majority of the prison infrastructure as inmates. You can use them now as well, not only as firefighters for emergencies, but you can use them as sharecropping.
That's slavery.
No, it's not. That's actually part of the 14th Amendment, sweetie.
That's slavery. The 14th Amendment.
No, they're getting paid, sweetie. That's not slavery. They're getting paid.
No,
No, that
is
am I right or wrong, brother Mulattoism?
DJ Genesis, you're wrong right now.
Slavery, you guys. The 14th Amendment, man, you need to watch this movie, this documentary called The 14th Amendment, where it breaks down how that's slavery.
Yeah.
That is slavery. You're talking about taking prisoners and paying them 25 cents when you would pay a migrant worker probably at least way more than that.
Or paying them time off served.
Pay them 25 cents versus pay. So then that gives like people more. more incentive to imprison more people. That sounds crazy. Baba Yashabaya. See, Baba, can you please explain why that's crazy?
First and foremost, the conversation is very interesting. But my question is, how many of y'all are really involved in the criminal justice system to know what's really going on behind the wall? Because I'm where it's at. One of my best friends is the sheriff, and they pay those people $10 an hour. $10 an hour here in Louisiana. Okay. Whereas you got other people out here that's working for $7, $8 in the regular, what you call it, in civilian life. They get, so who's getting underpaid? You go to work at McDonald's, here's $9. If you're down there at what they call Angola, they make 10 plus an hour.
They make how much an hour at Angola?
$10 plus and down in Angola, and they raise their own food and everything in Angola.
The actual prisoners do.
Actual prisoners. I have friends of mine that is on the sheriff department, the state department that I talk to on a regular basis. See, people talk one thing.
So you're saying that that's cool, that we should, instead of like having
No, I'm not saying it's cool. I'm saying because of certain laws they passed, they have to pay them a certain amount because
they changed it up. Because they used to pay them remember when they was making license plates and stuff? It was like
that was back then. What you don't realize.
Okay, good. All right. So my mistake.
Laws have changed. When Michael Vick went to prison, they were paying Mike $12 or something like that. While he was in federal prison. But the law have changed. And what you need to do, you need to call some of these different parishes and things, talk to the sheriff, and ask him, even the guys that are going out on work detail, picking up trash, ask them what they pay those guys to go out there and pick up trash.
Well, if that's the case, if they're paying prisoners like a reasonable wage, yeah, they could be migrant workers instead of taking those. They could take those jobs.
Things are not like it was back in the early days because they got certain groups that are fighting for certain rights for these people. Now, I'm not saying everybody do it, but my former friend, his name was Larry Cox, Sheriff Larry Cox. He passed away a couple of years ago. We would talk on a daily basis. And they said, "No, Pop." They call me Pop around here. We have to pay them a certain amount of money by state law. What? No, we just can't. And he was the sheriff for almost 20, 30 years.
Well, I stand corrected. I didn't know that they had changed that because I know back in the day they was getting paid.
See what laws.
I did not want us to I don't want black men or black people getting put into a slave situation to where they become the new slavery.
You got them both in there. And some of these guys come out of school with degrees, with trades and everything, I'm going like, what? Yeah. So it's not like it was back in the day. Not that it's not that making it better.
I said my apologies about being wrong about that because I thought, like I said, I had the misinformation of my understanding about how things
don't declare you're wrong till you do your research. You know what I'm saying? Don't believe nothing I'm saying. Check with the Department of Justice, check with the prison system, and see, because a lot of the prisoners are privately owned in Louisiana, which are governed by a different whole policy. Many of them are not state owned. A lot of them are owned by individual or corporation. A lot of folks don't know that, or they may know. But I know in Louisiana, we got four. I'm in a town where we got 4 prisons, and 3 of them is owned by private individuals. One is owned by the state.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Hold on. Now you said do the research, right?
Yeah.
And this is what so let's do. So now I just looked it up. And this is what I was talking about. Okay. So what it says is that the average wage for prisoners performing labor in the United States ranges from approximately 13 to 52 cents per hour.
Right.
For most common jobs in 7 states, most inmates are not paid at all for their work. These figures vary significantly depending on the state and the type of work performed, and whether it's for a government agency or private company. So there's a wage by work type. Okay, so that's the part. 33 cents to $1.41 per hour Hell no, I don't think that they should be using prison labor for that, because that allows the rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer. The highest rates in Minnesota and New Jersey pay for maintenance jobs can reach up to $2 per hour. So you mean to tell me that a Mexican coming over here and they're going to pay them at least like more than that? You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna do $2 per hour.
No,
they're gonna want at least that what you said, 10 per hour, 12.
They get without
You want to, and then so, like I said, some are unpaid.
Yeah,
I don't know how much the firefighters in California are gonna do when they have to put out those forest fires. They might get $2, but they're not gonna get like a firefighter get paid. Now, if they were paying them 10, I'd say okay, yeah, that's fine. But if they pay them 13 cents an hour, that's slave labor. That's they don't even let people stop buying stuff from Shein and Temu because they were paying those workers $2 per hour. So we would let our black people, that's the majority of the prison population, only get paid $2 per hour. Do the same job as a migrant worker that's getting paid. Go ahead, let them damn farmers pay them a working real wage, or pay some black people to do it that can get paid really. Do not exploit prison people population. No, I don't agree with that. Yeah. So thank you for telling me to do the research on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's why I had you to go back. Why I had you to go back and do the research, because some of these is owned by states, and some of these things are owned by private individuals. Like I said, we got 4, and 3 of them is owned by private companies, right? And their wages are different because what they do around here, and the state has one. So it could vary depending on who's on that particular prison system in that state. See, and that's why I told you to do the research, because we all could be wrong. I know what I was told when I was dealing with them, and I asked about it because we was trying to get them to go out and clean up the cemeteries, the various cemeteries, right?
What probably was happening is that you were paying the prison $10 an hour, and they were giving them $2 an hour.
And that's probably where it was. But we know that in order for we to get them to do that, we had to pay a certain amount of wages. Now you could be, and you probably spot on.
And that's exploitation. That's exploitation. You go to the prison and say, I want someone to do X amount of work. They say, oh, it's $10 an hour. And then they give them 2 cents on the dollar. And then we're going to say that, the 14th Amendment. Come on, the 14th Amendment. Like I said, there's a whole documentary on that on Netflix. Go ahead and watch it. Anybody who don't know about the 14th Amendment, that actually is really pretty much making the person that's incarcerated a slave. Yeah.
I got your back in.
Do you know about the 14th Amendment? Could you break down the 14th Amendment, Baba Yashabaya?
Yeah, I know about it comes in. There's 4 sections to it, and you can look into it. And one is called the Inclusion Act, where they put you back up because of your just put it up because you're not employed or whatever. You do something or break the law, they put you back in prison, which back into the system. Also, I all time use that section 4 because a lot of folks looking for reparation, and by you being emancipated slave, you cannot get reparation because the government in the Constitution say you cannot get it. Now, we was told you could, but according to the 14th Amendment, Section 4, a emancipated slave cannot get reparation. And we all say they're emancipated. How are you emancipated? I mean, you're still owned by the parent. We can get off into all of that, But the main thing about it, we don't study these things in depth to get the legal jargon that ties it back to us. And what you said, we were never set free. Like I said a while ago, even though we claim you freedom, you have the whole country as a slave. Why? Because we did it to other countries.
Right.
Right off the bat. So anybody being no slave had the whole country. We are what they call chattel slavery. Because the country owes them. And when you're born in the country now, your birth certificate and Social Security card ties you to the debt. And the debt ties you to makes you a slave.
And you know what? I was wrong about the 14th Amendment. I meant to say the 13th Amendment. My bad. I was more focused on the 13th Amendment and how basically the 13th Amendment abolished slavery except as punishment for a crime.
Yeah, the acceptance
That was what I meant. So I was getting
the
I will
acceptance.
say that I was getting the 13th and the 14th Amendment messed up. So I will apologize for that. I had the wrong amendment. The 13th Amendment. So that's the part that I was talking about. That's slavery, to put prisoners into a situation where they're working as laborers when they are actually considered, it says they're actually slaves.
Yeah.
So to take that prisoner into a labor. While the amendment clause allows for prison labor, critics argue that it enables exploitation through low wages, poor working conditions, and lack of other basic labor protections like minimum wage, the ability to unionize, and safety standards. So that's what I meant by, he said the 14th Amendment. So I'm talking about the 13th Amendment. That's slavery. So that's I had the amendment wrong, but I was right in what I was talking about. So the part
like I said, and we both brought it in. The thing I was telling people about is that through the years, when I was with No Cob, out of Dallas, we run around trying to get reparations. So we found out the 14th Amendment, Section 4. If you pull it up, DJ Genesis, black folks run around still talking reparations. You're not going to get it. 14th Amendment, Section 4. You don't mind, pull it up. Like you did the 13th. Let's do the 14th, and you'll see something. That's why every family needs a black law dictionary, some volumes to understand the legal jargon that you deal with when you go in these legal cases, because the language you use in the street don't work in the courtroom or when you fight in a case. You need to know what the legal jargon is and what it means. And the word is emancipated. Okay.
It says Section 4 of the 14th Amendment states that the validity of the U.S. public debt, including debts for pensions and bounties, shall not be questioned. It also prohibits the federal, state, or state governments from paying any debts incurred by the Confederacy to support the Civil War and from compensating former slave owners to their lost slaves. This section was designed to prevent the repudiation of Civil War debt and to make it clear that the cost of the Union victory would not be paid by the losing side.
Yeah. So
there goes your reparations.
Yeah, and now then you got to go back and ask, how many blacks own white slaves during slavery? How many blacks own black and white slaves during slavery? How many people know that black people used to own slaves? That that I think it was in my book, The Other Side of Slavery. I think it's like about 3,000 free blacks own over 12,000 more slaves.
Exactly. Look, Victor said, he said a lot of times they would lock up innocent people just to create free workers through the prison system. And see, that's what I was saying. If you start to use prisoners as the labor force, then what is stopping them from imprisoning everybody just to have free labor or reduced labor?
Exactly.
With all kind of crazy laws, like, hey, don't breathe too hard. The breathing hard law, breathing law, whatever law they want to come up with and make everything illegal just to bring back slavery. That's what I'm saying. So I meant to say the 13th Amendment. I mean, he said the 14th. I was wrong about that. It was the 13th Amendment that is talking about slavery, and you're not protected through labor. You whatever, you can work for pennies on the dollar. And so, no, I don't agree with using switching out migrant workers and putting prisoners in their place. That is slavery. So no.
They had things back in the day called the old P farm, where they would work prisoners for little or nothing on these different farms, harvesting different things. You have these little labor camps, So we've come a long way. We got a long way to go.
I'd like to add on just a little bit as well.
I'm gonna jump off. It's time to get my meds in. But Jenny, we're gonna talk some more. Is that okay?
Yeah, definitely.
Look forward to it. Now, as I missed a little bit. However,
what you missed is that I had the amendment wrong. It was not the 14th Amendment. It was the 13th Amendment that I was talking about. So you were talking about the 14th Amendment, and the 13th Amendment was the actual amendment that I was speaking of, where it actually says the 13th Amendment abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. This except clause has been used to justify forced labor in prisons, leading to ongoing debates about prisoners' rights. While the amendment clause allows for prison labor, critics argue that it enables exploitation through low wages, poor working conditions, and lack of other basic labor protections like minimum wage, the ability to unionize, and safety standards. And here's another thing: is that when you actually at first. Baba was saying that that prisoners were actually getting like $10 an hour, and what I actually was able to show is like no, the actually highest rate in different places that they are actually getting paid. Average rate across state and federal systems, the average is around 13 to 52 cents per hour. The highest rates in Minnesota and New Jersey paid for maintenance jobs can reach up to $2 per hour. Unpaid labor as of early 2025, 7 states, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Texas, do not pay inmates for their work, for most work. And then a small number of inmates work for private companies that partner with prisons through prison industry. Those and workers in those programs are required to be paid prevailing local wages. High deductions, however, up to 80% of those earnings are 80% are withheld for taxes, room and board, and other costs, leaving the worker with a fraction of their wages. So no, we should not use prisoners to replace migrant workers. And that was the point I was trying to make. So there we go.
First and foremost, a lot of that data is outdated. It's almost just like how this, for the longest, up until recently, especially after the pandemic, college basketball players and football players for the longest time were not earning any money. And they would be penalized if, say, for instance, if some third-party corporation donated a car to their parents or gifted them something, they would get penalized if they sold their jerseys. But meanwhile, these players are selling tickets and stadiums out, making lots of money for these colleges. But fast forward to now, these players are making money while in college in millions.
We're not talking about college.
What I'm saying.
We're not talking about college. We're talking about prisoners, okay? And
yes.
No,
so what I'm saying in relationship to
that is not dated information.
In relationship to
what I will say is that a lot of times you will come up here and say something is false when I've even shown. Listen, even though I'm using just a search engine and all those things, they also have links and reference, like actual links to the actual article. What you do is you'll tell me that what I'm saying is false, but you won't give a reference and source. So I'm not going to continue to allow you to come up here, tell me what I'm saying is false, and then not offer a source. Do not actually want to present a screen and show where what I'm saying is wrong, but then go into college basketball and everything like that. I'm talking about prisoners. Stay on subject. Every time I do something and talk, you guys get off the topic into something else that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and then try to tell me what I'm saying is wrong or that and misquote me, and I'm not going to keep going for that. So if you can't show a source of what I said was wrong, there's no point of being up here. Now, what I'm going to ask for you to do is I want you to show me that my data is old and that these people are getting paid a higher wage than what I said. Please, can you show me that without going into college and all this other stuff? Like, we're on prison right now.
So again, as I had said, and I won't have to mention it again, this is exactly why it's updated that now prisoners get paid more.
More based on what? Where's the source of that?
Just like the college kids. Now people are getting paid more. Just like how our own children can jump into Wendy's and they get paid more than us than ever before working at a fast food restaurant. This is what's going on, sis. Pay attention. This is not bullshit. Wake the fuck up.
Okay, well, can you show me the source of that?
Look it up yourself, goddammit.
Okay. So he can't show me a source, so I'm done talking to him. Alameen, do you have anything that you would like to say on the subject? That's it.
No, I don't have anything to say. Not right now. But yeah, no. I'm good.
So all this stuff that we have to really is going on, because for some reason they wanted to like circle back onto the immigration topic, and we were talking about AI replacing jobs. This whole thing has been about jobs, and we've been talking about AI replacing jobs. We've been talking about all these different things. Let's go into go back into AI, because that is the biggest thing that is going to affect just the general public. AI, right? Period. So let's go into that. Let me bring this up. Hold on, let me do it better than that. Listen, I don't want you to don't be cursing at me. Tell me to look up something if you don't have the source. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me about I'm wrong if you can't source up it. You know what Sonetta says, source up or shut up, you know? And I
about no damn Sonetta.
Okay, it doesn't matter what you care about, but you don't have a source for what you're saying.
25% of AI pilots, they fail to generate any financial returns. But the successful 5%, they create competitive advantages and premium pay implementation jobs. You remember last week when I was talking about the implementation jobs at Microsoft paying $220,000 a year plus. Well, these are those jobs helping to bridge the gap between the frontline individuals who only 50% are using the tools to get them up to 80, 90% compliance. Also to help with the tools or the companies that are failing with their AI implementations and the AI pilots to generate some sort of financial return. I mean, like, companies are mandating AI usage, but workers don't know how to use it effectively. You guys don't know how to use AI? That means only about 50% of you guys are using AI on here. How many people we got in this chat? On the YouTube, it says about 23 right now. On the Twitter, it says 3. On the Facebook, it says 2. Okay, so we got close to 30 people in here watching right now. Of the 30 people that's in here watching, only 50% are using AI. Wow. That's basically what the statistics are saying. You got companies like Data Annotation that's hiring AI trainers, and they're hiring them immediately, paying them $20 to $40 per hour. You got Python developers with AI experience getting paid from $70 to $75 per hour. You got Wells Fargo commercial banking. They're hiring for a generative AI program leader, a project manager, paying them from $98 to $225 per hour. They need people to lead AI initiatives that workers are now required to use. You got Chase, JP Morgan. They have an applied AI machine learning senior associate role. They're paying them from $125,000 to $200,000 plus per year. Their responsibilities are to train AI systems for complex financial workflows. So this is where the opportunities are. Jacques says he uses it daily. Antdog says I'm using it daily. Antdog says the Indian guy on my team is reluctant to use Copilot. He may not be here long.
So here's the thing. Unfortunately, AI is here to stay. So the best thing to do, I would say, for everybody that are losing their jobs is to get behind AI, because it's not going nowhere. And they're willing to risk our entire environment to do AI, you know? So if they're willing to take that risk, the best thing I can say is to work at some of these companies and try to learn it or whatever. I don't know what the environmental impact is going to be. And as we could see when I was discussing that, you know, people didn't want to hear it, you know? Everybody's more about the dollar. And I want to finish up talking about like the actual like thing about AI, the biggest lie about it. Let's go back into this.
I do think that AI can be very important in specific fields. AlphaFold, an AI system developed by Google DeepMind, won a Nobel Prize in chemistry because, among other things, it can predict and design protein structures. This AI technology could see breakthroughs in our understanding of disease, create new medicines, and all of this we would not be able to do without assistance of AI. AI, in theory, can help renewable energy systems become more efficient. But at the same time, one of our biggest issues as humanity is the climate crisis and water scarcity. So we need to balance the pros and cons of AI right now as all of these companies sort of skyrocket creating these data centers to make sure they don't do more harm than good. I think this video is just about us understanding. I'm back in school right now doing my master's, and lots of people are just using ChatGPT all the time. I think it's good for us to think about the water consumption that goes along with us using ChatGPT in our day-to-day life. I think we need to put pressure on these companies to figure out ways to maybe reuse this water or have the fresh water end up in productive places like on farms. Hopefully this video and public understanding and increased transparency around these data centers will help us understand how this AI tech actually works. If these data centers become powered by renewable energy, nuclear energy, who knows, it could create breakthroughs in innovation. This could be a good thing. But this video was just about you and I understanding what's going on right now with these data centers. Thanks for watching us all these years. We've been doing this for 12 years, which is insanity. For all you youngins out there, do not ask how old we are. Hit that.
Shouts out to that channel for like breaking down that information. Now, another channel I also want you guys to check out is this guy's channel. He really breaks down the economy, things that are happening. His name is Elevate to the Unknown. He breaks down like opportunities, like people that are losing their jobs, because it's one thing to talk about the bad side of things, but what he does is he breaks down like, okay, this is where we're losing at. This is what you can do, you know? So let me look at some of the other things he has on his channel, because I don't want to be like a catastrophic, just only give you like a negative side and not also give you the positive things that you could do. Okay. So let's go on to his channel and look at it's called Elevate to the Unknown. So what he does is he talks about like high growth, remote work, all these different things, right? Supply chain jobs. You know, he gives all the different kinds of jobs that you could do, right? Remote jobs that actually pay you to train, no degree.
I analyze over 100 job postings claiming to offer.
We're listening to you, but we're not broke. We're not all unemployed. Quit it.
But it's not just about you. That's just you. You might not be broke, but I don't know who is. This is on.
The majority of us aren't unemployed.
You know that have you done the statistics of my people that are watching my channel?
The majority of your channel are not unemployed.
No, sweetheart, you are not in my back chat, Bree. You're not in my studio. You don't know what the majority of my people are doing. You don't know what opportunities that this might offer. So why is it a problem? What is the thing? You think you're only thinking about yourself. That's the thing. Everything all the rhetoric that you spit is very selfish and very self-absorbed. You're not thinking about anybody else.
Channel have career opportunities to give to others as well. And also, the majority of your channel earn money. Quit complaining.
I'm not complaining.
Do you want AI? That's why we're talking about the prisoners.
Listen, that's irritating. You're telling me who my audience is. My audience is majority male. Okay, almost like 75% male, not female. Okay. My audience is a range from 18 to 65. It's a very broad stroke. So when you're telling me what my audience is, I know what my audience is. And I know that there might be a time where they might need like some opportunities. I'm showing them a channel that breaks down different opportunities. Why do you feel like you need to interrupt that? I like to bring you on to have opposing opinions at some certain times. But for some reason, I think that you just like to push back on anything and try to argue with me for no fucking reason. Even when I'm actually trying to give a positive thing. Now, we've talked about the bad side of AI. Now, we talked about people losing their jobs, all this other stuff. Okay, now this is a channel that I'm showing everybody. Okay, this is where you can get information on if you did lose your job or you do lose your job, you get laid off. He talks about different opportunities. What is the problem, sir? I don't understand. What's the problem? And I have to drop you down because I know you'll interrupt me halfway through my talking point. What's up? What is the issue?
There is certainty that the majority of your audience have income coming in. Quit complaining about your own reflection. Your audience are efficient and economically sound. We're not bankrupt morally nor financially.
So just to be able to Google something, he would rather the radioactive water be used on farmland.
No, it's called reverse osmosis.
Let's hear what my audience says about everyone. I want you guys, anybody in the audience that have heard his rhetoric so far, please put a comment in the chat about what you guys feel about what his opinions are so far.
Reverend Green, the man in the highest castle. I'm an American. I love this country, but I can't allow the fear mongering. It breaks my it breaks my optimism every time I hear the whining and crying of victimhood Olympics. Woe is me.
So Jackie says he needs to listen more and speak less. Victor says, shaking my head, wow. Jackie says, sir, you can't speak for everyone. Okay.
That's audience.
All
Thank
right.
you, Jackie.
Highly favored said he's not spreading knowledge, he's showing emotions. Okay. We can do this all without the help of AI. Didn't people create AI programs that's capable of doing this? Yes. Why does he continue to come up and disrupt the chat? Imagine being in a major city and the grid goes down because AI is soaking up too much power. It's going to be hell of a ride.
That's why we need to be human.
The major city's going to fall first. Ain't nobody.
You're muffled, Sugar. You're muffled.
So basically what's happening is that, you know, as much as you might feel that, okay, I'll quit my truck driving job and become a stripper, that Wayne ain't got going out of style. So bottom line is, yeah, AI can't replace the Wayne yet, but you know what, they might get
That's what we're saying.
When the AI, you know, so when we all prostituting, the AI gonna come in and become robot and be put into the robots, and they gonna be giving it up and be outdoing us on that too. But when she bring people like Baba to spread knowledge, you interrupt. Someone is in need of information. It's not fear. It's called being informed. Exactly. So I was in the process of showing. I was showing like this guy who was actually breaking down remote things that you could do, hustles you could do. I'm showing you a page right here. It's called Elevate to the Unknown.
And I'm speaking about the resilience of human beings.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Elevate to the Unknown is a page. Okay. That he talks about. Look, 6-figure side hustles. Okay. 6-figure high growth remote work. Supply chain jobs that are hiring now. 5 remote jobs that pay you to train, no degree. So that was where I was going. So I went into all that to say and end up here that, okay, Amazon remote jobs, 8 jobs that actually hire, 25-hour no experience, 7 skills, 180K a year. This is where I was actually going to do all this stuff to say this. This is what we can do, right?
So there's jobs available here in the United States. That's what I've been saying. We need to be here in the United States as human beings. Quit tripping about AI takeover and all that weird shit.
Don't listen. Stop trying to tell me what to do. Say what you're gonna say without focusing on don't tell me what to do. So you can say there's jobs available in the United States. There's this, that, the other. There's this, that, the other. You don't have to tell me to tell my audience and how to talk to my audience. I know how
Your
I'm.
audience hates you, sweetie.
I know how to run my show. Well, if you hate me so much, then why don't you get up off my panel then?
I said your audience hates you.
Okay, well then my audience does not hate me. What they hate is me getting into arguments with people like you. That's why people leave, is because every time I'm trying to show something, you want to make a back and forth.
Anytime I'm on here, it raises.
It does not. It does not raise.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole time that you've been talking,
The moment I leave for a week, all your videos go down. We can do that right now. 7 days. I will not. Yeah. Okay. Each and every video will go down.
Okay.
How much you want this, sweetie?
Go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
And all my Americans who are with this, we can undo the hinges to this whole channel. 7 days. I took you up on that. So next Friday, Saturday. By next Saturday, what's that date? That calendar date, next Saturday. Is that the 28th? Or yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, so
we can do this, sweetie.
Okay, so
yeah. I've been waiting for that. You finna find out.
Okay.
This is gonna be easy money. This is on a psychological level, because
that's it. So he just said that whatever, I'm done with you. You said that you want to be gone for a week and see if my channel's going to be destroyed because your presence is not here. Then let's go ahead and see. I don't think that's what's going to go down because my channel's been here for 3 years, sir, without you here. Stop it. If you think that what you're doing, coming up here and spitting whatever rhetoric you call yourself spitting, is what's bringing people to my channel, no. When you get to argue with me, it does not bring people to my channel. People leave because I'm arguing with, so nobody wants to see me up here arguing, bro. So just go ahead and leave, and I'll see you in a week. Peace. And he's gone. Listen, guys. I tried to give people a chance. You know what I'm saying? I tried to give them an opportunity, like, because it's. I don't like to speak in a tunnel. What is it called? Like to speak in a. What is it when you speak into a vacuum? I don't like to speak into a vacuum. I don't mind getting some pushback, but there is a difference between pushback and just complete delusion. And like even Pamelato, like I can see it, if even when he gets up here, if he was on topic and he said, okay, well, this is what's going on and blah 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 blah, and it was on topic, but he's not on topic. I'm not, and for some people really get bent out of shape because I discuss ICE and the immigration thing, and they really, for some reason, they're stuck on one thing about hey, well, we need to get them out. We need to get the immigrants. They're stuck on that. And my thing is that it's not. And then to try to like say that I was trying to be on the immigrant side and why am I like standing up for the immigrants? That's not what I'm standing up for. Even if I try to tell these people, like, listen, my show is about what is happening with American citizens in this situation. No matter how many times I say it, they will still come up here and still, because they're hyper focused on this. I'm not sure if someone paid them to get up here and say this and keep saying that, but I don't understand why people come up here with this one track mind and they only like want to just keep saying the same thing over and over again. So yeah, you know what? Maybe you should take a break and come back a week from now. And if you think that everything is hinged on you coming up here and giving that pushback, but there's other people that may or may not agree with me, give that pushback without all the rhetoric. That's not a character, right? So Al, I want to know what you think, because you've been sitting up here quiet for the whole time, and what do you have to say?
I say ignorance, what I'm saying, is bliss, Hey, You know, like you said, hit the point. You know what I'm saying? Hey, give us that knowledge. Bring that knowledge. Bring that knowledge. Don't bring no low energy. You know what I'm saying? Because we already, black people, you know what I'm saying? We already going through enough. We already going through a lot. Not just black people, but us as a whole. You know what I'm saying? So instead of, want to fuss at the sister, I say, come on, you know what I'm saying? You got to give. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I just know that there's I just know this. There was about 5 different topics that you hit that I wanted to speak on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't speak because every topic that was brought up, someone began to start arguing. And brother, we can't. How we gonna have a conversation if we can't have a conversation? There was 2 times in you come up with a topic and I wanted to speak and I was finna say something and then it was about, oh, but you remember what you said about illegal aliens and you remember what you said about illegal aliens? Like, come on, like that don't make no sense.
Weird, right? And what the guy said, that boy might have bodies hidden in the shit. Yeah. That's what it's coming off as. It's like, bro, and in order for you, and then you think that you can catastrophize and make me think that, oh, well, your presence is the only reason. Honey, no, every time you come here, I could have like 60 people in the room or 100 people in the room. Honey, I get to going back and forth with him. It goes down to almost 0. No one wants to hear me argue with you, sir, because you're not even making sense. You think that you make sense, and he might be an intelligent guy, on a rainy day, and there's some points he's able to bring up certain things, but first of all, you have to have sources. You can't just say something and can't tell me where you got it from. If I say something, I'm going to show you where I got it from. I'm not just going to tell you that. Me being debating on different panels and stuff like that shows me that I need to show where I got the information.
Yeah, and it's debating. If you got something to debate about, debating is one thing, but when you're going to calling names and calling, what I'm saying, back and forth, calling somebody a name and all of this, that's not debate. That's immaturity. That's immature.
Well, and Miss Jackie said he will continue with his record because you allow him. Well, here's the thing. What I was doing was because at one point there was a lot of like pro-Trump people that was like coming on the thing, especially when I talk about immigration. I mean, certain things. So okay, you have the Trumpers that are coming up in this thing, and they can hear his side, and then I can say my side. It's a 2-sided thing. But this subject is not a 2-sided thing. I don't need the pushback on this. People are losing their jobs and people need help,
Yeah.
And so everything I was doing was going to lead into this final thing where I was going to break down and show this is how you get jobs. This is what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? This is, even though all this shit's going on, you don't have to be unemployed. There's ways to get jobs. There's things you could do. Don't panic. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like a church. You go to church and they get you to cry at first and get you to be scared, and then they show you, okay, listen, but Jesus is gonna,
yeah.
I mean, at the end they like, get you, you know what I'm saying, like all this because this is what the reality is. People are afraid. They're losing their jobs. People are frightened. But okay, this is all this is what's going on. But here's ways to, at least right now, I don't know when all the, the things are going to go down. I don't know how it's going to go down, but this is what we can do in the meantime, and that was my goal,
Yeah, because it's really impacting things, especially what ICE has been doing is really impacting things. Just like, for example, the other day, we're talking about Home Depot. They giving out free classes, free programs where, if you ain't got a job, you can learn a free trade now. Where you would go to, you remember, you go to the small community college you used to go and you had to pay to learn a trade. Now you don't have to learn. You don't have to pay to go and learn a trade to get paid. Because why? Because they no longer have the people to fill them jobs up now. So you know what I'm saying? Like people need to hear that information. People need to have that resource. You know that's what
So
I'm about.
what made that you want to talk about when it really came down to the AI? Did you have something to say about what Baba Yashabaya was going through? I mean that's a real life thing. Like I don't understand how a person can listen to a person that's saying, "Listen, I'm talking to the people in the council. I'm talking to the government." Baba Yashabaya at one point was running for like city office there. In his small town. This guy is not Baba Yashabaya is a respected elder, and when a person like that gets on and is telling you like this and you still don't respect it, it's like, sir, wherever you are, you're living. Where are you, on a mountain somewhere underneath a rock, or where are we going here?
Mm-hmm.
We can't get so caught up in America. I don't really get this whole thing. Like he's just so patriotic that he's just delusional. It's like, bro, okay, I get it, America, but are you talking about just America or the United States of America? Because America is like three different, Canada, the United States, and like South America. Are you talking about America, the whole? You know what I'm saying? Because America's a continent, two continents if you think, North and South.
Mm-hmm.
Or the United States was a corporation.
That's
you understand
right.
what I'm saying? Like, which one are you talking about? So
that's right, and you're absolutely right. And I was, what I'm saying, was gonna let Bobby know that, hey, I respect you. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of wisdom behind your belt. You know what I'm saying? Just like Bobby did Gregory. You know what I'm saying?
yes.
I got nothing but love for those guys.
I'm ashamed, man. When people like that get up there, we have to respect them. We have to respect their wisdom. We have to understand that this person does not have to get up there in their age when they are in retirement and chilling to tell us any goddamn thing. And he's still fighting at his age. I think he's like 70, almost 80 years old. He's still fighting for people at that age, going through health issues, all type of stuff. But he's still fighting. You hear him coughing. He's still fighting. He's still getting up here, trying to spread the word, trying to like show us about all these books he got, give us our knowledge before. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to have respect for that. We don't have to like interrupt him and cut him off. Like, since what happened to the respect of our elders? Where is our society going where we can't even shut up enough to like let the elder impart his knowledge? I was willing to look up anything he had to let me to look up. And he was breaking it down. There might be some things that might be a little dated on something to think, okay, well, I found out something new. He said, well, look, don't trust what I said. Look it up too. Okay, well, certain things have changed. Okay, that way we can like test out our information. Now, I don't have to put him down because it changed. It's like, oh no, this information has changed now. That's how you communicate. You understand? If I give something knowledge and I look it up and I say, oh, okay, well, no, that's not the same. It doesn't mean that you have to put someone, no, you're stupid. Oh, no, get it right. All that. You don't have to speak to each other like that.
That's right.
And that's what the problem of this whole thing is that people like forgot how to communicate with each other. And I'm gonna just let my.
I don't believe that people forgot how to conversate with each other. I don't believe. You know what I'm saying? I think he was just slow. he ain't forgot. He just ain't on that level. There's some great points that you hit and that you made. You know what I'm saying? That I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? That now she on it. And then he come in and say, well, now, sister, ain't this and this and no. I'm like, wow, bro. You can't shut up for a minute. Let her talk. But and I also was gonna say this too. When he made a comment, there was a comment that he made. He was saying that the black race is becoming more minority than white people. And then he said that the Latino race is now gonna make us more census. He said census because of the census is making us even of the the minority race. And I'm saying to myself, do this guy even know what I know? Do he even know what you know? Do he even listen to know what anybody know? that, brother, all black folks in America don't fill out no census. So
I sure as hell don't.
You damn right, and I know a lot of folks that don't. You know what I'm saying? Almost, you know what I'm saying? The whole city of mine don't. So you can, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. So those people,
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that black people do not fill out the census? Why do you think that is? You think it's like, nah, I want you knowing my business. Like, what do you think that's really about?
Exactly, you know. But yeah, a lot of black people don't feel like that census. So 1 million people you just did not count. Because I know it's 1 million of us in America that don't fill out those census. Because it don't benefit us.
It don't.
It don't benefit
It's
us.
almost like they just want to track us down and see where we at. Like, no, don't worry about where I'm at. I'm straight. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Yeah, why you want to know how
Don't
many
try to put me
kids
into your little groups or whatever and whatever. Count. Nope. You get your whatever. Get it how you live. Nope.
Exactly. And another thing.
Somebody said something like that they think that the two people are. Somebody says that I think that him and the other argumentative guy know each other. They are reprobates and setbacks. You know what? Because they also leave at the same time and come at this. You know, they when one leaves, the other one leaves. I don't know if they're like getting on the phone and talking to each other. It's something weird, like because they both leave at the same time at times when they come on the channel. So that's a weird thing too. You know, that's weird. You know.
But keep doing your thing. Don't let them stop you.
And someone says, you know, I respect any elder that will still go on the front line so we can win. They still have that spirit to you know what I'm saying? And so we can live. Right, exactly. Anyone that's out there, like when he don't have to get out here and be on the phone with city council trying to stop the whatever, he ain't gonna do that. He just moved over there. He was in there for 7 years. That ain't his where he grew up at, and he got like some ties to it. It's like, you know what? His water's getting jacked up, so he's like, hold on now, I gotta buy $8,000 thing for my water now because of whatever's going on over here. And you hear all that, you still gonna argue with this guy? We can't be and that we cannot be so delusional with stuff. We cannot be that delusional. Yeah. So I mean, the main thing I want people to take from this, and I definitely wanted to like really get into this channel that he wanted to interrupt me, showing people what to do. I don't know what that's about. Like I'm trying to show you, okay, listen, check this channel out. And he wanted to like keep it still on a negative. Like, no, bro, I'm trying to bring it into a positive. We talked about all the negative. Let's go into okay.
You know what though? Before you say that, his spirit is not of mine. His spirit, I believe, ain't of yours, and I damn sure believe that his spirit ain't of majority of your listeners. Because anytime I hear another brother call my young black brothers and sisters, that word that he used earlier today,
what did you?
Peasant. Yeah, that word he used, peasants.
He called them peasants? I missed that.
Yeah. Hey, I was finna say something first. I can get on and give them everything. But when you say that, these peasants, I'm like, brother, who in the world are you calling a peasant? Do you know what a peasant is? I'm like, dude.
I missed that part. I didn't even hear him call him a peasant. I would have addressed it if I would have heard. I didn't even hear that part.
Yeah, you hear it again when you play back your.
They call them bees. Oh wow! See, sometimes I be so in my just going back and forth. I don't even be hearing everything that people be saying because I'm like trying to just go back and forth. But yeah, that's crazy. There ain't no such thing as peasants. Like, bro, like what are we doing, sir?
Yeah, man. If black people are already going through some things, and we're already dealing with, number one problem is depression and things of that nature. And then for you as a black person, a black man come on the show and listen to the show and hear you just using the word peasant and calling me a peasant for nothing. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, what's up with you? You know what I'm saying? You're weird. You know what I'm saying? You're a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't. Are you black? That'd be my first question. Are you black? Because if you black, then how would you put down other black people? Why would you put down other black folks? You know what I'm saying? That's retarded.
Right.
So,
He might not be black. You know what? I didn't think about that, but he sound like he could be black. I don't know.
yeah, he sound could be deceiving.
And he also has an agenda too. It sounds like there's an agenda. Like it's like, yeah, that's an agenda.
We got albino blacks.
It definitely sounds like there's an agenda going on. Like he's trying to focus and push like a certain agenda.
Yeah, now I don't know if you're albino or not, but I do know that albino are black, and they are, and hey, they are one hell of a race.
Mulatto does it on every channel, but I think that him and the other guy like know each other in some kind of a way and have talked because they seem to like really agree with each other on some of these points. And like, bro, that's crazy. They sound Hispanic and black. Okay, that might be what it is. There's something weird going on.
Yeah. That's something
when I tried to give a solution, it was like no, like it's almost like they don't want people to have a solution. It's like no, they want to keep it negative and want to keep arguing. It's like no, you know. But then they'll say it's like I don't understand how this whole thing got back into immigration. I guess he didn't get his point off yesterday. It's like, and then he would talk to Baba Yashabai as if Yashabai is going to turn against me. That's my brother. That's my we're don't. What do you think is going to happen? That you're going to tell him that he's going to turn against me? No, it's not going to happen. So they're what you would call panel killers. Yes, exactly. Yep. So and I think that's what that has been because every time I get up here and I start my show, I'll be at like going up there in numbers, and then they join the panel, and honey, it goes downhill. And then they'll say, "No, ever since I get up here, you got more people watching." No, sir, no. When you get up here, it destroys everything. Is you don't get up here because and other people have like kicked them off, honey, in the show when he gets on, you know. So I think that's what they are. They are panel killers. That's exactly what they are, panel killers. They get up here, they start talking slow, real. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Like that slow talking. That's a purpose. That might be a thing that people are doing purposely to just bring my numbers down. You know?
Hey, and you know what though? I thought about something too. All right, you know the other night where he came on and we was talking and I called him, you know what I'm saying, just because of the way he talked. I called him, I say, that's the new Trump generation right there. That's the new mega generation. And that's exactly what he say he is. He down for Trump, he down for mega. You know what I'm saying? And I can hear it in the ignorance in your voice. And you know what I'm saying? Like, people need to hear knowledge now. You know what I'm saying? People need to obtain knowledge now.
Well, he is a character that he's doing based on some book that came out, and it's based on that Harriet Tubman's father or something like that. But whatever this character is, I don't think that's what that character is, sir. I don't think that character acts like that. That's because really you don't know. That's not. I don't know what character sounds like that. That gets up on somewhere and just spits rhetoric like this, you know. Mm-hmm. He said that character is his. That's a character he plays online. Okay, that sounds like split personalities to me.
Yeah,
because I said I'm not playing a character. This is really what I think. I'm up here really expressing how I feel. I really am getting upset. I'm really up here talking about what I really find passion in. I really don't want Black women to be up here in despair because they lost their job. I really want to tell people about the AI situation and how those things are kind of like taking over. Then I was going to segue into, okay, there's a way to get behind AI and get behind the situation, even though it's kind of detrimental to society. It is like a snake eating its tail. I don't know if they're gonna fix it or not, or they're gonna come up with a better solution. And you know what? Even with that last video I played, it talked about, okay, there are ways that we can like stop where AI. We can try to find a way to make AI be more better for the, like, not as destructive to the environment. There's a way to do that, you know. And I'm talking to people behind the scenes that are into AI. So I'm not just like over here talking about this stuff and not actually having conversations with people that are like involved with the whole world, the whole AI world. I'm in technology. I'm a software engineer. Like, you know, even with Anton Daniels, like saying, you know, black women, we told them to get into STEM. All they do is get basket weaving classes and, you know, all this crap like about us as black women and how the government, we teamed up with the government. Well, honey, if that's who was offering jobs at the time and y'all wasn't able to sustain us, then what can we do? You know? I mean, all right, are you married, Alameen?
No.
Okay. If you were to get married right now and had 2 kids, would you be able to sustain that alone without the woman working? Be honest.
You said would I sustain?
If you had 2 kids in your household right now and a female, and the woman was not working, would you be able to sustain all 3 of their lives, pay the rent, electricity, everything, and have that woman work and just be a housewoman, a house person, just make it, do whatever? Would you be able to sustain that at the moment?
Absolutely.
You would.
I'll be able to do it. I mean,
would it be hard or would it be easy?
Yeah, I put it like this: 2 kids, long as they don't want everything, they'll be all right. Yeah, long as they don't look for no big Christmas and big Thanksgiving, they'll be all right.
Well, you are in a better position than most people are. And give me your phone. I'm just joking. look, give me your phone number when we leave. No, just joking. Anyway, so let's hear. Listen, people laughing. Give me your phone number after we leave about it. In today's society, both parties have to contribute, unless you make over 8 figures. Of course, honey, it's hard for me. Trust me, I'd be trying to scrape by. Trust me. You have these dudes that stalk sisters like you that push a positive purpose. Great show. You know what I'm saying? Great point. Panel stalkers, okay? No offense, but Sabi having many weirdos too. Okay. He did get real indignant when I mentioned Sonetta. That was interesting. That was indignant, yeah. Ignorance is an understatement. So here's okay. It can be done based on where you live in the job that you have. I have 3 sons. Oh Lord, he's back and he has on a mask. Oh, he's cammed up. Hold on, it's a cam up time. You're cam. Okay, so you're trying to show that you're not light skinned. Are you trying to show that you're not light skinned? You just don't want to show your face. What's going on?
All American. Red, white, and blue.
So if why do you have to have a mask over your face though?
Didn't MF Doom have a mask?
Okay, but I think that everybody on here so you've seen that you've left and people have pretty much had a general consensus that the panel didn't end because you left. You know what I'm saying? And it's not going to end if you leave for a week. It's not going to end.
We'll see. 7 days after today. Check your numbers.
So what are you going to do? You're going to like do some kind of like, what are you, a software? You're going to like do some hacking? Because I've been doing this for 3 years and haven't had an issue. So what are you trying to say?
The ministry is building. The ministry is growing. The ministry has its own motivations.
Okay. Well, welcome. Well, thank you for your ministry and goodbye. See you in a week. That's it. That's enough. Okay. Yes, DJ, drop it. I just at the request of the audience, who's more important. DJ, drop them. So, yep. But he wanted to show. He wanted to show his mask. That's a first. He ain't never cammed up. So I done got him to do something he normally don't even do. He had like Alkaline City. Who is that? I don't know who Alkaline City is. I thought that he was AI, so at least I know that he's not AI. Because I thought he was AI the whole time.
So he thought it was AI.
At least I know it's a human. I was like, man, this guy is not even real. Who really talks like this? I was like, is this really a... But I know he's young. The fact that he's doing that, that's only a young person would do that.
Well,
he came in his 40s or late 40s. Who's gonna be? Who would even have a mask like that? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. He was a weirdo to be on Sonetter. Yeah, gonna start using your banner. Yeah. No, I just had to like show. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad I got to show that because now I see. Okay, this is a YN. That's not no older person. That's a YN. Because ain't no person that's of this old age of mine gonna be getting up here and putting on a mask and doing all that crap. Either you're not gonna cam up, or you just not, or you gonna cam up. That's it. Ain't no grown ass person gonna go get a mask and put their hoodie on and do all that crap. Like, come on now, what are we doing? I mean, think about that. Come on, just consensus. Anybody else in the audience at they older? I mean, I'm not sure anybody that's at my age. I'm about to be 50 years old. Gonna come up there and go through the motions of going buying a mask, put it on, get on the thing. Come on now. If I don't want to cam up, I'm just not gonna cam up. You know. And if I want to cam up, I will cam up. You see that? See the difference? Sarate. Ta-da! If I want to cam up, I'll cam up. You know? If I don't, see, there's an option, you know? That's the difference. A fool is a fool, sis. No matter the age, yes. Yeah, that whole like that was interesting, you know. But you know, let's get back on the subject. He's taken enough time, you know. Oh, okay. There's been a lot of corn bombing. Okay, is destroying channel. Okay, yeah, I had someone do that last time. We had a thing that somebody like put like something wild, put like a picture of a peen on. Yeah, but you know, I want you to tell me. How do you think, Alameen, this boycott is? What do you think is going to be the outcome of this boycott for women? Do you think it's going to put them into more roles into the household with men and becoming housewives, like Anton Daniels is saying, or do you think that it's going to? I don't know. What do you think is going to happen? Or are they going to like look at a channel like mine, and eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a whole show about what that video I was going to show that's going to break down all these different jobs. Do you think they're going to like keep trying to find jobs and eventually find one? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, pretty much that's what they're going to be. They're going to have to find a job. They're going to have to find a job, especially how Trump got everything now. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if they, you know, been at 300,000 jobs are lost, that's 300,000 people that are going to get on SNAP program. You know what I'm saying? Because, hey, it do what it do. So for them to boycott Christmas, that got to be, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't just start now just because now Trump is talking about letting me out 300,000 people, and we're going to start boycotting Christmas because you said you're going to let me off. That should, like I said earlier, that should have been something that was done a long time ago. We should have boycotted Christmas ever since we were young.
Well, you know what? Christmas, the church. No, let me stop saying that because there might be some Christians in here. But hell, the offer plate, anything taking money out of our household, we need to be boycotting. the tithe, you know, hell, you want to give tithes, but that offering, you know, listen, I'll give you tithes. I'm not gonna give you offering. You know, there's too much money getting taken out of the household with tithe and offering and the building fund. Come on now, we gotta come on. That's Christmas. They be having Christmas every Sunday. If you really think about it, all that money just getting shitted out the black community, and then they want to buy another building. How much money does a church suck out of the black community? Let's really get into that. But you know what, I'm gonna say this, and you know how many black women go to church and spend their money in church, and so imagine all these black women losing their jobs are probably going to these churches and they talk about boycotting Christmas, but then they'll probably give like all this money to the church and be broke as hell. What about that?
Exactly.
So I mean, you're gonna do it for Christmas, but you ain't gonna do it at the pulpit when they asking you every 5 minutes.
Exactly.
The link is not show. Okay, listen, Victor, if you go to my posts on my page and click it, the link is in the post. Go to my post on my YouTube page, and I put the link at the top. So because I don't know, when I do it this vertical way, it doesn't show up blue. I don't know why.
But it would benefit descendants of U.S. chattel slaves to boycott non-Black American businesses for Christmas, for every holiday, every day.
Well, I think that's what they were doing with Target, but I still see, I think Target. Well, you know what's so crazy is, honey, I think that they still boycotting Target because listen, I was at Walmart the other day. I'm not I don't know. Are they boycotting Walmart too? But Target parking lot was empty. I was in Arlington. That parking lot was empty, bro. I was like, they still
Arlington, Virginia, or Texas?
Texas.
Oh,
Arlington, Texas is a black area, like a pretty black place. Honey, that whole Arlington, that whole parking lot over there was blank.
And that's the thing. See, if we boycott enough, we can create our own Targets, our own Walmarts, etc. Really, it's pitiful that in most of these so-called Black American towns, we don't have Black American-owned grocery markets. So, a lot of this boycotting stuff, in my opinion, I think the Black Americans that are against boycotting these businesses are wrong because they don't see the accumulative effect of these boycotts. The accumulative effect is that we can recycle the Black American dollar and create more of our own businesses, have our own Black American owned gas stations, hospitals, etc., etc., etc. So I mean, I think it's a great thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and you're absolutely right. See, our boycotting should have started way long ago, if you want to be honest, because it got to be something that it got to be molded in your mind that, hey, I'm gonna boycott this, and I'm gonna stick with it. It's something that it's something that got to be molded in your mind. You see what I'm saying? So like just say Christmas, right? See, you participated in Christmas last year. You participated in Christmas the year before last and the year before last. But now in 2025, because you lost 300,000 females lost jobs, you say now, hey, I want to boycott Christmas. That should have been something that had already been molded in the mind.
But you know what?
But it's better now than later, bro. It's better now than never.
Yeah, they gotta start somewhere. People gotta start somewhere. Welcome to the panel, King Rooster. Do you have something to say?
No, I was just listening to y'all earlier, and then I seen the mulatto backing out, asking him why he come up here trolling this woman.
And just for the listeners, Victor, well, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can
just for the listeners, Vic is mad that I had sex with his baby mother, so he'll be mad at me forever.
Oh, that's a lie, brother. You don't know me.
He'll be mad at me forever. But can we stick to the topic, brother, please?
Yeah, we can stick to this topic, Mr. Oreo. He do this all the time now, so don't
your baby
let him
mother
worry
like
you.
Oreos. Apparently, your baby mother like the.
Okay, stop all that. Let's go to the subject.
Look, that's what he does. So don't let him bother you. And the other guy, he sound like you know the key word he used was ministry. he sound like one of them little white nationalist kids that's part of that Patriot Front stuff. So you got to watch those. Those are the school shooters. So those are the ones that eventually pop up on the internet. Like you'll find out, okay, this person that committed this crime ended up in this chat or whatever. You notice a lot of time when they find out who done something, they'll be like, okay, that person was talking like this on this page. That's
right.
That's the
All right.
So
Well,
you
can
got
we
to
get
watch
back to
him.
the subject of we
Mulatto
was talking?
harmless now. The mulatto just like the joke.
Yeah. Only thing I beat up is his baby mother pussy. That's the only thing I beat up is his
Stop
baby
it.
mother
Stop it
pussy.
with y'all. Come on now. You
That's
know
it.
what?
That's
You
I
all.
was
know
one
what
of
I'm
300,000 black women that lost my job in 2025. And even if I still had my six-figure job, I would still boycott Christmas. If I could afford it, I would still boycott Christmas. In past years, when I could afford it, I was already boycotting Christmas. So political fire under my ass is only a further motivator to do things that I believe are morally right to do. It is my moral responsibility to not empower people who disrespect me and my people. And by my people, I mean humanity. Because the strain we're putting on this earth goes far beyond any of the actions that we do to one another. Because when this earth decides that it wants to respond to being mistreated, we can't get out of that. We can't get away from that. It is my responsibility to not overconsume. It is my responsibility to not teach my daughter to equate her self-worth with things that she has. When I had money to get her things at Christmas time, I'd have not. Out of my moral responsibility to avoid overconsumption, greed. And that's not to say that because we already got enough stuff. We already have enough stuff. So I'm not going to concentrate getting a lot of stuff in 1 month just to say we have more stuff. We got stuff. That's my point. We already have stuff. Between me and my daughter, that's a laptop, an iPad, and 3 phones. We have stuff. There's a TV in my room, and there's a TV in the spare room that's not even set up. We have stuff. There's an old woman somewhere, just passed away. She got a garage full of Christmas decorations. Her kids are begging to get rid of that shit. Halloween decorations. Teachers with ex-teachers that got whole Christmas sweater collections that they dying to get rid of. We have enough stuff. Collectively, we have enough. Like, how much stuff do we need? iPhone 17? Are you kidding me? We have enough stuff. We have stuff. Like, we have stuff. It's not about money. I don't have to prove to somebody that I can spend more money.
Thoughts, guys?
She woke.
Right.
She wasn't woke type.
Yeah, she right. She right about
He's
it.
right, though. What do you mean woke type? Well, hell, we need more woke type people.
No, look, let's get this straight. This ain't about, okay, the economy is bad, right? This ain't about I want to boycott Christmas. This is about I ain't got the funds to be messing around in them stores. That's all that is, man. Look, man, we at the point right now where everybody talking money and talking about money that they don't have, man. Everybody is damn near one step out of the door from being homeless. Unless you, all the rich folks done stole or messed over somebody. You better believe that. So if you just working a day-to-day job, you're gonna have some ups and some downs. These people don't want to boycott Christmas. The main thing black people want to do, the best thing they can ever do is go out and get shit and say, I got this and you ain't got that. You think somebody want to boycott that? No, just admit that you don't have the money to be spending on unnecessary things. Let's see, a long time ago, our grandparents and our mom and daddy used to tell us, but now in this society, you got to have it to look like something to somebody. Long time ago, when I was coming up, mama say, I'm your Santa Claus, and Santa Claus ain't got them gifts. You'll get it whenever I get it. All right. But
Honey,
now,
I taught my kids mommy Santa from like, honey, I'm not gonna give no white man my accolades, honey. It's mommy Santa, you know? Mommy Santa, mommy Tooth Fairy. Honey, I remember one time they had, on St. Patrick's Day, my daughter was crying because the leprechaun didn't come. And I said, child, leprechaun, the school taught them about the leprechaun about to come and whatever and give a pot of gold.
We was
But
taught
it had
we
my
didn't want the
child
leprechaun
crying
to
waiting
come.
for the leprechaun. My
You
child
remember the
was
movie The
heartbroken.
Leprechaun? We didn't want the
Huh?
leprechaun to come. You remember the old scary movie The Leprechaun? We didn't want him to come.
To the new
They
kids,
used to
that the leprechaun is something cute. It's something cool.
I don't know
She
what they
said
teaching
she
these
was
kids.
like the leprechaun didn't come and it was crying. I said the leprechaun. My mind went to that damn movie, the leprechaun. You don't want no leprechaun to come. I don't know what the leprechaun.
No, bro. I don't know. It's a trick to make people dump all of their money back into the program. And like they talking
But
about
no, let's talk
boycotting.
about how these schools are teaching their kids about the leprechaun and got them up here crying. Wait, because the leprechaun ain't come. That's crazy.
Man, back in the early days, boy, you say something about the leprechaun, kids will start crying and be wondering where he at and how to get away from him.
Over the movie.
No.
I should have shown that movie. I said, you don't want the leprechaun. I should have said, listen, let me show you the leprechaun. Honey, traumatized my child. I wouldn't do that. I should have shown her that movie though. No, you know, that's why you don't want the leprechaun to come. But yeah, the
we didn't play around with that.
The Easter bunny, all that stuff. Like hell no.
And then we also used to get told if you be bad, Santa Claus will throw ashes in your eyes or some shit. You know, all kind of. We wasn't studying them holidays. We like the gifts, but you know, people get together for family. That's what we used to get together for, family. Everybody bring a dish and hang around. All that spending money. Yeah, people spend money, but right now, people just gotta admit to your children you don't have the money for that. Everything high. The prices of food, bro. Everything's crazy. Don't say you want to boycott. Just say, baby, I'm broke. I got to keep lights on, baby. Do you want lights or do you want to push a toy around in the dark? Cause we can make it happen now. Shit.
Do you want
But let me tell you how, you know what I'm saying, as a parent, that I was able to teach mine about Christmas. They celebrate December the 25th, right? Whose birthday do they say that is?
Jesus Christ.
So why you getting a present? Why you getting a present? Why you got to have a present? It ain't your birthday. So this whole thing, you know what I'm saying, this Christmas whole thing, shenanigan about Christmas, is nothing but big corporations' time to make money.
When did that start, though? When did Christmas become a corporate holiday? Like, what was the what was the onset of Christmas and Thanksgiving becoming so commercialized to where, I mean, when did the whole Black Friday become a thing where people begin to flood Walmart? The 1970s.
When folks lost their mind, I guess.
No.
You know, I think I'm in a time warp because it seems, let me tell you something. I don't know because I'm getting older. It seems like the older I get, it seems like things like just change rapid, like just overnight. All of a sudden, there's a Black Friday where people are fighting each other at Walmart. It seems like that. I had never heard of such a thing. But then all of a sudden, like, 1 year went by and people were running over top of each other in Black Friday. And I'm like, where did this come from? It might have been going on the whole time, but I was like, maybe my enlightenment, you know what they said is that the Native Americans they were looking over into the ocean and they couldn't see the pirate ships at first, but at some point they were on the coast the whole time on their way in. But until someone understood what a pirate ship looked like, that's when they were able to point out there's ships out there.
Right.
Or something didn't look right. Oh, there's something out there. And that's
TJ,
what
you know what?
Yeah. Go ahead.
My bad for cutting you off. But you have to look at word usage to understand and just think on it. Everything that be done to us is right in front of your face. They say Black Friday. They put black in the front of it. Okay, don't you know that, like, if Black people would stop as a collective, stop spending their money for a couple of days out of the week, it'll put a dent in the United States function. It'll probably shut certain things down. They know they got to pick out certain days to pull in the black dollar because we got spending power. Black people, we always ain't got nothing, but we got something to go spend some money on. You know what I'm saying? That's why they do it.
They
All
said
the money that
they
y'all
said that
got
Black
tucked
Friday was
away,
when the real
they
workers
pick out
was on
specific.
strike.
They pick out specific days to where they can throw a banner up, put a newspaper out saying, "Hey, we got sales," and it pulls the black, because black people love. We got to have something. We like new stuff, so they put their commercials out in order to force you to go and spend that money, because you always need something instead of saying, "Well, I don't need that. I'm just sit back and wait." Yeah, they
Check
do that
this
to
out.
pull the money from the black people.
Her adopted daughter about Santa. She told her, because the white people they're boycotting too, especially the white people that's like close to the black community. Because we're not gonna just like act like the black and whites don't have some level of solidarity on some certain level. Because they be working with there be white people that be on our side. So she got a
I
black.
was just explaining to my daughter last night how Christmas is going to be like this year because mommy's on a boycott. Look, we ain't out here supporting none of these companies that support Donald Trump when mommy's boycotting. So we're going to have a light Christmas this year, okay? She say, but Santa going to bring me some presents. I say, well, Santa's an immigrant. Donald Trump got ICE going after all the immigrants. She said, Black Santa ain't scared of no damn Donald Trump. Black Santa going to bring me my gifts. Look here, y'all. I'm going to figure out Christmas this year, y'all, because I got to be on this boycott. But she clearly understands Black Santa ain't scared of no damn Donald Trump. Black Santa's still going to bring her gifts.
Well, Black Santa.
Oh yeah, she hanging around us. She been hanging around us a long time.
Right.
I can hear that on
laugh
laugh.
like a white person. She said she did the black, but that wasn't even the regular black laugh that she did. I said, "What, y'all?"
Man,
she did that.
She said, "Mama, ain't no excuse."
Right? No, you about to give me a gift on Christmas, okay? Black Santa's gonna bring it. If white Santa don't do it, and Mexican Santa is gonna be Black Santa.
And while we're on task, go ahead and cancel Christmas. Go on and start that family chat and let them know that you're not exchanging gifts this year. Hopefully everybody in your family is on board. And I know you're thinking about the kids. Well, Facebook Marketplace. If you're going to buy something for somebody, buy something small and local. Support a small retailer. But it's going to be Red Friday for these folks this year. Someone called it that in my chat. It says it's not going to be Black Friday this year. It need to be Red Friday. And I agree 100%. Hashtag Red Friday. But it's a good opportunity to teach your kids that freedom ain't free. And it's a conversation that need to be had because, somebody going to have to sacrifice and we're going to have to fight for this shit. So here we are. And those retailers, they're going to know. I know they're sitting on inventory from last winter. And guess what? They're going to have that same inventory next winter. It's like, seriously, let's do this. There were Christmases I had as a kid where my mom didn't have any money. She made a sweet potato pies, and that was fine. They were good. We were just as happy. We were like who's in Whoville. And I think that's how it needs to be. If you want to do something, switch it up a little bit. Do some community service. Spend some time, serving in a soup kitchen as a family. Donate some money to like a homeless shelter. Help somebody else this year. Do something that really counts if you're going to do something. But if you buy something, please buy something small and local. Don't give these retailers nothing. We're not spending money. October, November, December, they make a whole lot of money off of us. And here's the time to teach them. We're not spending no money. Red Friday, cancel Christmas.
What do you think about that? What are y'all thoughts?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, all right, like you said, right? Everybody got to start somewhere. Okay, if you haven't never done it and never boycotted Christmas, and this is your first year boycotting Christmas, then you got to do it next year. You got to do the year after that, and you got to do it for now on. You see what I'm saying? And not just no one-time event and say, okay, now I'm gonna go back and buy folks a present for Christmas. It got to be something that's molded in your mind. You got to be shaped and into that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I know these black men are gonna love not buying stuff for Christmas. I'm sure they be like, God damn, y'all. Especially the ones that got
Man.
6 and 7 kids.
No, because again, I asked. Because again, I asked.
They gotta go over and bring presents and.
Yeah. Because again, I ask you, whose birthday is it? Whose birthday is it? It's Jesus' birthday. Well, damn it, why get you a present? We should be celebrating Jesus, not celebrating you. Not you gotta what you like for Christmas, what you want for Christmas.
It ain't even Jesus' birthday. That's what's crazy. That's not Jesus' birthday.
It might not be, but it
Was
might not
it
be.
April or something like that. When the sun, whatever. Well, I don't even listen. I'm not Christian, so that's why I don't celebrate Christmas.
We know that because we you know what I'm saying, we awaken to the truth, right? We know that, but in America, that's the year that they picked, December the 25th, for Jesus' birthday, right? So, but we know better, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying though, is December the 25th? You call that Jesus' birthday? If that's Jesus' birthday, then what I'm doing looking like buying you a present? It's not your birthday. So until we get that in our mind and we begin to think like that and think that way, you're always gonna buy somebody a present and it's not even their birthday. That's what I want to ask. What did we learn to buy presents for each other? But it's Jesus' birthday. He's supposed to be the one to get a present.
I want to throw this in here though. People talking about boycotting Christmas. Christmas should have boycotted some of these people because all these folks don't deserve no gift. Like it's certain stuff you can ask people to do all year round, and they don't do nothing they supposed to do. You got to constantly be on them, but you supposed to scrape the bottom of the pot, use all your last little shillings to give this person.
But that's the point.
Right. That's crazy.
That's the point. This whole thing is a setup. Listen, what they do is they empty out your pockets because all this stuff is like it's like a corporate thing, right? They empty out your pockets for the last 3 months of the year, and then they give you your money back in income taxes in February.
And did you do it right again? All go over again. You do it right again.
And then Father's Day and Mother's Day and Easter and so all these American holidays. Listen, I don't even think other countries celebrate holidays. We have so many freaking holidays. Columbus Day, we barbecuing, and Martin Luther King, we barbecue. We barbecue for everything. Barbecue for this and barbecue for that. Listen, I never knew that. Listen, all of a sudden, like I said, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Since when was Martin Luther King Day a day where you have like they have like parties and stuff for Martin Luther King, where they be showing like him on the thing, look with baseball caps on, and nightclub for Martin Luther King birthday. And I'm like, since when did this go on? And I'm like, am I just so out of touch with society that Martin Luther King Day turned into like a hood holiday where people got like they at the club like Martin Luther King? I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like people barbecue. Like, what are we doing, bro? Did you notice like all the way to spend money became some hood shit like where they have Martin Luther King on the flyers looking wild, bro.
They look, that's the black buying power, bro. They know that we have money stockpiled up. The reason why it don't look like a lot because the first time you get something in your pocket, you got to spend it on something. The thing is, I believe that they do not want black people stockpiling this money. Just think about it. If you start boycotting all these holidays and you put that money in a jar, you get your income tax, you put that money in a jar. Some people get about in income taxes. Some people it's getting about 8,000 back. Just imagine you save all of that holiday money and you save all that income tax money and you put it in a jar. White folks don't know you got it or whatever. Soon somebody get in trouble, bam, they think they got you, but you pop out with all that money that you didn't have to spend because you didn't follow all of the stuff they said to drain you of that money. Man, you probably within 4 or 5 years, if you save them them thousands of dollars, income tax and all that holiday money, man, you probably be forced to be reckoned with now. Cause can't nobody say nothing to the Negro who got some money in their pocket. You can't tell him nothing. So that's what it is, bro. They don't want you to stockpile money. So they come up with holidays to where you have to dump all your money out.
Right.
So they can get it
to
back.
make sure that you go broke and then come back up. Broke, come back up. For especially the people that's like below a certain like income line, you know. You be broke, but after that Christmas, honey, you can't get no one you can't buy shit after that. And you know what else they do is income tax season. Do you know how the cars go up? Do you know that during income tax season is the worst time to buy a car because they up the prices on all the cars?
The best time to catch a car is around August. When people have to go back to school, they'll sell you the car from under their garage. When people have to send their children back to school, buy all these supplies or pay them college tuitions and whatever, they will sell everything because August, holidays about to come up. People need money to participate in those holidays. Catch it around August. Around this time, people need money. Some of the best of everything, you can buy it right now. And people will give it up.
Yeah.
Don't never buy it around income tax.
Jackie just put me something on Black Friday. Let's see what this is. I'm still trying to figure out where the hell did Black Friday even come from. Okay, so mining crisis, March 1921. In the aftermath of the First World War, the Triple Alliance and United Action in general were regarded by many trade unions as defense against the threat of wage reductions. A complicating factor was both that the coal industry and railways had been controlled by the state during the war, etc. So where did Black Friday come from? Let's see.
Came from the military. Celebrate.
Black Friday and the TUC. So maybe it was a little bit further up in that thing. Hold on, let me go back. So Black Friday in British labor history, 1921, when leaders of transport and rail unions announced a decision not to call for a strike action in support of miners. The epithet Black derives from the widespread feeling among labor radicals that the decision amounted to a breach in solidarity and portrayal to the miners, caused the United Kingdom census would have been planned. Is this for America or the United Kingdom, though? This sounds like the UK. It don't sound like the US. I don't think that's for the US. I don't think that Black Friday is the same as the US Black Friday. I might be wrong, but that sounds like a UK thing.
I'm telling you, Black Friday is what it is. They put black in front of it. That's when Black people come out to consume the most. They spend all of their money. And a lot of times, if you pay attention, they ain't giving you no deals. A lot of that stuff is just overstocked stuff that they couldn't get rid of throughout the year.
Thank you.
Know what I'm saying? It look like
it's overstocked bullshit. Exactly.
So look, with this boycott, if the industries didn't know that it was going to be a boycott, you can actually get a better deal because they'll buy all of their inventory and nobody comes in. And now over the period of months, they're going to have to drop the price of certain things in order to get it off the floor. You see what I'm saying?
Well, unfortunately, Black people, we got to get online and tell everybody what we're doing. You know what I'm saying?
6 Black children were martyred in 1963, and as a result, Black people started the Black Christmas boycott, aka the Christmas sacrifice. Around a year or so prior to 1963, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee organized a national Christmas boycott against any store that enforced Jim Crow laws. Medgar Evers was one of the key leaders in this initial boycott, which was targeted at local stores who wouldn't hire Black employees. Their call to action was encouraging Black consumers to not give any of these local stores their money during the holiday season. Would you be able to abstain? The next Christmas season in 1963, following the death of the 4 little girls and 2 other young boys who were also killed in Alabama that same day, Medgar Evers and JFK, calls were made to renew the boycott. The 1963 boycott was exceedingly popular in Greenville, North Carolina, where the demonstration was led by the Progressive Citizens Council. Their boycott was originally aimed at downtown businesses, but then expanded to a blackout of Christmas tree lights, which brought more awareness to the cause. Only 6 black families in Greenville had Christmas tree lights up during the Christmas season, and in 1964, the city saw the largest increase in hiring of black employees for the holiday season Greenville had ever seen. Baby, that's what you call impact. Make sure you like, comment, and follow the 5-2 Society for more.
Mm-hmm. Just like I said, they got to be molded. You got to be molded into that. And so if this is the year that they're going to start, they're going to have to do it next year. They're going to have to do the year after that. You know what I'm saying? Let these people know we ain't playing no more.
Oh. Yeah, I got to drop down. I got a little.
This is not the first time that we've talked about the Christmas, you know what I'm saying, boycotting Christmas. You say you got to drop down. What do you want to say before you leave? Okay, well, I thought he wanted to say something before he left. But you know what? This is not the first time we have boycotted Christmas. Okay, guys. And Farrakhan has talked about this, I think, every year. And he has said the boycott every single year. Right? I don't think there's ever been a year where he says, look, boycott this stuff. So Farrakhan been on the right track. I mean, I'm not a Muslim or anything like that, but let's go into it. Hold on. He's gonna break down the whole Christmas thing. Let's go into Farrakhan. I'm not a Muslim, but I'm gonna say Farrakhan makes sense sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Let's go into it.
Lifted Israel up, and Nimrod came and broke the civilization of Moses. Nimrod is who you're really celebrating on the 25th day of December. You're not celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. And if you are, you're making a mockery of it. You drink more alcohol on his birthday than any other day in the year. And you've turned the so-called birthday of Jesus Christ into a commercial feast of foolishness. Santa Claus has knocked Jesus out of the top spot. And the merchants who don't even believe in Jesus are busy selling you foolishness, making themselves rich and you poor for another year on the basis of a lie. And that's why they call it Xmas, because you don't know who it is that you are worshiping. Where did you get this Christmas tree from? What does that have to do with Jesus Christ? Who made up this lie and forced it on the church? Moses lifted Israel up, and Nimrod.
That's right.
Thoughts?
That's what I was saying. Why am I buying you a gift? You know what I'm saying? And he's absolutely right. I can't argue with that because
he broke down the Bible with it too.
Yeah, we both know that December 25th ain't Jesus' birthday, so I respect that. But outside of that, though, I'm just looking at the fact of a gift. Why should I be giving you a gift? You know what I'm saying, for Christmas? So the whole thing to me has nothing to do with me. Christmas don't have anything to do with me. I even, sometimes some of my family members get mad. Man, why you don't celebrate Christmas? It don't have nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? Christmas don't have anything to do with me. Yeah.
Yeah. And check this out. So, and this was 6 years ago.
You deserve something better. And no matter what you do of good for yourself, you're involved in a corrupt and rotten system. So whatever you do, it's limited. And God don't want no limited good for us. He wants to open the door of heaven for all of us. Now, the last thing I want to say, this week coming up is Thanksgiving. Such a phony holiday. Ask the Indians, is it a nice holiday for them? The next day is Black Friday. I'd like to give us some marching on. See, Martin Luther King, in his last speech in Memphis, April 3rd, the day before he was killed. Listen to Dr. King's words. He said, we don't have to argue with anybody. We don't have to curse and go around acting bad with our words. We don't need any bricks and bottles. We don't need any Molotov cocktails. We just need to go around to these stores and to these massive industries in our country and say, quote, God sent us by here to say to you that you're not treating his people right. And we've come by here to ask you to make the first item on your agenda fair treatment where God's children are concerned. Now, if you're not prepared to do that, we have an agenda that we must follow. And our agenda calls for withdrawing economic support from you. Dr. King. Now, I hope you haven't gone shopping yet. Listen. This Christmas, let's make it a real mass for Christ. Listen to what I'm saying. Christ is not interested in you going in the store and making the already rich rich, putting yourself in debt for another year to give out gifts. Come on. Jesus didn't ask you to do that. When you go home, take your Bible, look at the 10th chapter of Jeremiah, and know that going out in the forest, cutting down a tree, bringing it home, decking it with silver and gold, that's what the heathens do. You don't need no Christmas tree in your house. That's pagan practice. Leave the tree. Oh, come on, Farrakhan.
Honey, I ain't never had no damn. Listen, I ain't had a tree in my house for almost like 10 years. I don't put no tree in my house.
Exactly.
I had one last year because someone got me a tree and said, come on, just the kids. And, what I'm saying? They bought me a tree. But up until then, I ain't never put no tree in my house. No, I'm not. No. Nope.
Leave the tree. Leave the lights. Because you in the end of the month, Santa ain't paying your electric bill. And I tell you what, leave the mythical Santa at the North Pole, or wherever the hell he is. You leave Santa. And don't you ever again spend money on your children and give the credit to a mythical Caucasian.
Hallelujah.
That's right.
Amen.
That's
whatever
right.
the greeting for the Muslim is, Ashe, Shalom,
and make your children think that they got to continue to look to white people to get things that you give them with your hard sweat and blood. Now, I'd like to celebrate this Christmas with you. Now, we know that Jesus was not born on the 25th, but you got to come back and Brother Ishmael will teach you all about that. But here's what I want you and I to do. There's a 107th surah of the Quran. It's titled Al-Ma'un. Acts of kindness. Don't cost money to be kind.
Ain't that what it says? Acts of kindness don't cost money to be kind. So maybe we need to like replace Christmas with a giving day, even Thanksgiving with a giving day, but giving to others. Now that's something that you could actually do versus us being greedy. We could like take whatever all that extra stuff. We could change the Christmas holiday into whatever you have extra in your house. Go down to the homeless people and give it away. Anything extra you got. That would be a better holiday than sitting up here exchanging gifts for people that already got stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's right. And that's pretty much what people were saying, Let's not keep pumping money into this corporation.
We should boycott Christmas. That's what's going to hurt them. Fine, we can't all do a general strike. I get it. Let's boycott Christmas. We don't need material things anyway. It's 2025. Do you really want to buy all this stuff from the companies that laid everyone off this year? I don't think so. What we want is more time anyway, with our families, with our friends. If you work that day, call off, call in sick. Let's boycott Christmas. We can do this. Let's hurt them where it really counts. Come on, we got this.
And it's really about them. It's really about us. We need to stop being such consumers. Let's not stop at Christmas, though.
Absolutely. But one thing, though, you're absolutely right. And one thing I was going to say, too, is, see, many people sit there and they misconstrue Christ on Christmas, right? They missed the whole point. Like somebody in the chat wrote, Jesus did that. It's a symbolic of how Jesus did that. Want us to do for our neighbors. Jesus don't want you to go out and buy your neighbor a gift. Jesus just wants you to go out and love your neighbor, uplift your neighbor. You know what I'm saying? That's what Jesus wants. You see? So, but in reality, in best retrospective look at things, look at it like this. Christmas is a pagan holiday. That's just the bottom line. And Black people have no business celebrating pagan holidays. So you better believe, think about it, right? Think about it, right? How many times after Christmas have you seen, you just got your husband or wife something for Christmas, but 3 or 4 days later after Christmas, y'all got a big argument about something and cussing each other out. Like where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? So those are pagan holidays, like you were saying about the Christmas tree, putting the Christmas tree up in your home. That's what the pagans used to do. You know what I'm saying? So, and Thanksgiving, like you said, we celebrate Thanksgiving. We got to get full on Thanksgiving Day. Well, guess what? Don't you know that Thanksgiving is a pagan holiday? How do I know? Because they came in and they killed a lot of Indians, over millions and millions of Indians for Thanksgiving. That's how you know. You see what I'm saying? So I think it's now time. If we're gonna move this whole thing forward, I think this is the time now to stop playing pagan and being a pagan and walk the real walk now. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm steady talking and everything. So I'm sorry. Let me go back to what I was saying here. So he says, you ain't broke. Beige lives matter. You ain't broke because of gifts. You're broke because you don't pool with your family or make sound investments. Change my mind. Well, you're not talking about me because I've made sound investments. I invest in real estate. I invest in different things. So you're not speaking about me. So, all right, and then so what do we already do? Basically, y'all all try to reinvent air if you associate it with whiteness. This is not about whiteness. And I understand, what we're doing here, it probably is hurting a lot of people just to think that people are doing. Bottom line is that our community, listen, needs to begin to stop bleeding money out the way it's been. We have been bleeding money out for the longest time. And Dr. Claude Anderson has been saying that.
That's right.
He's been saying it. But I don't know. When are we going to stop? When are we going to start to listen to it?
And like this young man said, only day you should celebrate is your birthday. Now I will buy you a gift on your birthday. You know what I'm saying? Because it's your birthday. You deserve one. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But why am I posted on December 25th? I'm supposed to celebrate Jesus' birthday. But yet though, instead of giving Jesus a gift, I'm over here giving you a gift. That don't make no sense. You see what I'm saying? That don't make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna give somebody else a gift and let's just say on December 25th, I'm Jesus and it's my birthday. How you gonna give somebody else a gift, but you skip over me, and it's my birthday, and I'm right here. You see what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. Yeah. So yeah, we got to leave these pagan holidays alone. The only
you want to say that the sisterhood is overcompensating. Okay. Well, where is the black move? Where is the black man movement? Why does it only take the sisters to come together and create a movement? Why is it when we do that, you guys, black men, want to go against us and say that, oh, you guys don't even know their God? We need to have more solidarity. We need to stop all this red pill, blue pill, hating each other crap. And you know what? Recently, I have been seeing more stuff where black men are changing their minds and saying, you know what? We love our sisters. Because we have been having like this battle of the sexes, and it needs to stop. I love black men. I love a black man. And I need a black man. I need them to help me. If I had a mate or whatever, I would love for him to come in and help me. I'm not over here pretending like I don't need no man's help. Because, honey, I'm not fixing to climb up no ladder. You know what I'm saying? I'm not fixing to climb up underneath no car. I'm not fixing to try to put my hand inside no damn engine. I'm not trying to do a lot of the shit that, I'm not going to lie to myself and pretend like I don't need men. Because I'm not fixing to do all that. You know what I'm saying? Get my nails dirty, trying to put my finger into it. I don't even know what I'm doing any goddamn way. Men have a certain ability to know how to fix things a certain way. Even when I tried to look on YouTube and try to be, do it myself. Shit. I'm like, man, so-and-so, could you come and do this? Because I don't know how to, come on now. I'm not fixing to do all that. I'm not fixing to lift the car up and climb underneath it and unscrew something and screw something back in. The hell no, I'm not doing that. What the fuck? No, I'm not doing that. I would prefer a man do that. You know.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not even strong enough. Some of the screws. Have you tried to unscrew some of this stuff? Like, come on now. It take a certain I don't know whether it's probably from jacking off, but the risk and everything be stronger on men than women.
That's right.
Honey, men's wrist, I can't even unscrew the shit. Like, okay, can you come and do this? I don't know. My wrist ain't even strong enough sometimes to unscrew a top of a jar, let alone get underneath a car where the machines have screwed it, and then I gotta try to unscrew. Come on now, bro. I'm not trying to do all that. I know that there are certain things I need men for. Let's not be unrealistic. Now, for the women that are tough and want to jump underneath the car and jump inside of it and pull an engine out and do all that, no, I'm not fixing to do none of that shit. I'm not fixing to climb up on a ladder and put a light fixture in. I'm not fixing to do that. Hell no. Honey, my equilibrium, I got boobs and everything, my balance and everything, getting on that ladder too high. I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to. I'm scared. I'm not fixing to do that. So some of these women out here, no, I could do it. I don't need no man doing shit. I need a man to do that. I'm not fixing to. There's a lot of shit I'm not fixing to do. And so all that, pretending like we don't need men to do stuff, whatever. But I don't think it should be a thing. Okay, equal rights does not mean that we don't need men. I just want to be treated decent. You don't have to treat me bad because I need you. And I don't have to treat you bad because you need me. We can work together. And that's what we've been doing. Black men and black women have been working together. I don't know where this whole thing has happened where we're over here pretending like we don't need each other. We need each other, bro. We need each other. You're not fixing to sit with no baby long-term crying. Hell, when the baby first come out, it want titties anyway. It don't want you. It's over there trying to suckle on your chest. It don't need you. It need the mom. So we need to stop pretending like we don't need each other. So let's get that under control already. Black women need black men. White women need white men. Chinese, and we all need each other, bro. Men need women. Women need men. We need each other. As long as we're going to be procreating, the kids need the woman to nurture. They need the man to kind of go out. Because when I'm over here pregnant, I can't go out and hunt and do anything or make money and do this, that, the other, especially at that 6 months after you have a child, or 6 weeks after you have a child to 4, whatever. You can't do nothing. All you can do is sit there and hold that baby and change its diaper and feed it. So how are you going to sustain your household? So we cannot pretend like we don't need each other, sir, ma'am, whoever that is, whatever is saying all this stuff. We need to stop pretending like we don't need each other. We need each other.
We definitely need each other.
Yes, we do.
but I'm back on the topic. We need each other. Show enough.
And Christmas and all this stuff. Even if you're in a 2-family household, still boycott Christmas. It's not just about black women boycotting Christmas. Families need to do it too.
Mm-hmm.
Save your money.
Yeah.
Save your money. So I'm not just trying to just only say that this is about just only black women need. No, they're the ones that is leading the charge to do it, but we need to do it as a community. White women, black women, Chinese, everybody. We need to because this whole thing that's happening in this country is not only affecting black women. I'm just bringing them up because they're the one leading the charge.
Mm-hmm.
They're leading the charge, and we need to take the lead of the women that are doing that. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right. And I agree.
Invest themselves into a religious experience and establish.
Let's go into
as Geronimo talked to a general in the 1880s in the mountains, not too far from here, when he met with him at a peace conference, a powwow, and said to him, he said, "This morning Because I want to speak to you the truth. And I want the truth to be like arrows that go out from my heart and my soul to your mind and your body. And I want each and every one of you to understand what I'm talking about this morning. You see, I'm very profoundly disturbed. I just left Tuskegee, where black folk are suffering. And I'm very disturbed when I go across this country, and I cannot find the sensitivities and the concerns about black folk in America that I want to see. And the only minister that I have seen and heard from any place in this nation has been Dr. Price, that is telling you what you should be listening to. And I've spoken all over this country and all over the world representing presidents and governors. And he is...
Wait, Victor say, look, black men don't want black women to boycott Christmas because that new PlayStation 5 is on the list. Well, honey, you don't have to wait till Christmas to get that PlayStation 5. Wait till Black Friday. I'm just joking. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to wait. Just go ahead. If you want to do that, Christmas should not be a certain time. You understand what I'm saying? Because these corporations are banking on everybody pulling their money and making the most money during that time frame. That's the main thing, is that they are trying to disrupt the anticipation of this holiday to make the most money they've ever made. They do every 2 times a year.
The only minister I've run into so far that violates all the social norms that were exacted on black folk back in the 1790s as this country began to move into an evangelical movement. And they decided in the 1790s that it's now permissible to have a black preacher or to have black folk invest themselves into a religious experience. And the establishment in this country said, yes, we will let blacks have their own separate services. But we must pick the minister. We must pick a minister that is controllable. And we must tell him exactly what he's supposed to do.
What has he done? Okay, listen, he's given the information. What are you doing? What have you done? At least he'll stand up in front of people and give the information about and break down. This is before the internet existed. This is where we got our information from, was when people like this spoke. See, it's the thing, because like a lot of you young people have no idea of the life before the internet. This guy was speaking on this in 2000. Well, no, I think that was the internet was going on back then. But like 2000 and I don't know when this Powernomics. Do you know when Powernomics was recorded? Let me look it up. When was Powernomics recorded? Hold on. (2001) or the 1990s. Whatever it was before the internet. So he was predicting. He got his numbers wrong. He thought it was going to happen by 2012. What's happening now? He predicted it to happen by 2012. What's happening now? He was about 12 years off, 15 years off, 12. Bottom line is that, but he predicted everything that was going to happen. I'm gonna skip through this. I'm gonna play the whole thing, but I wanted to like at least show you guys Powernomics. If you get a chance, watch the whole thing. But I want to like at least show you guys Powernomics. Claude Anderson, please watch it.
License the ministers. So by the 1720s, the entire establishment in this country has set up a system saying that any black minister in this country, he has an admonishment. He must teach black folk 3 things so that religion will become a control device to help us maintain the status quo on black folk in this country. He says every black minister who we select or we license, they must teach black folk. First of all, when you talk about the Bible, you talk about the master and the slave, you are talking about the white master on earth and the black slave. You must secondly teach black folk to be humble and obedient and accept their life lot, and to be respectful and loyal to the white servant, to the white master. And lastly, you must teach black folk. You must teach black folk that they would get theirs in the hereafter, in pie in the sky. And that went into effect in the 1820s, and every black minister fell in the line and did it. And they stayed like that until after the Civil War, when 119 blacks on October the 19th walked into St. Paul's Church, Baptist Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, and says, we can't take it anymore. As black folk, the suffering is too acute. And said we must at least have 40 acres and a mule or something. You cannot just turn us loose, free, and say we're free, and give us non-economic emancipation where we are pennilessly, poor, impoverished, sick, broken, busted, uneducated, ignorant, homeless, nothing, and say we are now free. And that is the only minister, Dr. Price, that I've heard that understands that.
Right. So he was speaking on the Breakfast Club in 2010, and we still stuck in our answers in the Bible and black Christian conservatives of old, like whatever. And here's another thing: is this was in so he did it. So he 2001, 2010. He been saying the same thing, and we still have not gotten the message. We are finally getting it. But we forgot that he said this a long time ago. So I want to give him his props and show you guys, listen, this is the person. He been saying this, y'all.
That you got an obligation in the ministry to go above and beyond that punishment put on black folk over 150 years ago.
He predicted what would happen with immigration. He predicted all this
in this area. Maybe some of them don't like it. I don't care. I learned to respect a man at distance, and I fell in love with him last night at dinner. And if I can ever be of any help to him in what he's trying to do, he's got my help and my institute's help.
Honey, I've been getting it. What are you talking about? FDA.
And so this morning, in the time that's been allotted to me, I want to talk to you, as I said, like Geronimo,
honey,
but I want to be like the great European philosopher Diogenes, who walked through life with a lantern in his hand.
For immigration.
Saying, I want to lighten the darkness, because I'm in search of an honest man. But like Diogenes, I want to walk through this temple and through black America with a new movement I'm trying to create. I want to find not necessarily an honest man. I want to find some black people and some white people that understand the problems in America. I want to find somebody that understands in America that contrary to popular myths, black folk are not progressing in America. Black people are going backwards. In comparative proportional terms, black people in America, where you were in 1850 in this country, you have not progressed. You're still in your same dilemma, contrary to anybody tells you.
And guess what? This was in 2001, and we are still here. And we are in 2025. So he did this 25 years ago, and it still applies. So let it fly. Okay, guys?
And you see, I want to find, like Diogenes, I want to find a black person that understands that black folk are not progressing. But more importantly, I want to find somebody, black or white, that don't mind being black and want to talk about the racial problem in this society. I can't even find that with my lantern in life. We got 3 or 4 major black organizations in America. 3, the Urban League, NAACP, the Rainbow Coalition, and one other one. I can't even get them to focus on the issue of black folk. One wants to take care of cultural diversity. One wants to be talking about multiculturalism. One wants to talk about minority issues. The other wants to talk about oppressed people. And I asked them across the country, why don't somebody talk about black folk and the problems of black people? And so I'm looking, like Diogenes, for a person that understands the history of this country, because I want to understand the problem in America. And the problem is not what you all have been taught. The problem is not poverty. It is not unemployment. It is not unwed teenage parents. It is not food stamps. It's not public housing. It is not drug abuse. Black people only got two problems in America. The first problem is that you've been systematically locked into the lowest level of a real life monopoly game. That's your major problem. And that's what Dr. Price directly and indirectly is telling you about every Sunday morning. You have been locked into a no-win situation. That means that all the wealth and power in this country has been skewed over 400 years systematically into the hands of the majority white society. Black people don't own a significant amount of anything to be able to control their lives. Whites in America right now control almost 100% of all the income, the wealth, the power, the resources, the businesses, the privileges, and all levels of government. You cannot compete. And I'm tired of hearing people telling black folk, why don't you compete? Compete with what? What are you going to compete with? They keep saying, well, black folk can run fast and jump higher. That won't make it. It won't make it. And let me tell you what monopoly is. Monopoly means that all the wealth and power has been skewed based on skin color, going white, yellow, brown, black. And if you've never played the game of Monopoly, let me show you how it's played. I play it every year at my family. It means that everybody, when you sit down, you're given a certain amount of money and wealth. Black people never got their 40 acres and a mule. Now we're playing this game of Monopoly. And let's pretend for a second in this auditorium that whites got $1,000 to play the game of Monopoly. Asians got $500. Hispanics got $300. Indian got $100. And blacks got $50 to play the game of Monopoly. Now, never having gotten your 40 acres of mule, you don't own any land. You don't own any land. And if you don't have the money, you can't put any houses and hotels on the land. You got lucky and had some. Now, when you roll the dice in our hypothetical game of Monopoly, and you roll the dice and your number comes up on the wrong piece of property, what happens to you? You must either go bankrupt or go to jail. And that's the monopoly game that black folk are locked into. And when that happens to you in life, when you only got two alternatives in life, to either go bankrupt or go to jail, that is called an underclass. And black people in America are systematically being forced into a permanent underclass. We will be a permanent underclass by the year 2013. And you got about a 2.5-year window left. If we don't do some very specific things and start to come up with some very cogent strategies, comprehensive strategies of doing some things to focus on that number one problem of redistributing the wealth and power back into the hands of black folk, you can hang it up. Don't worry anymore about retiring. After the next 2 or 3 years, don't worry anymore about going to college. It ain't gonna work. The doors are gonna slam shut on black folk.
Is that not happening right now? Did he not speak the truth? What are your thoughts so far on what he just said? You there, Alameen?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the beginning. I'm gonna play more of it. But just right there, that prediction, what he just said.
That sounds, you know what that sounds like to me?
What?
The Negro problem. That's what it sounds like to me. When they came up with that book a long time ago, The Negro Problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Well, all that stuff really comes from like Dr. Claude Anderson's predictions.
Yeah.
And I think he worked for either Roosevelt or Eisenhower, one of those presidents. He was the chief economist. So so he's not just talking out the side of his behind. He might have, well, you know what? He said locked into a permanent underclass in 2 years. He said if you don't do a few certain things within that time, and so I guess that time has passed, and now we are going into his prediction, which is what he said would happen. And this is exactly where we are now. Exactly. And he predicted it I mean, just spot on.
Exactly. And hey,
and what I'm telling you right now.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this too. See, it's something about the Black American that fail to know the truth. See, they only talk about Black folks being slaves, right? And what he's talking about is showing the Black man after slavery and everything like that. But see, us as a generation of, let's say, over more than 400 years, we're talking about 600, 700 years of enslavement, right? See, that's the only thing that we know was that we were slaves, taken away from Africa and then brought over here to America, right? See, that's a lie. Did you know that was a lie? Did you know that was a lie?
That we were slaves? Yeah, I know that. I think that there were some Native Americans here that were here already.
No, I'm not saying that we weren't slaves. I'm talking about the way that they put it out, the way that they made it to be that we were slaves. It's a lie. It's something that they're not telling you, and it's always been one of the greatest truths about the Black people. See, before we became slaves, we were prisoners of war. Do you know what happened to prisoners of war? We were prisoners of war, right? Sold to Caucasian Americans or colonists or whatever.
Right. So that whole thing that the black people from there put us into slavery. Well, if they were our enemy, then it would make sense that they would be able to, if they were prisoners, they would sell us to the enemy again because we have no connection with that group that did that.
Exactly. But see, they don't talk about our war. See, they don't tell you about before you became slaves, right? They don't tell you about the war that y'all fought in order to be slaves. See, there was a war that took place, but they erased it out. They erased it out the history books. They erased it out the history books. They don't teach it in school. They're not going to teach it in school. But it came to a point where before us being slaves, we were prisoners of war, right? In America, brought to America. You know what I'm saying? To build up America, prisoners of war. But they made us into slaves. You know what I'm saying? Chattel slavery. That's what the name they use, chattel slavery. You see what I'm saying? But again, I would say we were prisoners of war, right? So don't you see why the racism is the way that it is towards us? Because we was Queen Elizabeth, the queen. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She was in power at the time too, as well, with Christopher Columbus and all of them and all of that. She was in power at those times as well. So guess what? The ships that we was brought on, they wasn't just any design ship or any ship. Guess what kind of ships in actuality they were? They were warships. These are warships, right? So like I say, we was brought over here by soldiers. They soldiers. You see what I'm saying? Chain us and put us in chains and everything with guns and shotgun guns and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
See, soldiers. So we were prisoners of war. Now,
have you ever seen a movie called Goodbye Uncle Tom?
No, I haven't seen that movie.
If you ever get a chance, go watch that movie. Goodbye Uncle Tom.
I got to watch that movie. Yeah,
that movie right there. It actually broke down even how they even did stuff. It's called Goodbye Uncle Tom.
Yeah, I'll watch it. But look though, now you see even in 2025 how Black people are treated. Why? Because it's not about they don't want their slaves. They don't want to let go of their slaves. It's what they're doing to black folks in 2025 is showing you that you're always gonna be a defeated people. We defeated y'all with our army. We came and we did what we had to do with our army, and you're always gonna be defeated. You see what I'm saying? So now in 2025, that's the mindset that they got. You see? So if we as black people if we as black people can know that, hey, before you came, man, we owned everything. But before you showed up, we had everything. We was a powerful people. We was a respectful people. You see what I'm saying? Before you put us into chains and came with guns and everything like that and came with a military, we was already established people. Now we get over here to America. Now look how they did us. They put us in chattel slavery. They beat us. They raped us. They murdered us. They did everything that they can to us. You see what I'm saying? And then, 2025, the black man has to stop thinking that, you know what I'm saying? Don't feel bad about being a slave, because you ain't a slave. You a prisoner of war. And this is how they do prisoners of war. You see what I'm saying? So when because think about it, in 1960, 1970, when the black man started getting rights and everything like that, the people of war, the people of war, you know what I'm saying, prisoners of war began to get certain type of rights and things like that. So that's what it is in 2025. You're really, before you ever became a slave, you was a prisoner. Right. Of war. What they did when we got here to America, you know what I'm saying? They committed crimes, you know what I'm saying, against the prisoners of war, and made the prisoners of war into chattel slaves, and then erased out of the history that they ever came, you know what I'm saying, from war. But yeah, we are children of war. You see what I'm saying?
And that's why they had to have the Geneva Convention. And I've also heard that the people that were involved with all this were heavily drinking. They weren't even drinking water. They were just drinking straight alcohol. So a lot of like the atrocities that were happening was because you had a bunch of people that were just souped up on alcohol. They were very drunk people. They were not sober. They were all drunk. Think about a pirate, right? They're drinking whiskey and all this other stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, disease, all this type of stuff, you know. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's but I really want to get back into this economic conversation, because that's what this is really about, economics. When we talk about this, is that, when we break this down, this is what was going on. So all this stuff of us, like, boycotting Christmas and, this whole thing with immigration, it was all predicted by this guy right here in 2001, in this conversation right here, in his book. And he tried to create a Pan-African think tank. I tried to, well, not a the think tank. I tried to create a think tank. I mean, we all try to do different things, but for some reason, it's so much opposition. Things get broken up. It's hard to, people have created towns, they have created organizations, and honey, like, it gets broken down. They are focused on what we're doing. People are looking at everything that we are doing. And the moment it seems like, I think there was one thing where it says, listen, we can't allow Black people to even congregate without there being at least one white person present. So if you ever see like a whole group of Black people like coming together, and then you see that one white person there, like, they literally said that they have to have at least one white person present to almost monitor what we had going on. Mm. Hold on, let me sorry about that. Yeah. What's up, guys?
Crazy.
Hey.
Crazy.
Pam Mulatto? Well, he came up, so all right. I'm still playing this. Let me just finish playing Dr. Claude because I really want to go into what he's saying because he's the one breaking everything down. Let's go.
Now is we're gonna have to get it together fast, and to do it, you must first understand what I'm gonna be telling you this morning. And my speech is gonna be divided into 3 parts. I'm first gonna tell you about the problems of Black America realistically, as Cochise and Geronimo said. I'm gonna give you the truth about the current state of Black America, point 1. 2, I'm gonna analyze it for you. And 3, I'm gonna give you the solutions that we can do together to come out of it. Okay? Now, we got a very serious problem in that monopoly game. We're gonna have a converging forces, social forces coming across this country. About 8 major forces are gonna push us into that understructure and that underclass position. And let me talk about 3 or 4 of them right quick. First thing, across this country, you're gonna have an increasing amount of conservatism. Now, I want you all to understand up front what conservatism means. So I don't care whoever uses that word, you know what it means. Conservatism is a new code word for anti-Blackism, okay? Except now a conservative can stand right in your face and tell you and confess that he's a conservative, which means he is a racist and not tell you he's a racist. Racism right now, we got racism all over America and I can't find one racist. And what I'm telling you right now, before my book even hit the market, I'd already predicted in my book that you're going to have a cutback in welfare. I predicted in my book they're going to catch people like in Texaco, and they just caught Avis discriminating against blacks in North Carolina, South Carolina, and they just caught Circuit City, Sam's, Walmart's. I knew they were going to try to cut out the single-member districts. I knew they were going to go after affirmative action. I knew there were going to be riots all over this country. They're coming.
Does this sound like he talking in 2001 or right now? Tell me it don't sound like he talking about right now. It sounds like he's talking about what is happening right at this moment, bro. Exactly. In 2001 is when this video came out. It's 2025. He knew all this shit was going to happen.
Like, yeah, and all this immigration.
Can you tell me that how he predicted this stuff 25 years ago, bro? Before that, because he wrote the book, so he predicted this stuff. Is 2021. He had to write the book probably in like the 1990s. He knew all the way 25 years later what was going to happen, guys. I love Dr. Anderson. He's like I look up to him. I like, listen, since I seen this thing back in 2005, whenever it came out on YouTube, I watch it. I just watch it just to just freshen up on what he said. And I swear to goodness, every time the predictions, the things that he said was going to happen, it happened exactly what he said.
Right.
It might not have happened exactly when he said it was going to happen, but it happened right when he said it was going to happen. He said exactly what was going to happen. And here we are. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Well, first and foremost, as someone who's proud American and of FBA lineage, just like Dr. Claude Anderson, he was an inspiration to Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed had overheard his counsel together with Sit Down. And Tariq Nasheed was a fan of Powernomics. And Dr. Claude Anderson was always talking about native black folks. And this is where Tariq Nasheed compiled or added on the code, the FBA code, which comes directly from Neely Fuller Jr., rest in power, and Dr. Claude Anderson's Powernomics with the cash reparations, combining the two. And here we go. So that's where the delineation movement is strictly from Dr. Claude Anderson. He was speaking on delineation. He's speaking right now on delineation. people may not want to hear that. And so he's hardcore with it. And this is why it's winning. It's winning traction. It's that's the panel killer. It's winning with the youth. And it's as simple as that. It's that we don't have hate or malice. Is that we've been seeing what was going on for the longest, who's usurping our community. And it's the immigrants. And Dr. Claude Anderson would say that exactly out his mouth. But when we saying stay on code, that's Neely Fuller Jr. And by way of his student, Dr. Francis Quelch Wilson, who was the mentor of Neely Fuller Jr. Rest in power as well. Tariq and Neely Fuller Jr., they didn't really vibe like that. That's why you don't see no interviews like that, because Neely Fuller Jr. wasn't really on what Tariq truly was on. But Tariq is someone who utilized that, his manuals, his compensatory code on counter racism, because FBAs, it's a lineage, but most FBAs who are in the delineation movement are counter racist, meaning we're countering all racism, all white supremacy, and you're not hearing that. And this is why this is winning. It's killing all that other stuff that was outdated. Pause.
All right, so let's go back and let's listen to some more of what he had to say. Some more. I brought it back a little bit for those that didn't hear it in the back. I want you guys to hear this prediction, how he broke this down. Because he broke down, he made a prediction. Let's go.
Power back into the hands of black folk, you can hang it up. Don't worry anymore about retiring. After the next 2 or 3 years, don't worry anymore about going to college. It ain't gonna work. The doors are gonna slam shut on black folk. And what I'm telling you right now is we're gonna have to get it together fast. And to do it, you must first understand what I'm going to be telling you this morning. And my speech is going to be divided into 3 parts. I'm first going to tell you about the problems of black America realistically. As Cochise and Geronimo said, I'm going to give you the truth about the current state of black America, point 1. 2, I'm going to analyze it for you. And 3, I'm going to give you the solutions that we can do together to come out of it. Okay? Now, we got a very serious problem in that monopoly game. We're going to have a converging forces, social forces coming across this country. About 8 major forces are going to push us into that understructure and that underclass position. And let me talk about 3 or 4 of them right quick. First thing, across this country, you're going to have an increasing amount of conservatism. Now, I want you all to understand up front what conservatism means. So I don't care whoever uses that word, you know what it means. Conservatism is a new code word for anti-blackism. Okay? Except now a conservative can stand right in your face and tell you and confess that he's a conservative, which means he is a racist and not tell you he's a racist. Racism right now, we got racism all over America and I can't find one racist. And what I'm telling you right now, before my book even hit the market.
And hold on, here's another question. So now you have this fight against liberal versus conservative, right? And are not but then they want to say that, what are we trying to conserve here? You know what I'm saying? What are we trying to go back? But all of the new laws are going back into conserving and going back to that place where they were before. So this is what he been predicted, saying that conservatism, because they want to say, people want to go, oh, the woke culture, the liberal culture. I'm not liberal, or people want to say I am. I guess I don't know. I don't really take on any title, because like I said, there's certain things I'm trying to conserve, and there's certain things that I'm like, okay, well, I could be open to, So I would say I'm in the middle. I'm not on a wing. But he breaks down conservatism, A person can say that they're conservative and be racist in your face, and you don't even realize it. Let's go.
I'd already predicted in my book that you're going to have a cutback in welfare. I predicted in my book they're going to catch people like in Texaco, and they just caught Avis discriminating against blacks in North Carolina, South Carolina, and they just caught Circuit City, Sam's, Walmart's. I knew they were going to try to cut out the single mammoth districts. I knew they were going to go after affirmative action. I knew there were going to be riots all over this country that are coming. I talked about this a long time ago in the book because that's what conservatism means. Conservatism comes from the root word to conserve. To conserve means to hold on to what you've got, or those who ain't got, as my mother said in a third grade deaf education, you ain't going to get. That's what conservatism means. And it means nothing else. It means maintain the status quo. It means use every device that you have to give the pretense that what you see is normal. And right now there's a conservative move in this country going from the White House across this land through the Congress that says whatever exists all over this nation and in Los Angeles is normal. They want you to believe that it's normal to go out in Los Angeles and see all the drug abuse and all the crime, all the poverty, and all the suffering of black folk lying and sleeping on the streets, drugged out, doped out. They want you to believe that's normal. That's what conservatism means, maintain the status quo. It also means to reinstitute white authority, white values, so you hear them talk about family values and all these other kind of things, and also white superiority.
So here's a question to my black conservatives. Is Dr. Claude Anderson conservative or liberal?
I'm not conservative. I'm FBA.
I didn't ask you what you were. I asked a very specific question. Based on what he is saying and what he's
FBA.
Sir, it's either or. Conservative or liberal.
He's FBA, sis. You're not getting it.
It doesn't have to do with conservative. I asked either is he conservative or liberal, because a lot of black people are considering themselves right now conservative. You're missing my point.
No, that's Anton Daniels.
Please let me speak my point, because you have conservative blacks. You have Candace Owens, you have Anton Daniels, you have other people. What's his name? The Supreme Court judge or whatever. You have all these black conservatives, right? And he's trying to explain, because you have this whole thing where they say the liberals, you're a liberal, you're woke, so liberal, right? But this person right here is breaking down what conservatism really means. But then you'll have black conservative, you have like the Officer Tatum and all these different black people that consider themselves to be conservative. What are you trying to conserve when the actual real conservatives are not trying to conserve the same thing that you're trying to conserve?
Exactly.
So the whole thing I'm trying to say it, like, listen, you're focused on FBA. I'm focused on the argument of like the economics. You're trying to see every time. Listen, you try to come up here and push an agenda. Stop pushing your agenda of FBA. Stop trying to push your agenda of whatever you're trying to do. I have a point I'm trying to make. Okay, so if you're not answering the question of is he conservative or liberal, or is he or I don't think he's either one, to be quite honest. But he was
exactly. He's FBA.
You can't control yourself. You want to get up here, but you can't control yourself. FBA is not a fucking is not a political thing. It's a lineage, right? So FBA is a lineage, right? It's not a political class. It's not a ideology, right? So what I'm trying to ask is, everybody in the chat that's watching here, can you tell me, based on what Dr. Claude Anderson has just said, do you think that Dr. Claude Anderson is a conservative black man? Put 1 if you think he's conservative, put 2 if you think he's liberal, or 3 if you think he is somewhere in the middle. I just want to know where the head is of the people that are listening to this. So 1 is conservative. He's So you think he's conservative? Who else? Anybody else? Now he's in a church. Here's the thing, is that this is the conundrum that we have in our community. We don't see black conservatism. He sounds like he could be either one or three, not liberal, right? So a lot of times what people do is they want to lump black people. If you don't agree 100% Republican on that white conservative side, then you have to be too liberal. But the thing is that most black people are conservative, like in the like they're either in the down the line, like okay, certain things are they're with me, like I'm like 1 minute I'll be this, I'm liberal on certain, like okay, I think that this is okay, but conservative on that. I'm not cool with certain stuff. Or three, when you go into the Christian church, a lot of Christians are conservative. But we cannot conflate white conservatism with black conservatism. It's a totally different thing. White conservatism is tied to racism. When you go into the far right conservatism, there is definitely racism involved. So we have to draw a line between black conservatism and white conservatism, because we cannot just we can't just go all the way, and just because we're conservative and they call themselves conservatism, that it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Just like feminism. Feminists, they had white feminism and then they had black feminism. It was not the same thing. Black women did not have an issue with their male counterparts. They did not have an issue with work and getting equal. It was working and all this stuff. We had equality in our household, the black family. But the white woman, when she started the whole feminist movement, it was actually against black men voting, black slaves or black people being able to have the right to vote. So that thing was covered in racism. So we might be have a certain name for what we do, but it's not the same, cut from the same cloth. You understand what I'm saying? So when a person might express a certain opinion, it does not mean that they are liberal. Okay? Just because I might have some talking points or whatever that's not 100% on the right, because white conservatives, that does not mean I'm like liberal. It just means that I'm not all the way to the right conservative. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to just make that delineation and make that understanding. So FBA has nothing to do with this. Okay, that's a so-called lineage, right? If people want to call it lineage, but I think that even you guys are confused about what FBA is, because how the hell can you say it's a lineage when I'm talking about conservative versus liberal? You don't even know what the hell FBA means if that's what you're going to use it in conjunction with. What's up, Pam Mulatto? Let me play a little more what he say. And clearly, man in the high castle, you want to be here, but you don't know how to answer the question correctly. But you already said that you was going to be able to destroy the whole thing and this, that, and the other. And even when I let you up here, you don't even know how to answer the question right. So I don't understand. Let me go back into it.
So when people start talking about they want to go back to be a conservative, you ask them, what are you trying to conserve? When my people don't own anything and you own 100%, what have I got to conserve? When you hear blacks going around screaming about they are black conservatives, you ask them, what are you conserving? Tell me one point in history that you found something that you want to conserve. Don't let people run that game on you about being a conservative. You tell them, say, fine, if you want to tell me, what are you conserving? And when my people never had anything, why would they want to be a conservative? So the biggest problem we're going to have is conservatism when it goes across this nation. And we as black folk got to understand, now it's not all whites that are conservatives. There is an element that's got everything. They want to make that it's the greed over need. They want to hold on to everything. And so, we're going to have a massive flow. Everybody's going to be talking about conservatism. You're going to see people politically switching, talking about they're moving to the far right. And what we have to do is understand that, and that's going to create major problems in this country. One, you're going to not only see an increasing amount of negative hostility towards black folk, every piece of research in the country tells us that, even from the Jewish organizations, that you're going to see more anti-blackness now and in the future than you've ever seen in the last 60 years since you left the civil rights movement. Two.
Hello? Is this not happening right now? The far right, right? 2001, he gave this speech. He gave this speech in 2001, and this stuff is happening, verbatim, what he said. Verbatim, guys. Pamela, what's going on?
Yeah, my bad. I had audio trouble. I couldn't hear, but are y'all able to hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, and I appreciate you having me back up. And I do want to address what Claude Anderson is saying. Now, he made a powerful point that when we as, no matter what term you use, Black Americans, African Americans, ADOS, FBA, when we were the largest minority in the country, we were still being disenfranchised. Now we are the second largest minority in the country, and we have been surpassed by Hispanics. We are being even more disenfranchised. My question is, how many other ethnic groups will we allow to surpass us in our own country?
Well, to be quite honest, what he said is that, listen, if we didn't get it back together then, we might as well hang it up. He already said, listen, you might as well hang it up. And that was like in 2001. So
and even if that is his opinion,
fast forward to 2020,
we'll go ahead.
We still ain't got it together. Now we're in 2025. We still ain't got it together.
And
it's happening
of course,
right now.
Of course,
what do we go? What?
Of course, you're paraphrasing his words, but even if he is essentially saying give up, that doesn't mean that we should give up just because
He's not saying give up. No, he did not say give up.
You said hang it up. I'm not trying to argue with you. Go ahead, make your point.
You might as well hang it up. If you might as well not try to. No, here's the thing. He didn't say, when it comes down to like the U.S. being involved in the United States, okay? He says you'll be locked into a permanent underclass. And so when it comes down to trying to have a retirement or going to college and all this stuff, and investment in the actual system of the United States, you might as well hang it up. You know what I'm saying? However,
allow me to respond to that.
Community, what we could do is we could come together, and that's where powernomics comes into play. So
exactly. So back to my initial question: how will we develop our powernomics while we are simultaneously allowing multiple different ethnic groups, foreign ethnic groups, to surpass us in our own country? How does that contribute to our powernomics?
We need to not be of the country and be of our community. We're worried about the ethnic groups instead of now coming together as a community and working within each other. See, here's the thing is that we think that the ethnic groups and what they're doing, they're taking away our jobs. Well, let them have their jobs, and we create our own jobs and come together and create our own communities. But the thing is that we never fucking did that back when he was saying to do it. So now we're behind the ball. No, and now we're worried about our jobs. Okay, they're taking away our jobs. Well, he already said they're going to take away our jobs. He already knew they were going to take away our jobs. He warned us they were going to take away our jobs.
DJ Genesis, can I ask you this, please? When we are speaking to each other so that we can have an actual dialogue, can we each, even myself, because I know I could be long-winded, can we reduce our responses to 15 seconds so we can respond to each point that the other person is making? Can we at least do that? And you could go first. You can even go first because I'm actually trying to have a dialogue to solve the problem.
Well, some answers is not 15 seconds, but I made the point. So did you hear what I said, or did you?
Yes, and let me respond to that.
Can you respond and say?
Yeah, exactly. And the reason I said that is because you did not address what I have asked you, and the analogy I made yesterday and the day before that multiple times is right now the faucet is on, and the faucet is mass immigration. We must address turning the faucet off, or essentially that's like being in a house and the house is flooding, and we say, well, we can move to this room, we can move to this room, we can hide under the bed in this room, but that's not turning the water off, that's not stopping the flooding. So can you at least address that?
So you're saying that how we're allowing, we Black people are allowing massive immigration into our community. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and we're not doing anything to stop it. We're facilitating it.
So us Black people are allowing mass immigration to come into our community, and we're not doing
Exactly.
anything to stop it.
And we're not doing anything to stop it. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, I would say this. I would say this though.
Well,
No,
I'm curious to see if she's going to respond, but all right, go ahead, brother.
But I would say this though. No, we're not. Them people going to their own communities. Them people got going into their.
See, that's what I'm saying, brother. Let's not be delusional. Are they not coming to DC? Are they not coming to Chicago? Are they not coming to Atlanta?
That's not our community. That's Washington D.C.
I guess y'all just.
All right, hold on. Washington D.C. is a state. It's not our community.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying.
Not it's a district, right?
Are they not coming
to Washington D.C.?
Are they not coming to our communities in DC, in Chicago, in Atlanta? I can name the neighborhoods. Would you like?
So, what is your thought? So, what should we do? Should we begin to arm ourselves and force them out of our community? Is that what is that? Is that what we should do?
You don't have to make a straw man. You could just answer what I said to you.
No, I asked a real question. So you're saying that we are allowing them to come into our community. So if we get Mexicans to come into our community, should we arm up and say, no, you cannot move into this apartment, into this house? Like, what exactly do you mean by us allowing a person to come into our community?
Once again, you don't have the straw man. I mean, you could just remember what I said the last time you asked me that question. Do you remember what I said?
This is a whole new live. It's a whole new group of people. So you have to re-explain it because everybody that was in the other live is not in this live. So you cannot go back to the previous live. You have to go and explain it.
Let's speak one at a time. Just for the record, do you remember what I said last time? You asked me this.
It don't matter what you said last time because we're in a whole new live. It's a whole new audience.
Yeah, but my answer
I'm not here. If you were to call me on the phone and have this conversation, we could go over what you said last time. But because we have an audience of people, because I'm doing a live show, and this is a show that is discussing this, whatever you discussed last live, you have to rediscuss so people can be clear on what you're talking about. Otherwise,
I agree, but no, I'm just trying to make sure I'm.
There's no but. You yes, you agree. So you have to describe what you were talking about last time and tell us how we Black Americans are allowing immigrants to come into our community, and you're saying that should we allow this to happen? And I'm saying, well, how could we stop it?
All right, and the reason I asked that question is because I'm trying to determine if I'm having a genuine discussion with you. Do you remember my response last time you asked me that?
You're saying that we should call immigration on the people.
Okay, so why did you waste all that time?
No, I wasted all that time because I
wanted
I wanted you to explain what you said.
All right, well, you
I
just
should
said
not
it, so
explain what
what's
you
your
said.
response? You just
Okay,
said what's your response?
but the thing is that okay, yeah, you want to call immigration on the people. Okay, and does that stop immigration from happening?
Well, it definitely reduces it.
Well, again, like I say though, what you're saying, it doesn't have a point. It has no value. That's like you saying to me, well, you're gonna let them come to Texas and move in, brother. They got their own communities in Texas. Oh, you're gonna
exactly? I agree. They actually put you out of your communities in Texas, and you allowed it.
Let me say, finish what I'm saying. All right. And you ask me why you let them move to Atlanta? Are you gonna let them move to Atlanta? Right? They got their own sections. They got a Walmart.
Exactly. And before they were there, you were there.
That's what I'm finna say. Walmart is green. Why is Walmart green? Because
exactly.
That's right. So
and you allowed it to happen, brother. That's my point.
It's not about us letting anything happen.
Listen. Let him speak and listen. You don't have to. Okay, are we gonna have an argument? Or are we gonna just talk?
We're having a dialogue. I'm just asking, what do you do to stop?
No, let him. make his point. You don't have to like hit every point he makes.
Yeah. So
can we go point for point?
No, we can't. No, because
All right.
that is interrupting each other, and it's like an argument. People don't like to hear that on my panel. My audience does not like to hear people argue back and forth. They don't like.
The chat loves me. Respectfully, the chat loves me. But go ahead.
But watch what I'm saying though, right? So what I'm saying is, if we want to win that battle, what you're talking about, right? Then we as Black people, we're gonna have to start to love each other. We're gonna have to. We might hate that word, and we might hate telling each other that. But how in the world you think unity is gonna start? We got.
I agree with that, but address the faucet being on and turning the faucet off. Address that, please.
How can we turn the faucet off and on?
You got to love each other.
I already gave you one suggestion. I don't know why you pretending you didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. So just calling the immigration on the people. That's the only thing. So you're gonna go throughout
That's a
the
great start.
You're gonna also go to the Mexican community and call immigration on them over there too.
Definitely.
Are you gonna just walk around the whole world? So then how do you have time to actually build a community when all you're doing is call? Like,
Well,
I mean, how much time do you spend calling
that.
immigration on everybody? So how many immigrants are there in the United States?
Let me answer that.
Hold on,
Let
no,
me
I don't
answer
need you. Listen, let me finish. I don't need you to interrupt me. I said, okay, how many immigrants are there in the United States? I mean, there's millions, right? So how much time do you think it would take to call immigration on every freaking immigrant that you think might be illegal, or maybe they have their papers not? But you're saying, like, just if they're immigrants, call them on, right? So you just walk around, you spend your whole life, because it's millions of them. You know what I'm saying? You just spend your time. So at what point do we build community?
And this is a straw man, but if you want to get back to an honest conversation, let me know. Because we can multitask. You know that, right?
No.
But that's how you're gonna do it. There's no other way. Without unity, all things die. So there's no until we become united. That answers your question right there.
It's a straw man argument to say that we allow immigrants in our community when the actual government allows that, and not us. Like, I'm not a border agent. I'm not letting them in. I don't like so maybe we should, rather than that, we probably should have went to the border with guns and stopped them on the way in.
But you're not going to do that. So let's talk about something you'll actually do.
You're saying that now that the government has allowed them in, that now all of a sudden it's our responsibility.
Yes, if you want to save your community, yes, it is.
Them out. But the thing is that there was a whole time where you knew that they were coming in at the border. Why did you allow that? Why didn't you go to the border and with your machine gun
let me
make them get back against that gate? Because there was a specific gate they were coming in through.
Let me answer that.
In Texas, like, you could have went to that gate. And
can I
all y'all go back where y'all came from, and don't come through this gate. You could have went down there and did that. Why'd you allow that to happen?
Can I answer your question?
That's the same way that you're saying what you're saying.
Are you asking a question or are you filibustering?
No, I'm making a statement. Is that you're trying to tell us that we as a community, right, that we are allowed people to come over.
Yes, you did nothing to stop it.
Yeah, and you did nothing to stop it either. Just because you called immigration.
Well, anyone can look at my page and see what I did. Respectfully, I don't have to. I don't have to speculate.
But you know what? If you didn't stop it at the faucet,
I did my part. I'm only one man. What did you do? Silence.
I don't believe in the same thing that you do. That you believe in. I don't believe in calling people. If I don't know that they're illegal or not, I'm not gonna just call immigration on. I don't have a lot of immigrants in my neighborhood. I live in a Black neighborhood. So
all right, they in your city for sure, but
they're not in my neighborhood. So I don't have like the resources. I'm not going to drive around. I'm not going to drive around town and just assume.
Then you won't have a community. I mean, literally, that's it. I'm not about to.
I live in a Black community.
You're not going to have anything. You won't have your own community.
Listen. I live in a Black community in Texas, sir.
What community is he talking about? You got this. I don't even know how to answer his question, because
Well, you allowed them to come into the country? No, I didn't allow them to do anything.
But
How can you do it? You allowing them to be here, honey?
Yeah.
What the hell?
But I don't know how to answer this question because, and I'm not talking about
If
nobody.
Donald Trump has to make a whole task force to get him out, what am I as one person calling it? Oh, I'm gonna call him on the people. No, I don't think you should call him. I think you need to go get your mask and go and escort him out your damn self. Because why are you allowing somebody else to do it? You want them out so bad. Like, I mean, what are we saying? What are we saying here? They're in your community. You don't need to like just call immigration. You need to go join ICE and start to escort them out as well. Like, what are we talking about here? Why are you just calling them? You still allowing someone else? What if they don't come and get them? So when you allow, no, they're still there. So are you gonna what are you gonna do then? Like, you gonna wait and hope that they come and get them, or like, I don't get it. Like,
yeah, and that's what's so funny because I can't even answer the question. Because did you go and call the cops on the gangbanger that's down the road killing little girl that was 5 years old? Do you call police on the gangbangers that are constantly taking over your neighborhood? So what communities is he talking about where you got gangbangers on every corner? So that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me.
He want to promote that he called immigration on a few people, so he thinks that he did something, but really it's a million of them. Like, honey, you'll be up here for years doing that. I mean, so you're saying you can multitask when there's millions of people to do this? Like, you won't have time. You need a whole task force.
Forfeit your community.
You need to have a whole task force, sir, to like call on them.
Yes, you're making excuses to forfeit your community, respectfully.
But that's what I'm keep asking you. What community are you talking about when you got gangbangers killing your little kids and killing our little kids out here every day in the community? What are you doing?
I heard that. Let me answer that. She put me backstage, so I couldn't answer that. Yes, I agree that those are also problems. Those are other problems. Right now, we have ADHD. Are we able to focus on any particular problem without bringing up something else?
No, because now you're just talking in its screws. If you want to,
no, I'm not talking. Well, you might have. Hold on, brother. One might get a time. You actually have a comprehension issue, respectfully. What you have described is definitely a problem, but that is an in-house problem. Right now, we're speaking about a foreign problem. Are you able to compartmentalize?
Until we take care of that problem, see, we trying to take care of every problem except the problem.
Exactly. We need to deal with them both. That's why I brought up multitasking.
You got to take care of the root of
we have to take care of them all. That's why I said we need to multitask. What part are you not understanding?
No, what part don't you understand? That's why I brought up Dr. Claude Anderson, where he was talking about powernomics and how we need to like do things within the Black community and circulate the Black dollar. And you want to talk about the immigrants and whatever the heck you're talking about allowing the immigrants in. He explained that they were going to be let in by the government. He told us what was going to happen.
That you have to allow it, though. That's
well, you should have been at the border, like stopping it. Then
you have to get them wherever they at. You have to get them wherever they at.
I'm not. Listen, you think that you think that because you called immigration on a few people that you're really doing something. A million immigrants, bro. You think that you're not doing nothing, bro. That's like
I did more than you. And you're double my age.
There's millions, sir. There's millions. You need to like develop
so do your part. Do your part.
Shut up, bro. I don't want to hear him. Anyway, back to Claude Anderson, because this guy is just rambling about something that he think that he did something because he didn't call immigration on a few people, and they probably got like the people came and did something and took him out. Now he's gloating about that. Now he thinks he's done something. And in reality, they can get brought back here. They can come right back across the border, bro. So you got them out. Okay, so why don't you? So how you gonna stop them from coming back in then? You gonna go to the border and stand there and wait until they try to come back? So you called them on them. How you gonna stop them from coming back? when that hole's still there where they come in through. The thing is that you think you actually think that because you put your finger in a hole that the water's coming out of, that there ain't a bunch of holes over here too that's shooting out water.
It's retarded.
We're asking a person you tell us, well, how do we stop the water from flooding the house? Well, you should have stopped the water from flooding the house to begin with. Well, honey, there's cracks all over the fucking wall, bro. It's flooding, right? Exactly. Did you actually see the amount of immigrants that were like actually coming into America? Like there was hundreds of thousands of people marching to the border of America. Did you see it? Did you see it? I mean, should I show you a picture of all the immigrants? Let me just do this real quick. So, because I need to like give a visual immigrants.
Yeah, and they had women and children with them too. Some women. I mean, there were women and children trying to cross.
I want to show how stupid this argument is.
Yeah, it wasn't all men.
Okay, so this is the line. Hold on, let me take this. Let me show you this picture. Because I think that people just need to put it into because I think that if anyone is really thinking that he has a point, that's whatever he's saying. I'm gonna digress to discuss his point because he keeps coming up here with the same fucking point, right? And because and then I'm going to stop letting you come up here to say this bullshit because you think because you called immigration on about 5 people and ICE came and got them that you did something. Let me show you let me just give you a visual representation. Let me see. Look at this picture. Because you're saying that you're just allowing these immigrants to come into your community, right? As if the situation didn't look like this. Like hold on, let me just go ahead. I don't understand what is the purpose of keep coming up here. I don't know. It's like a antagonizer, like a person that just wants to irritate the shit out of me,
Mm-hmm.
A person that just want to like really get underneath your skin and make a really stupid argument and tell you your argument is a straw man argument, take you off the subject of powernomics, which is what I'm really like bringing the knowledge. Okay, so you probably called immigration on 5 of these people and they got removed, and they probably came to fuck right back in after they got removed. If they might be sitting in the ICE facility, but whatever's going to happen, they'll probably come right back. Or as you did this and got them removed, 5 more people came that was in this group. You know what I'm saying? So you got them out, 5 more people came. So, and then you're going to tell me, well, you are allowing these people into your community. Honey, I am not that powerful enough to allow all these people into the border or even around the corner from the border where they was coming in at. So black people are delusional. I mean, you're not even black, you're mulatto. But people like you that are conservative or whatever you want to call yourself, that you think that you're making a point, you're over here trying to troll or whatever. You think you're making a point, but I wanted to like show you this is what the it looked like at coming into the people coming to America. And you want to ask me, well, we haven't got them out of our community. What are you doing to get them out of your community? How, bro? Oh, I call ICE. There ain't even this many people on ICE task force. You know what I'm saying? There's not even this many ICE officers. And listen, Trump is having a hard time. Listen, Trump is still trying to fight to get him out. And he has a whole, like the National Guard, the Army, ICE, the police force. And you want to tell me that I'm allowing them into my community? What are you talking about? You sound like an idiot, bro. And you want to say this is a straw man argument. No, this is ain't even, there's even more worse pictures than this, bro. But I'm the one that needs to, well, because you didn't call ICE on 5 of them. I'm like, bro, this is an impossible situation for one person to manage. How in the hell? Like, what are we talking about? This is like, what was you're full of shit, bro. Now you think that you did something because you called immigration on about 5 of them, honey? Guess what? 5 came in. It's almost like you're, what are you trying to plug up? You plugging up a fucking. You're like going to Niagara Falls and trying to put like a goddamn you know what I'm saying? Like a shower based plug into the Niagara Falls. Like, what are we doing here? And then trying to say, well, you ain't did nothing because I called. I believe I got about 5 of them out of here.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why it's so
your whole thing is straw man, bro.
Yeah.
Your whole thing is a logical foul. Your whole existence and what you say that you're doing, that you think that you've done enough that you can come to me and beg me a question, honey. Your whole thing is on shaky ground. So let's get that straight. Go ahead, Alameen.
Yeah, the whole thing is messed up because, like I said again, if they do a drive-by in the neighborhood, right, and they kill Lakeisha, she's 5 years old. They kill Latasha, and she's only 4 years old. They doing a drive-by in the neighborhood, and they kill Lucretia or Letitia, and they 10 years old. You see what I'm saying? But you don't do nothing about that, and you say, oh, well, that's an in-house problem. Nigga, don't you... What the hell is an in-house problem when this problem is going on? So how are you gonna ask the question? Then how we supposed to become united? How we gonna be united? Well, I tell you the truth. How you become united? You become united by getting rid of the bad that's in your community. Get rid of the bad that's in your community. You see what I'm saying? And then the community, now that we done got rid of the bad in our community, now the community standing up, united together for a cause, we can stand up against anything now.
Well, he think that this is way more important than the things that are really happening in the community. Like the immigration problem is like way bigger in the.
Yeah.
Honey, listen, Dr. Claude Anderson broke down. No, the biggest thing in our community that's the problem is our inability to work together and create our own system of financial ability to work together. And guess what? When everybody losing their jobs and we can't work together, we don't have no foundation to stand on. But everybody else is coming into this country is going to their communities and able to sustain themselves whether they have a job or not. That's the issue. You're saying, well, you letting them come into the community and take your jobs. Well, honey, they're firing us from our jobs anyway, whether they come into the thing or not. Trump is firing. They're not firing people because they want to hire Mexicans. They are firing people all over the place just because of AI. So when that happens, we don't even have a community to say, listen, we'll do like group economics and work together. We're talking about at least boycotting Christmas. We don't have a community. First of all, that's the issue. It's not that we let them come into our community and steal our jobs working for the white man. It's because that they come into the community. They come into our community or our community, and then they pull each other's resources and work together, and they are able to survive whether they have a job or not. We are the ones relying on jobs. That's our problem.
And one thing too is for some reason, and this is so crazy to me, but black people know, and every black person say this: a Mexican got 10 people in one house, right? Shit, we barely can't stand each other in our own house. So can't you see what I'm saying? That until we get rid of that spirit, ain't no unity, ain't no black unity until we get rid of that spirit in us.
Honey, I think that people just came up there to say that bullshit to take me off of this video I'm playing that's cooking with Dr. Claude Anderson. And I'm about to get back to it. I'm not going to let you stop me from spreading his message.
Yeah, please.
And mulatto, because I think that's what it really is. You want to bring this into a blaming black people problem where where when Dr. Claude Anderson, he did not say that we need to stop immigration. He said we needed to work together. We need to practice group economics. Ain't nowhere in his speech about what the pillars of powernomics was is we need to go to and try to stop immigration because the government gonna have immigration. There's nothing we could do about what the government is doing, bro. That's like what that is way over our out of what's the thing our jurisdiction, you know, pay grade, right? That's past our pay grade, right? If I'm over here on SNAP benefits, there's nothing I can do to stop immigration, bro. If I'm just trying to feed my family, if I'm over here trying to keep a roof over my head, there's nothing I can do. Immigration is not me calling immigration on 5 Mexicans is not going to put money into my pocket when I got to feed my daughter right then and there.
That's right.
That's the part that you're missing. Single parenthood. Why don't we talk about that? Single mothers. Bringing back the Black family. You know what I'm saying? Why are we separated and not able to like maintain a relationship and have a family? You're talking about immigrant, honey. Them motherfuckers got families. They came over here together with their hubbies or met them over here and they got their family together. We the ones that ain't got family.
I don't know, but I disagree with that too, though, because I see a lot of Black people
together like that. You know what I'm
saying? I see a lot of Black people raise their children. You know what I'm saying? And I see, you know what I'm saying, a woman. You know what I'm saying? She have a boyfriend,
like living in one household, like all pulling their money together, making it work. You know what I'm saying? Let's all, you know, come together, put the money in one pot. You know, like they do.
Yeah,
not a little more down here, down south, but in in certain areas up north, it ain't going down like that. You might have a mother to let her son come back home or whatever. You know, you might have that auntie that let her kids come back. But as far as like, you know, and then grandma, you know, we used to do that. You know, grandma could go back to grandma's house. But as far as like people like, you know, hey, everybody come together and we know that this is what we're trying to do. Like this is our real thing. We're gonna pull our money together. We're gonna open up a business. We're gonna do this. We're gonna have we all are going down the same road. We're gonna have this goal. That seems to be more possible than trying to stop a bleed at the fucking border. Are they still trying to come in? Is it like still like this big ass line of people just trying to smush themselves into the country? I want to see what the border looks like. I don't know, but he been still waiting back in the back. Let's see what he has to say. Go ahead.
Yes, and I'm gonna be honest. My metaphor of the house flooding and the other rooms, it was really masterful because when I brought up the flooding, literally what you did was say, well, in this room we got rats, in this room we got roaches, in this room we got mold. Yes, but that doesn't mean that we should not stop the flooding. Are you able to comprehend that?
How can you stop the flooding?
Yes, I already gave you one suggestion, which is.
So you're saying your thing is to take a bucket.
I thought you were asking me a question.
You have a whole. You said you already answered my question, right? So okay. So you mean it's a flood outside and it's getting into your house, and the flood is higher
in the house.
Right, but it's all.
You're,
But
you're not listening
the
because
flood is outside. No, the flood is happening inside. It's coming into your house.
Exactly.
Right. So you have a house. The flood is happening outside. It's coming into your house.
No, the flood is inside the house because the faucet is on. You're not listening.
No, that's not. No, the flood is outside the house.
No, the flood. How you going to tell me my metaphor?
No, I'm trying to tell you that the metaphor is that okay? If I have a house and I'm in North Carolina and it's flooding, and then
the faucet is on inside your house. You're not listening.
No. That's not a true metaphor.
And you're attempting to deflect. Don't think I don't see your tactics. But go ahead.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say, okay? And I'm gonna
drop
you
what I
down
said was very masterful.
I'm gonna say, go ahead, sir.
Yes, and I'll repeat it for the listeners. Just as I noted earlier, when I bring up a flood in the house, the knee-jerk response for DJ Genesis is to say, well, in this room we got rats, in this room we got roaches, in this room we got mold. Yes, but that does not mean that we should not stop the flooding. The flooding is a metaphor for mass illegal immigration. So please address the flooding.
All right, so I'm going to address the flooding. So the issue with the flooding is that when you insinuate the flooding started inside the house, then that is pretty much saying that we started the flood, right? So in order for a flood to happen inside my house, that means I must have turned on the faucet, right? So I'm taking a bath, I turn the water on, and I let it go, and the flood overflows into my house. That means I let the water come into the house to begin with. But that's not what's happening. What's really happening is that there's a flood outside and it's coming into the house from outside. That means that some powers that be of the government is letting people flood into our neighborhoods. And then you're telling me that I need to take a bucket and just try to scoop up the water little by little to remove the flood. And we all know that in order to be able to truly remove that it has to stop on the outside first, and it has to drain out from the house. There's no way that I can stop a flood that's coming from a flood that's happening outside my house that's coming into my house. Now I can try to scoop up little buckets of water all I want to, but I'm going to be wasting my energy and time when I probably just need to get up out that house and move somewhere else and save myself and focus on my family. Or why would I stay in a house that's flooding? Would I remove my family from a flooding house? Or I would, but the flood is not inside. It's not. I didn't start the flood. I did not turn on the faucet to let the people in. The people are coming from the outside in. You understand what I'm saying? You get my analogy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But to me though, that whole analogy is, to me, I don't know. Maybe I'm different. I thank God I am different, because that wasn't even a good analogy to me. Because first of all, let me ask you a question to those who are talking about getting rid of illegal aliens, and illegal aliens got to be got rid of, right? Now, see, like I said the other day, I understand that if we're talking about criminals and prisoners, you know what I'm saying, you know, but when we're talking about just people that are trying to come over here to make a better life, like I've seen a lot of kids come across that border. I've seen a lot of women come across that border. That border, they want to put in your mind that only people that's coming across the border are nothing but men. No, that's not even true. That has nothing to do with nothing. So we're talking about these kids and these women, right, who get over here, right? How are they going to benefit me? What are they doing to my community? What are they doing to me? Because in my city, in my community, you see what I'm saying? What I see is what I see. I see blacks killing blacks. I see whites killing whites. I see whites killing blacks. I see blacks killing white. So that's my take. Like
that's more the flood that we turned on in the bathroom that we need to fucking fix. That's the flood that's inside of our house that we need to fix. Yeah. We're talking about fixing something that's outside of our house and they got nothing to do with us. That might be trickling into our house or whatever. But the real flood is the one that's in the bathroom that's overflowing into our neighborhood that we just saying, no, we ain't gonna worry about that right now. We're gonna worry about the flood that's on the outside.
Right. That's right.
But meanwhile, that flood that's on the outside coming in, I mean, what the hell can you fucking do? You until that flood is resolved, like until the rain stops, how can you stop that water from coming inside your house? It is if it's already flooding into the house.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, what I'm saying to him though, is that problem is not your problem. You're worrying about the wrong problem. That's not even a flood to come at your door. You see what I'm saying? It don't got nothing to do with you. You see what I'm saying?
It really don't. It really don't. When you think about it, it really don't.
Yeah. I see a woman that I know that came across the border, but yet though I'm gonna go to ICE and call them and tell them, hey, she came over here across the border. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You see, that's not hurting me. That's not gonna hinder me, and that's damn sure not gonna stop me from building up my community. You see what I'm saying?
Sure as hell shouldn't. It shouldn't. Should it?
That's right. So
you know what? You make a lot of sense. I'm so busy trying to make my argument against him. I'm not even thinking common sense. What the fuck is that gonna do with me?
Yeah,
my children go to school every day. They get to learn every day. That whatever that's going on is not affecting me.
That's right. Hey, and I hate to say it, but I got to say it just like
now. These people in this neighborhood that's robbing these houses and doing little bullshit, breaking into cars and shit. They doing that shit to my community though.
That's right.
So why the hell would I be so busy? Like, let me go down to Oak Cliff and call immigration on all these immigrants. And over here, they breaking into houses and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You know, they have an app called Next Door Neighbor, right? And honey, they more worried about the dogs in the neighborhood that's running around. There's so much dogs, that stray dogs and cats and stuff. Honey, Next Door Neighbor is like, they should call it next door, animal. But honey, whatever dogs, honey, they spend more time wrangling up all these dogs in the neighborhoods and cats and stray animals. You know what I'm saying? That's eating up their gardens and everything. That's what people mostly work in their neighborhood. So maybe the neighborhood that he lives in, that's what he have to do. I'm not in that neighborhood. So maybe that I don't have that. Maybe I'm out of touch. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna let you come up here one more last time and say what you gotta say. But we're not gonna stay on this. I'm gonna continue to play Claude Anderson because people starting to leave because people ain't. This conversation is bullshit. Let's go.
Yes, and great strong man. But the question is, what will you do to stop the flooding, or will you just let your house flood, or will you abandon your house?
But what flood though?
Well, brother, so let's not run in circles.
No, I'm asking you because if your house is already on high ground, what flood are you worried about? That's not.
Brother,
that's not your problem.
how are we on high ground, brother? Please tell me.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why are you worried about the white man problem when that white man trying to fight that problem all on their own?
Exactly. And don't you realize? Let me answer that. Don't you realize with the increase of immigrants in the U.S., that means we are fighting multiple opponents. We are fighting the whites and the anti-Black American immigrants.
No, you're not.
How don't you realize it?
No, you're not.
Well, you're delusional, brother.
You're not fighting Mexicans in your hood. In your hood, you're fighting niggas. You're fighting black.
Oh, brother, that's a deflection. Let's go one step at a time. Are you denying the fact that the anti-Black American sentiment exists in the Mexican, the Chinese, the Korean, the Indian, the Pakistani, etc. communities? Are you denying this?
You got to watch black folk because they might steal?
That's a deflection. I'm asking the question. Are you denying, brother, one step at a time, are you denying that within the Mexican community, since you brought them up, and within the Chinese community, and within the Pakistani community, etc., that there exists an anti-Black American sentiment? Yes or no?
It depends on who it is. It's different. People think different things.
So the question is, if you know,
I don't think it's across the board that most of those. You know what? Maybe I live in a bubble because I have people come to my house, Mexican, Chinese, Indian, delivering my food, whatever, and they not up here mad. They not being, what I'm saying. They say hi to my dog. They say hi to my kids. They're not like being rude to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we clear.
Maybe where you're living at is like this anti-Black. Even when I was in the hood in Detroit, going to the liquor store at the corner, they wasn't being rude to me.
So DJ Genesis, just so I'm clear. Hold on, just so I'm clear. Mexicans, Chinese, Koreans, Pakistanis, etc., they are friends of the Black American community.
Well, I don't lump everybody into one category. People are individuals.
I'm saying collectively. I'm asking collectively. Are they
I don't
allies?
put everybody in collectively because
I
that's
didn't ask you. I'm
no,
saying
no,
collectively.
because I don't
Are
believe that.
they
You know, you can
allies?
say women, all y'all women are doing this. See, that's the problem. Is everybody wants to
You're
lump everybody in
deflecting.
one
You're
category.
deflecting.
No,
I'm
I'm
asking a
not.
simple question. Within their
No,
communities,
they're not.
does that?
No,
I'm asking a question. Within their
no.
communities, do they have members that are anti-Black
There
American? Yes
are
or no?
members that are anti-black. Yes, there are members that are
Okay,
anti.
I'm glad you admitted that. So the question is, why do you want more of them in your country, knowing that as their numbers increase within their communities, they are people that are anti-Black American? That's checkmate. Why do you want more than to come, knowing that within their community there are members that are anti-Black American?
Why do we want black men in our community? We know that some of them are gonna rape us and
That's an
kill us.
in-house problem. Can you answer the first question, then I'll
No,
answer
no.
yours?
The thing is that
I'll
you
answer
can't.
yours, but
No,
can you answer my
the
question?
answer is that there's gonna be different people in the community, bro.
See,
And
so,
it's
so you
the
admit that
different type of
we have our
people.
own
That's
problems.
what makes
I
up a
agree.
community.
One second.
Sir, so listen, you ask me a question, and when I answer the question, you don't want to see. Listen. I'm not going to answer you want me to answer it in your whole thing is to win an argument.
But you can't. You can't win the argument.
The argument that you're putting up is not even a winnable or a losable argument. It's just like a bunch of bullshit.
Now, and another thing is because he don't understand. You see, people only treat us the way we treat ourselves. You see what I'm saying? The way we treat us is how people treat us. So once we start as a people treating each other with nothing but respect, treating each other with love and treating each other, you know what I'm saying, lifting up each other, edifying each other, then guess what? They will begin to do that too. So they're only doing to us what we doing to ourselves. So the problem ain't nobody.
Man, they have Chinatown, bro, in America. They have Mexican towns. They have areas where they all have all their people at.
Yeah,
they are not worried about if black people doing a goddamn thing. We are worried about them coming into our community, though.
And then let me say this too, right? Snoop Dogg, right? I like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg got a lot of Chinese trying
what
to.
Community? We don't even have a fucking community. What community really?
Is exactly.
What community were you really talking about, bro? I mean, are Mexicans coming into what's a black neighbor community? What there is no black community. First of all, all the black communities have been gentrified. Like, what are we talking about? This is a hypothetical argument that has no fucking foundation based on nothing. This back to the community. There is no community. We have no community. But the Chinese have a community. You can go into Chinatown. You can go into Mexican town. You can go into Indian town. You can go in all these other towns. Jewish town. Now I bet you won't go into their community and then do a goddamn thing. But us, listen, we don't have a community. There is no black town. And that's what Dr. Claude Anderson was exactly saying. So nice trying to derail the conversation and make an argument that is no argument because there is no community to like go into. I just see if Harlem still was going on, it was a black place, and he was talking about like all these Mexicans coming into Harlem and what you're going to do about it. But no, Harlem been dismantled. Harlem been gentrified. All of the black, and in Detroit, they got like a thing going on. I mean, Chicago had their black community going on, but then the government sent those Venezuelans in there. And I think that they was actually fighting against them. From what I know, the gangsters or whatever, they was having fights with them. But you're asking me what I'm going to do. Well, in my community, I don't have Mexicans coming in trying to take over or nothing like that. Everybody, the Mexicans that are in my neighborhood, they have their own families, their own houses, and they're doing their thing. I don't have a problem with them. They deliver my food. They cut the lawn. I don't have an issue with the people that are living in America that are like not doing anything criminal and working together in the thing. I don't know if they're immigrants or not, or not immigrants, but if they're illegal or not. I don't know that. So if would I call ICE on them, not knowing whether they're illegal or not? Well, that would be kind of jacked up, wouldn't it? That's like you're asking me to be a what's that thing called with the white people? Like where you call the police on somebody that ain't did nothing, like you don't even know what just calling people and call the police on people?
Oh, Karen.
A Karen, right. Oh, I see some Mexicans. I'm gonna call the police. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Crazy, right? When you think about it.
Exactly. Exactly. But I don't get it though. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, people only,
and that's narcissism. That's exactly what that is. And I tried to I was trying to understand him. Like I thought maybe he had a point, maybe he could make a point, but it's like, bro, you're not, I don't get your point, bro. Let me get back to Claude Anderson because that's stupid. That whole argument is dumb. And he's outside somewhere at the bus stop, whatever he's doing, you know, trying to talk about the community or whatever. Like,
and that's
bro,
what Claude trying to tell you too. That's exactly what he's trying to tell you. The way we treat ourselves is the way other people gonna treat us. Ain't lying.
Right, and they like to put each other down. You see how he wants to try to belittle somebody. And honey, it sound like you're outside at a bus stop somewhere. You know, you're outside at the bus stop trying to make an argument for whatever. And I'm like, bro, I'm trying to talk about Claude Anderson and what he thought about powernomics. So let's get back to what he was saying, because I think I trust him more than any statement that you're trying to make. I think I believe in what Claude has to say better than you. So let's go back to what he was saying.
History, that you found something that you want to conserve. Don't let people run that game on you about being a conservative. You tell them, say, fine, if you want to tell me what are you conserving? And when my people never had anything, why would they want to be a conservative? So the biggest problem we're going to have is conservatism when it goes across this nation. And we as black folk got to understand, now it's not all whites that are conservatives. There is an element that's got everything that want to make that. It's the greed over need. They want to hold on to everything. And so, we're going to have a massive flow. Everybody's going to be talking about conservatism. You're going to see people politically switching, talking about they're moving to the far right. And what we have to do is understand that, and that's going to create major problems in this country. One, you're going to not only see an increasing amount of negative hostility towards black folk, every piece of research in the country tells us that, even from the Jewish organizations, that you're going to see more anti-blackness now and in the future than you've ever seen in the last 60 years since you left the civil rights movement. Two, we see organizations all over the country now, paramilitary groups, Aryan groups, Vipers, Freeman, Skinhead, Baldhead, all kind of groups that are organizing and optimistically expecting and anticipating a major clash in this country between blacks and whites.
You know what? That's what's going on. These two people that are coming up here are purposely trying to derail the real conversation. Because we got off of what he was saying and got into immigration. Why are we talking about that? These people are specifically trying to stop me from playing what Dr. Claude Anderson is saying and letting younger people hear this information. That's what this is. That's what I think this is, because what he just said was so powerful. He broke down who's going to come against us, what's about to happen, everything that was going to go down in 2020, 2021. And right when I was about to get into this, conservatism, all the things that he's breaking down, this person comes up here and he makes it about immigration and tries to blame that on, what are you trying, you know? And isn't he said he's a mulatto, whatever, I don't know. But bottom line is that tells me that he's an agitator. That's an agitator purposely trying to derail the conversation away from the true thing. Because if he really believed in Dr. Claude's message, he would not be trying to interrupt it. Let me go back a little bit further so you guys can hear what he said. For those that might have missed it, What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say, Al?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, let's play it. Forget what they trying to do. If their agenda is to
No, it just came upon me. I said, "Oh shit, that's what that was." Because I was like, "Why would people come up here and do that?" But yeah, that's what that was. It's a purposely derailment because you know what? People started leaving the room when these guys come up. I'll have like people coming in, and then they'll come in saying their rhetoric, and then they leave. And it's like they're doing that shit on purpose. So I'm gonna stop bringing them.
Black folk lying and sleeping on the streets, drugged out, doped out. They want you to believe that's normal. That's what conservatism means, maintain the status quo. It also means to reinstitute white authority, white values. So you hear them talk about family values and all these other kind of things. And also white superiority. So when people start talking about they want to go back and be a conservative, you ask them, what are you trying to conserve? When my people don't own anything and you own 100%, what have I got to conserve? When you hear blacks going around screaming about they're a black conservative, you ask them, what are you conserving? Tell me one point in history that you found something that you want to conserve. Don't let people run that game on you about being a conservative. You tell them, say, fine, if you want to tell me what are you conserving? And when my people never had anything, why would they want to be a conservative? So the biggest problem we're going to have is conservatism when it goes across this nation. And we as black folk got to understand, now it's not all whites that are conservatives. There is an element that's got everything that want to make that it's the greed over need. They want to hold on to everything. And so, we're going to have a massive flow. Everybody's going to be talking about conservatism. You're going to see people politically switching, talking about they're moving to the far right. And what we have to do is understand that, and that's going to create major problems in this country. One, you're going to not only see an increasing amount of negative hostility towards black folk, every piece of research in the country tells us that, even from the Jewish organizations, that you're going to see more anti-blackness now and in the future than you've ever seen in the last 60 years since you left the civil rights movement. Two, you're going to see, we see organizations all over the country now, paramilitary groups, Aryan groups, Vipers, Freeman, Skinhead, Baldhead, all kind of groups that are organizing and optimistically expecting and anticipating a major clash in this country between blacks and whites. We've had 28 states in the United States now to pass concealed weapons laws. That's specifically so some of the white contingency groups can carry weapons and arms at all times. That's why you have such a major thrust from the National Rifle Association. That's why they're controlling most of your politicians. That's why you have such a major anti-governmental effort in this country. You hear people say, we want to go back to states' rights. We're anti-government. We want to get rid of the federal government. It's not that they're against government. They know that in history, the only people who've ever saved black folk has been the government, twice, the federal government. And if you eliminate the federal government by downsizing the government, black folk no longer have an ally. And if a clash occurs, you got nobody to come to the rescue a third time to help you. You see, you were pulled out of slavery by the federal government. You were pulled out of Jim Crowism by the federal government. There are contingencies in the country that says the next time there won't be a federal government to pull blacks out. And you hear them talk about their anti-government, that's what they're talking about. They're not against government. And later on you hear me tell about why they're not against government. Because you see, primary wealth in this country, the primary responsibility of government is to move wealth and to move power. And that's how the dominant society got its wealth and its power, by using government. But now they want to make sure black folk don't have access to it. That's why they're anti-affirmative action, but I'll get into all that a little later. But so the biggest thing, one of the biggest things that are going to drive us in this underclass structure will be conservatism. The second thing is that you're going to have an unending influx of immigrants into the country. And that's what Dr. Price is talking about. And nobody, no black politician, no black organization wants to deal with that issue. They will avoid it at all costs, even though in their hearts they know that's one of the biggest problems for black folk. We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, Even a third grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, yeah. You all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4. And the worst part about it is as you descend and go down to number 4, those other groups are going to go up. And as they go past you, you're going to have major racial clashes in this country. You're going to have fights all over this country between blacks and Hispanics, blacks and Asians, blacks and poor whites. And black folk cannot fight all these groups. Everybody can not always be against black folk. They know that we are vulnerable and we are defenseless. And we cannot fight those groups.
And here's another thing. Now there is a whole thing of this FBA movement and like calling Caribbeans tethers, Africans this and this, that, the other. So now on top of all the people he named, now we're creating a movement that is making that group of people trying to get them to. So now how can we fight everybody? Like we're going to fight everyone he just named, plus Africa, plus the Caribbean, plus, I mean, God dang, bro. Are we really going to try to like fight everybody here? We can't fight all these people. And he makes a good point. Let's hear it again.
And black folk cannot fight all these groups. Everybody can not always be against black folk. They know that we are vulnerable and we are defenseless. And we cannot fight those groups. Because you see, they didn't come into this country with the legacies that we are stuck with. Everybody in America has an advantaged position but black folk. But all are in a state of denial. The white power structure in a state of denial. They are pretending that everything they got, that 100% control and ownership of everything, they got it because they worked hard through a Protestant ethic.
Amen.
That's not how they got it. And you always hear them say, well, what you got to do, you got to work hard. Nobody can work any harder than a slave. But they're going to keep running these games on black folk. And at the same time, we got black folk that are accepting that what we got to do is work harder. And you see, when we get into that in a few minutes about history, what the power structure really wants is what we call unearned income. Slavery was nothing but unearned income for whoever owns the slave. And once slavery ended, that's where Wall Street came from. Wall Street was based on slavery. Everything that blacks were producing went to Wall Street then. And now that all that money that's amassed on Wall Street is still producing unearned income. All that money is producing a regular salary for people. It's in stocks and bonds and dividends. They don't have to work. Never had to work. But we're going to talk about that later on. So what I'm saying now is that you're going to have this massive influx of immigrants into the country that are better equipped. They don't have your legacies. They don't have your disadvantages. They're walking across the border. They're going to get a free lunch. They don't have to pay dues. But you got public policies in this country that are equating them to black folk. They're equating them to black, and what we've allowed them to do, starting in 1970, is to wrap themselves in black folks' suffering and pretend somehow they suffered along with black folk. And therefore, whatever program is created under this misguided label called minority, that they are equal to you and over you. And we're going to deal with that whole concept of minority in a few minutes too. So that's the problem with the influx of immigrants. And what they are doing is coming into the country and doing what we've never been allowed to do and we've never been bright enough to do in some senses, is to build your own communities. You got to build your communities. You see, every group that when they leave their homeland, the last thing they do is look in the mirror. They look in the mirror and says, I'm going to America. And I'm going to go to America. I'm going to find me a community or neighborhood. Or I'm going to build one with people who look like me. And so that's why you go all over this nation, where they're coming out of Asia. You will find Vietnamese towns all over California, little Cambodias. You'll find a Chinatown in every major city. You'll see the Hispanics come in. They'll build a little Mexico, a little Havana, a little Hialeah. You go up, you find little Italys, French towns, German town, Greek town, Polish town, but you cannot find one black town.
They all been destroyed. That's why. They've all
And
been
we are
destroyed.
the only people. We are the only people that keep trying to integrate. We are the only people, rather than looking in the mirror and saying, I see somebody that looks like me, I want to go find and build me a community of people who look like me. We're doing just the opposite. That's your second problem, is inappropriate behavior of black folk. We keep looking in the mirror and says, I want to get away from everybody that looks like me. You can't have any power and wealth doing that.
Hey, pause that.
If you don't have a community, you cannot rebuild Los Angeles without a black community.
Go ahead.
Now he wanted a solution. That's his solution. You
There
see?
we go. Yeah.
I told you. That's exactly what I said. I said that's exactly what Dr. Clark is trying to say about us. The way we treat each other is how the rest of the world would treat us. Exactly like that. But that's his solution right there. How can we change that? Well, we first got to come together. You see what I'm saying? I want to be with someone that looked just like me, right? Well, we already looked like each other. I mean, black people look like each other, but we hate each other. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We can't get along. One want to be like the Jones. You know what I'm saying? Want to be, and then the music is really separating us as a people, and we don't even know it. It's separating us as a people. When I hear women talking about, don't call me a bitch, I ain't no bitch or whatever, but yet though they listen to the music that's calling them bitches, and I'm like, wow, what is that about? You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I put it like this right here. We so disadvantaged, and it's not because of the white man. It's because of how we have been treating each other.
Mm-hmm.
And but yet though, it's called a blame game. We want to blame everybody else, but we don't want to blame ourselves.
And listen, this was 24 years ago that he was saying all this. And I'm sure that people have seen it. So there's no way that we have an excuse as to why. I mean, maybe people have not seen it. Maybe the new generation. That's why I'm playing it now. Maybe this new generation have not seen this. I hope that you guys are watching.
If I cannot come in this city, you can tell me where every black lives, where he stays, where he works. You don't have a community. And all of you that want to go in business, don't waste your time. You cannot start a business and operate without a town or community. Why can't you do it? Because without a community, you have no market. If you don't have a market, every black gonna go by your store at 200 miles an hour heading for the suburbs and heading for the malls. And that's why you got this major displacement of capital out of the black neighborhood. And I tell black folk, if you want to go in business today, don't do it. Give me the money. I need it. Because you're going to go bankrupt. 80% of all black folk that go into business under the present system, you will go bankrupt within 2 years. You will lose your money within 2 years because you don't have a market. And see, that's how the other groups function. They have their own markets, their own communities. And we're going to talk about that a little later on, too. See, the good Reverend Dr. Price, he gave me 2 hours to talk to you all, so I'm going to get to all those points, okay?
And you know what? They have an Asian
So we
market.
got major problems. That's the second thing, is dealing with this influx of immigrants.
There's no
And
black
what I'm telling you is that they're not coming in here to be your partner or your ally. They're coming in to compete with you.
You know what? There is no black supermarket.
You notice that?
They got Fiesta Market, the Indian market, even the Africans have an African market. Africa Mart. We don't have a black supermarket. Oh my God. Wow. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
We just go to Walmart. What happened to the black supermarket? We have no black supermarket, you guys. Chain.
That's why they bummed that city. That town that had the Black Wall Street. That's why they bombed that city, because they had.
We don't have a black fucking supermarket, you guys. That's crazy. Man, we don't even have a black, even Chinese restaurants, or Indian restaurants. They have a specific, it's almost like they come in with like a layout on how they're going to do. All beauty supplies look alike, and all Korean nail shops look alike. All Chinese restaurants, they come in with a plan. He's right. They're not coming in to work with you. They're coming in
to compete again.
And we're not competing on any level. So, and this has been going on. This is 2001, and you're talking about calling immigration on a few people that then came into the community and whatever, honey. This is gonna be what the honey. You get in line, bro. Good luck, okay?
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to tell him.
What are we gonna do when all this is going on? Like, you don't even have nothing to a community to even claim that these people are coming into.
That's right, and that's what I was trying to tell him.
You have no community. You have no community, bro.
Yep, these people got their own community. Chinese got Chinese communities, just like you just heard. Like, these people, when they come in, they ain't come to the black neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying, to be amongst the black people. They come
to the Hispanic community. I can name to you 2 different Mexican supermarkets. My Cocina and Fiesta are 2 Mexican or black or Hispanic supermarkets. I can bring you to the Asian market. I can bring you to the African market in my neighborhood. I can't bring you to no African American market, bro.
Exactly.
Our African American market is Walmart. Wow.
And your black organization and your black leadership in this country is afraid to teach black folk how to compete with all these other groups. And they're afraid because they keep trying to create allies with them. You cannot ally with anybody who's planning on supplanting you. You see, if you go check the Council of La Raza, you check the Council of Salala, if you check the National Hispanic Defense League, if you check the National Hispanic Party, the first thing that all of them have is to change the issues in this country from white and black to white and Hispanic. They're planning on supplanting you. When the National Hispanic Party started in Miami in 1974, I was in the governor's office there. I was the only black in politics. That was the first item on their agenda, saying by the year 2000, they want to take blacks out of the equation. And that's why, as Dr. Price just said, that's why they control South Florida. They play to win. We play to play. Okay? And when I leave here today, I want you all forevermore in helping Dr. Price to play to win. Okay?
Whatever happened to Dr. Price? Is he still alive? I don't know.
The third thing that's going to hurt us and push us into this underclass structure is technology. You got blacks running all over the country telling black folks, some people, well, what we're going to do, we can overcome racism. We get involved in technology. Won't happen.
Man, did he not call it, bro? Is he not calling it? And he says by the year 2000, so he might have did this before 2000. So he was predicting this in the 90s, what was going to happen in now. That's crazy. You guys this is crazy. He need to be like Nostradamus. But you know what? I know all this stuff is probably based on statistics and everything, but bro, he got it down pat. It's crazy to re-listen to this. When I first heard it back in 2010, it was like, oh wow. Because I was like, we got 2 years. But I'm like, bro, when the 2 years was up, I was like, well, it didn't really happen. But now I'm here. I'm like, oh shit. He's like, he was before his time.
Technology has never been a friend, an ally of black folk. It has always been our worst enemy. Why has it been? Because you see, racism has always kept us in our place. And technology has always come along and run over that place. That's why technology has always been our enemy. See, when you keep a black man as the porter, then all of a sudden you come along with a floor sander, he's gone. You keep him as an elevator operator and you put a computer in the elevator. You keep him as a dishwasher and you get an automatic dishwasher. You all understand what I'm telling you? So when black people come to you telling you, well, you get technology, no. You said, no. What we have to do is to get control or get behind technology so to stop running over us.
Get behind.
And I got friends in Washington, D.C. going all over this country telling black folk, you got to get into the information highway. And you can overcome racism. Whites were not that dumb. You cannot get on the information highway and overcome racism. Because the information highway is like any other highway. It's a transportation system. And what you should be asking yourself is, what are you transporting? If you don't have anything to transport, you can't get on the information highway. So what we got to be talking about as black folk is owning and controlling. It's just like when they invented the highway, the airplane system, the shipping system, the train system. It didn't advantage black folk because we never owned the trains, the planes, and the ships. What we got to do right now, starting with your church, is try to figure out how we can own and control more. Then the highway makes sense to us. Okay? Now, and that's why right now in Washington, D.C., the Office of Technology's last report says that the people going to be hurt most by technology are going to be black folk. And a fellow named Jeremy Ricklin has a book out called The End of Work. And he is the director of the National Economic Trends for Washington, D.C. and nationally. He's the guy to put out these trends. He put a book out. And his book, chapter 5, talks about what technology is going to do to people. And he uses black folk as an example. And I went and sat down and talked with him. And what he says to Dr. Anderson, he said, my publishers tried to make me take that chapter out of the book. He said, I fought to keep it in. He said, because technology is going to kill black folk. And read that book, and that's what he's talking about. He says, because black folk don't have any control of technology, you don't own anything. And that's why we're getting ready to lose all our radio stations in this country. We're going to lose all of our television stations in this country. Because what's happening now, they've lifted the...
That's what happened. Listen, Clear Channel Radio 1 used to be a black radio station. Clear Channel bought it out. iHeartRadio. Even the station that Puff Daddy owned, Revolt, is no longer his. Listen, this guy is he's telling it. This is exactly what happened. Losing the radio station, losing the ability to even broadcast, losing the voice. BET, Black Entertainment Television, Ebony Magazine, Essence Magazine, all of our media is gone. We have no media no more. I mean,
allocation cap, and now it's called social Darwinism, economic Darwinism. Whoever got the most money now can buy anything they want in technology. And so the few black stations we got in the United States now up for grabs. And as a matter of fact, even the cable system is going to be up for grabs because we don't have the money and resources. We can't compete with the whites now who want to buy all the systems. And once that happens, you can't get your information in. Now, that would not happen to organizations, to groups like the Hispanics. Because, see, the Hispanics got smart enough, they built communities. And they took their language and they built a fence around their communities. They used their culture to protect their communities. Where is your culture in Los Angeles for black folk? Right. Where is your fence?
None.
And we're going to talk about that later on. You are vulnerable.
Fence.
The fourth thing that's going to happen to you is that this whole contract with white America is not anti-liberalism. It is not anti-Democratic Party. It wasn't even anti-Clinton. What it was they were trying to answer a question that's been haunting white America for about 30-something years. And that is, what do you do with 36 million obsolete black folk?
Again, it's not liberalism. It's not Democratic. It's not Republican. It's not conservatism. But they try to make it that. That is the wagging of the dog. You guys are seeing this. I want you guys to see that what he's saying. The issue is not liberal versus conservative or liberal versus or Democrat versus Republican. It's a whole nother ball game going on here. Let's go.
That's what the contract was for. And how they concluded that was, you see, they got 1,200 white think tanks in America. 1,200 white think tanks. You got one. wholly owned black think tank, and that's the Harvest Institute I'm trying to run. They got 3,000 employees with a $500 million budget. I got a few volunteers, no staff, no money. Because you see, in this country, no blacks wants to give my black think tank any money to help our leaders to develop policy and public issues. And when I ask them for money, what they say is that we can't give you money. I said, why not? They said, what is your organization for? I said, to help black America. They said, who's going to benefit? I said, black folk. They said, who's going to work in it? I said, black folk. They said, ooh, too black. And the first thing that comes to my mind is, how can you be too black? What is too black? 10, 20, 30? What's too black? Nobody ever says something is too Jewish, too Indian, too Asian. And I'm telling you, people are telling me this too blackness comes from our black entertainers, our black athletes that's making $100 million. They could give the money to us that they're paying in taxes because we're tax exempt. But they'd rather give it to the government than even give it to an organization to help black folk in this country. Because they don't want to be black. And I keep trying to tell them, it doesn't hurt that much being black. Now, let me move a little fast. I'm talking too slow. I'm going to speed up now, go real fast. You all keep up with me. Now, what's going to happen now, what these think tanks decide to do in the contract with America, they found out through their research that approximately 68 to 7% of all the blacks in America work in some level of government. This happened as a direct result of the civil rights movement. See, at the end of the civil rights movement, instead of moving against the problem to get more wealth and power for black folk, our civil rights organizations pushed us over and looking for jobs. And so all of our black folk then, over 50 to 60% of all the blacks that got jobs after the civil rights movement went into government. So 68 to 70% of all the blacks in America are working either in federal government, city government, state government, county government, libraries, and school systems. So when you hear white folks talking about downsizing government, what they're talking about are de-employing and disemploying black folk.
Bro, come on now. Come on now, bro. And before this, I think this was, I don't know when he recorded this. What the fuck, bro? This is he said all this. He said, listen, they're talking about like sizing down the government. They're going to be, man, I don't know if Trump watched this and just followed everything he said to do. But it's almost like to the letter exactly what but maybe it's in the book or maybe it was in, I don't know. This is crazy how he was able to predict this exactly how it's happening, bro. This is crazy.
They know that. They know that. So in Washington, D.C., they plan on firing 480,000 people. And what the Office of Management and Budget, right out of the White House, says is that for every white person who gets fired, we're going to fire 2 blacks. Now, if you're only 12.3% of the population, and you're going to fire 2 blacks for every white, you're going to be devastated. Now, let me give you the real picture, even before they started firing black folk. Let me give you the real, true options for black folk. There's only 3 things that you can do in this world as a black person to earn a living and survive. You either must work, go on welfare, or you steal. Now, for those who missed that, let me give it to you again. You either work up here, you go on welfare here, or you steal down there. You're talking about your crime problem. I'll show you how you get into your crime problem. Now, right now at the top level, everybody prefers to work. Now, I just told you that 68 to 70% of all the black folk are working in government. 26 to 28% of the rest of the blacks are working in white corporations. And those white corporations are going to follow the government. They're going to downsize. You're going to see IBM cutting back, Apple Computers, and Meritech, Lucent Tech, now all of them are going to cut back. Only 2% of the blacks in America work in their own stores and their own business in their own communities. Only 2% that are not vulnerable. Only 2% of blacks are not vulnerable. The rest are vulnerable in America. Now look at the problem at the top. Now, contrary to what anybody tells you, the unemployment problem in America is not 5.2%. You hear it there in the newspapers and read. That is not about black folk. That's about whites. They're only talking about people who are either getting unemployment compensation or looking for jobs. That's how they're getting that figure. The unemployment rate in America for black folk today is 34% nationally.
Oh my God.
Now, if you want to understand how
All right. So if that's the case back then, 34%, what do you think it is now? And I will also want to like just show you guys this because I just got sent it. There is a black grocery store in Sacramento. And if you get a chance, please support this black grocery store. I just got sent this. It's called Grocery Ally Bargain Market, locally owned and operated. So if you guys get a chance, please, since 2025, they opened up this thing. That is a black grocery store. Please, just Sacramento's newest grocery outlet is black owned. Encounters art and arcade food desert. So if you're in Sacramento, please support this black grocery store. Yes, Shay, that's awesome. Because I said I don't know any black grocery stores. Okay, so yeah, there's one. At least there's one. For crying out loud. But yeah, let's go into it. Let's go back.
Devastating that is. Think for a second. Follow me along. Think about this. When the unemployment rate in America for whites went up to 25% in the 1920s, they called it a depression. Now, the unemployment rate for blacks hasn't even come down to 25%. But when the unemployment rate went up for whites and hit 25%, they used every level of government. They said it's a depression and every piece of machinery, money, anything must be used to bring that unemployment rate down. And now with black unemployment rate, not at 25%, at 34%, nobody cares. They say we can't, that's not the role of government to help with the employment problem. 34% for blacks nationally. Now in Detroit, Michigan, Baltimore, and New York, the unemployment rate is 45%.
Wow.
Don't think that's bad yet. I'm giving you the worst stuff yet.
And this was back in 2001.
It is 49%.
It's more than that now.
And for black youth in this country, it is 57%. That's why you got your problem out here on the streets. Because nobody wants to give you the true facts about why you got problems.
True numbers, you guys.
Now that's at the top level. Now when you kick those people out of those jobs in the government and out of those corporations, they must go down to the second level. I'm gonna show you how you get into your underclass. You kick them down to the second level. But the conservatives in this country have already made preparation for you when you come down to the second level. That's called welfare. They got prepared. They said, when you come down here, don't plan on staying here. We just had welfare reform, which means you can't stay here on the second floor either.
Don't this sound like it's
and now the new welfare act, so you can only be on welfare for 2 years. We're going to kick you off of that, which means you must go down to the next level. But before they kick you off the second level, look at the second level already. The poverty level in America for black folk is 35%. That means 35% of all the black people in this country got a zero, negative, nil, none net worth. That means they own nothing. 35%. 47% of all the black children in America are beneath the poverty level. I just left New Orleans. That's why I had tears in my voice and my eyes a few minutes ago when I talked about leaving New Orleans and Tuskegee University. In New Orleans, the poverty rate there for black folk is 80%. And somebody got to wake up. You can't stand that kind of poverty.
You know, you know what? It's sad to see a man cry, you know? But as a person that has done the math, the future must be so bleak that he is choked up about seeing how bleak, you know? And people want to say, oh, you're fear mongering. But this guy is straight numbers. He's an economist. He has it's just numbers. All he's doing is stating like statistics based on the information. And this was in 2001 that this came out. And I think he did the show in like 1999. And he was choked up by what he saw, what the outcome would be.
Anyhow, I'm sorry. The poverty rate for black youth in this country is 47%. That means they can't even make daily bread. For black female-headed households, it is 52%, with 2 children in the family. And nobody cares. Nobody cares. And so they're going to now have welfare reform to kick them off the second level. So now they must go down to the next level. The next level is crime. Your crime rate in America is going to go straight up within the next 2 and 2.5 years. Straight up. Because these black folk are not simply going to disappear, they evaporate. Even if you don't care about them, they're not going to evaporate. Now, let's look at the crime rate already. In the most productive years for a black man in this country, but all these black men in this room, your most productive years are between 20 and 35 years of age. And already, 40% of all the black men in America are either in prison, on parole, or probation. 40%. And black women want to know why they don't have any husbands or fathers to their children. In the state prisons, 47% of your state prisoners are black. 52% of your federal prisoners are black. And 96% of all the prisoners in the United States, all the black prisoners, 96% are black men. And nobody cares. Nobody seems to care. Now, this is not new. Because you see what's going to happen now, you're going to have a new growth industry in this country. The new growth industry is going to be owning, operating, and building prisons and selling services and goods to them. And there are 2 major corporations right now, I won't give you the names, have already set up a big contract to take over some of the monies of it. The government passed what's called the Omnibus Crime Bill for $29 billion to build more prisons in the United States. And 2 big companies have found out they can get $82,000 for every jail cell they build and $27,000 a year to operate the prison per prisoner. And just in all those black prisoners you find, just the black male prisoners, for supplying them with shaving lotion, underarm deodorant, and soap, that is a $3 billion a year industry, and black people don't get a penny out of it. People are already making money off of our people in prison. And nobody even cares about where the money is going and how they're making the extra money, even after they criminalize you. Now, this criminalization process didn't start here, so let me get with the public policy and show where everything started and let's analyze it with history very quickly. The whole problem goes back.
I'm going to say this. How many black people have thought of starting businesses to support the people in prison? Now, I actually deal with, I'm working with the Department of Corrections in Pennsylvania to start up religious, for religious purposes, stuff, to help them, but I mean, how many people are really trying to get into that? Okay, well, what about we supply the soap and make sure that the soap is good and healthy soap, whatever? Have we thought about that? Because, people are losing their jobs now. So, I mean, you have black women that make soaps. Have you thought about contacting the prison and saying, can I supply you soaps for the prisoners? Are we really thinking in that way? Especially when the majority of the people that are in there are black men. Have we thought about that? I mean, let's go.
To 1619. In 1619, there was no such thing. Y'all be clear on this. There was no such thing basically as racism. Racism didn't exist before black slavery started. You had conflicts between ethnic groups. You had conflicts between religious groups. And you had cultural disagreements. But you never had racism until black enslavement started. Racism is a word that means race. It means group. I don't want you to let people keep telling you that black people can be racist. You cannot be racist.
That's right.
The word does not exist for you. Racism means group-based. Racism means a power relationship. A power relationship between two groups, where one group owns and controls so much that they can use their wealth and their powers to deprive and hurt and injure another group. That's what racism is. And no place can you find a black person on earth that can be a racist. Only thing you can get at best is a black reactionary. That means a black person who's reacting to white racism. And I want people to quit calling Farrakhan a racist. Farrakhan is not a racist.
That's right.
What Farrakhan is doing is reacting to white racism. If black folk had been racist, they'd have been racist 400 years ago. They would have stopped people from depriving and hurting and castrating and lynching and exploiting them 400 years ago. That's why if you go back through history, you cannot find one single solitary instance any place in history on this earth where black folk have had enough power and wealth to come together to do injury to another group and take something from them. In the United States, you've never seen any blacks come together as an organization, as a group, to hurt any other group. Blacks have never done anything to Jews or to whites or anybody else, Asians or Hispanics, as a group. We can't practice racism. We don't even have a community to practice racism. But on the other hand, I can go through history books and I can show you mountains, thousands, maybe millions of instances where everybody else have done things mean to us, to deprive and hurt us, by social customs, by extra legal and legal means, by laws to do in black folk. You can't be a racist unless you got power and wealth for your group to be able to hurt other people and take and do them in, and we don't have it. So all we are reactions to white racism.
Now, have you noticed this new thing where you'll see white people call black people racist? Oh, you're being racist towards me. And you know, the thing is that a lot of our people have not seen this. A lot of our young people have not seen this to know what racism really is. So I hope there might be, if you have a young person out there, please show them Powernomics to break this whole thing down, because right now you'll have even our own black people saying, oh, that's being racist. No, there's no such thing as racism. A black person being racist. Let's go.
And so in 1619, when they started bringing blacks into this country, they brought blacks in this country for the very specific reason, initially as indentured servants. They were sold off a Dutch ship for water and supplies. Blacks did reasonably well in the United States between 1619 and 1920, about 1924, 1925, in that general time frame. They served out their indentureship. Between 1626 and 1638, they began to intermingle with whites. Some of them intermarried and interbred. In 1638, the founding stone for racism in America was laid. The state of Maryland put out the first public edict that started racism for blacks in America. They put out an edict, a public policy called the Doctrine of Exclusion. The Doctrine of Exclusion says that black people should never be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society. That became the doctrine of racism in America in 1638. Now, that was called a Doctrine of Exclusion. That meant every time you get a chance, exclude black folk out of it. I don't care what it is, exclude them out. What is out of nowadays, out of welfare, food stamp, whatever it is, exclude them out. Business, anything you can do. Now, that went on from 1638 to 1666, 1665 and more specifically. In 1665, something happened. Because during that period, they were trying to find a way to build the United States. And the European colonial powers were saying, I sent you whites to America to build America, to use the land, to bring resources, to find gold and silver and products back to Europe. And the colonial powers, contrary to what you read in the history books, they did not come here for religious freedom. They weren't fools. They could have gone any place in Europe and worshiped. There was nothing over there but woods and bushes and trees over there. They came here specifically to get wealth and resources and gold. And what they kept telling the European colonial powers was that we can't do anything with America because we don't have a labor force. And somebody said, yes, we do have a labor force. So you remember that group back in 1638 that Maryland shut out under the doctrine of exclusion? That's our labor force. So at that point in time, what they did then, they passed what were called enslavement laws. They passed enslavement laws and they took the doctrine of exclusion and expanded it. So that not only did the doctrine of blacks to be excluded, but now blacks were to be excluded, subordinated, non-compensated, non-competitive work group, a labor force for the personal comfort and wealth building of white society. That was what the slave code said explicitly and implicitly. That's been the problem that you've had now for 400 years. It decided how you were to be treated. Those slave codes again. And remember this, on anything that goes on in Los Angeles, you can tell when your policy affects it. Blacks will be excluded, subordinated, non-compensated, non-competitive, managed workforce for the personal comfort and wealth building of white society. That stayed in effect until about 1705. 1705, the slave codes were passed. Very important. What the slave codes did was to tell everybody, whites on one side and blacks on one side, how you were to treat black folk and how whites were to behave towards each other. It says that every white person must accept how black folk were to be treated. They must accept the public policy. And that every white institution, every white church, every white business, every white school, every white level of government, and every white individual must treat black folk in an exploited, subordinated, excluded manner. Any white person who deviated from that, he could be hurt and injured and lynched. Even whites could not deviate from that policy. And no white person could raise a black person up to make him equal to a white person. And on the other side of the slave codes, it told how blacks were to be treated. Blacks were not to be permitted to be equated to whites in any respect. A white person could not enter a room without a white person's permission. A black person could not enter a group, carry on a conversation without permission. He could not carry a weapon, a tool. He could not raise his hand to defend himself. He could not strike a white person. He could not be called out after dark on certain times, carrying a weapon. And he couldn't even look out, some cases, he couldn't even look out the same window the whites looked out of. That was a subordination. He could never be put in a position of power and authority. Now, those what the slave codes did. And also the slave codes attached to that was called the Diversity Act of 1705. It says to make sure this thing works, every time you get 6 black folk together, make sure there's 1 white person included.
Hello? Remember what I said? I said that. Get like 6 black people together, make sure there's 1 white person around. Excuse me if I have to stop this every once in a while. I just can't play it all the way through because, just shout out to Dr. Claude, and Powernomics, I just can't just play his thing all the way through. I have to make the commentary on it. Yes. He just said what I said. So if you notice your people are coming together and doing something and you see that random, okay, there. Yes, there's always going to be 1 person to be there to make sure. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you wonder why, what's really going on.
That was to always monitor black folk to make sure they never did any planning. That they never did anything that could be endured.
That's how a lot of our organizations, you'll say, well, why haven't y'all got nowhere? Why haven't y'all? Because every time we did something, we were monitored. We're monitored by people. We had white people in I think there was probably even white people in the Black Panthers. I wouldn't be surprised. I think they had to create another Black Panther for the white people. Alameen, you have anything you want to say?
No, I'm listening. I mean, he's absolutely right.
I mean, and this stuff, 2001, and you know what? I think that if he would have said this about 2 years ago, boom, everything.
Yeah, and everything that he's saying is law. That's in law. I'm not talking about the law that's today, but I'm talking about hidden behind the secret.
Over time, they have been executing this.
I'm talking about white folks read that book, right? White folks really do read that book. They have that book in their home. They remind
they're reading his book Powernomics, and they are trying to execute it. You think they're doing it?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about when he was talking about this is the code, that 1706 code that he's talking about. That's true. 1705 code. That's true what he's talking about. And white folks, you'll be astonished and amazed the books a lot of white people have. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to them being racist against us, it's in their home. It's how white folks keep a lot of books in their house.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of them. They constantly.
I'm also wondering if like how is it that, because it didn't happen exactly what he said it would, but now it's just everything that he said is flooding in now. It's like, bro, like if I were to go back to 2010, no, it didn't quite happen yet. 2012, not quite yet. But how is everything he is saying happening now?
And that book is in the White House too.
Wow.
You know that, don't you? It's that book. They got that book in the White House too. Especially. Matter of fact, you know it. Have you ever went to the Library of Congress?
No.
Or you can go. Matter of fact, you can go on line and type in the Library of Congress, and you'll be amazed that book is there. Like this is how we you know what I'm saying, this is how we do things. They not long ago just stopped that over 200, about 200 years ago. They just stopped, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So we listen.
250 years.
He predicted this 25 years ago or more. I think it was probably like maybe even 30 years ago. And it's happening now.
Yeah.
To them. So by 1710, things really started picking up all over the world. 6 out of every 7 persons coming across the Atlantic were black folk coming to America. 6 out of 7 were blacks. For the first 300 years, coming this way west were blacks. Just in between, show you what they were doing, just from 1500 to 1660 as an example. They shipped 5 million black folk out of Africa just to Central America down here to dig for gold and silver. And in 150 years, black folk with tools and sticks and stones, they dug out over 16,000 tons of silver and over 4,000 tons of gold. All that went back to Europe. Black folk at that point in time were producing almost 99% of all the sugar on earth, cotton, tobacco, anything else. They were building all the houses. They were the caulkers, builders. So what they did then, they started advertising in Europe. So anybody wants to get wealth, they go to America. You go to America, we guarantee you. We give you free land and free labor. And you would have to be an idiot to come to America. If we give you free land and free labor, and not get rich. So they began, and by 1710, somebody said, well, how are we going to control all these blacks? So the state of Virginia passed a law called meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission then says that we will control blacks by building in an internal attitude inside of them to make them see things through our eyes, to make them white in everything but skin color. And what the meritorious manumission was passed by the state of Virginia in 1710 then said we will reward any black who gets very good at this. And so if any black person saves a white person's life, protects a white person's property, invents something that a white person can make money off of, or if he squeals on in the slave revolts, he would get freedom. Okay? And so I tracked from 1710 all the way up to 1860s. And out of over 200 some possible slave revolts, a black person squealed in every one of them. And so following that up, so in 1712, there's a guy named Willie Lynch, 2 years later down in Jamaica. He heard about the law, and he came up to Virginia and says, I know how to do it. I can help you set up a system where black folk will never, ever organize and come together again. He says, I got a lot of experience in the islands on treating blacks. And so that's what y'all heard about the Willie Lynch letter. That's what that case. So Willie Lynch came up 2 years later, and they paid Willie Lynch to be a consultant to carry out what was enacted in Virginia in 1710. He says, I would divide blacks along lines of sex, along lines of skin color, along lines of age, tribe, everything. He said, in that way they'd never get organized again. They would never, ever have a community. I would divide them so they'd never have a community that would be functional. And Willie Lynch started that, and as Willie Lynch started that, blacks began to squeal on each other. 100 years later, by 1840, for instance, I had over 6,000 blacks in the United States that were slave owners. 6,000 blacks owned other slaves by 1840. Because as soon as they got free under meritorious manumission, they ran out and tried to be white and hired and bought them some black slaves. And then when you saw tears coming out of my eyes, I just thought about, again, I was thinking about down in New Orleans. Down in New Orleans, and blacks down there saying, Dr. Hansel, what can bring us together? And I said, you got a big problem. They said, why? And that's why I had the tears. Let me tell you something. In New Orleans was the epitome of black folk doing in other black folk. On the eve of the Civil War in New Orleans, you had almost approximately 812 free blacks in New Orleans on the eve of the Civil War. 642 owned other black slaves. Then in the Civil War, New Orleans put together 2 full regiments of blacks to fight with the South to keep slavery. And worse than that, one of the biggest revolts, slave revolts, occurred in New Orleans, where blacks tried to break free. And do you know that the free blacks joined the white plantation owners and went and put down the black slave revolt? And the worst part about it, they chopped off all the heads of all the blacks that were revolting and put them on poles leading all the way from Jefferson Parish all the way into the city of New Orleans as a warning against any other blacks trying to get free of the system. And see, that hurts me when I hear about that. And so, you see, you got that meritorious manumission policy saying, keep black folk divided. So between 1712 now and up until the Civil War, some things started happening that's very profound for you all in understanding your racial situation out here. By 1750, black folk peaked out. The population of blacks in America got up to 34%. And then the white society got very scared with that. They said, with that kind of number in this country, there's a possibility that blacks might get together with Indians. So then in every treaty that whites were signing with Indian treaties, they put an incentive in there for the Indians to turn against black folk. They say every time you catch a black, you're to turn him in. And they would pay an Indian $20 on average to chase down an escaped runaway slave, to track him in the woods and bring him back to his plantation. And because of that, Indians in America allied with the white dominant society. And I keep hearing blacks bragging about the fact how much Indian blood they got. Indians were not your friends in history. They were not your friends. And I don't mean to put the Indians down. Indians got special problems. I'm not putting anybody else down. I'm not going to put the Hispanics down. I'm going to tell you the truth. And out of the 5 civilized tribes in the United States, all five of them sided with the South to keep slavery. In a 20-year period between 1840 and 1860, the biggest killers of blacks in America were Indians. And see, the Indians then, so that's what they were trying to get, that kind of an ally between whites and Indians, so that blacks could not ally with them. And that's why every civilized tribe was a slave trader. Indian tribe was a slave trader and a slave owner. As a matter of fact, in Camp Smith, right not too far from me in Texas, in 1867, in Camp Smith, the Choctaws and the Chickasaws still had slaves even 2 years after the war and wouldn't turn them loose. And the United States government gave them $300,000 to turn black slaves loose, to the Chickasaw and Choctaw Indians, and said, we'll give you $300,000 and take this money and divide it up and turn those black slaves loose and give them some land. And they never, and but 2 years later in 1869, blacks were coming to Washington saying the Indians never gave them anything. And to this day, blacks never got a penny from the Indians. So what I'm saying is everybody has been against blacks because we've never been united. But so when I leave here this after today, I want you all to be together, okay? And so by 1750, we hit 34 population. That scared, the colonies were scared. So they started petitioning England to quit shipping any more slaves in. And that's what triggered the Revolutionary War. And one of the biggest things was that they were scared that blacks and Indians might somehow get together and take over the country. And so after the war was over, well, let me get before that. Then the Constitution was written. When the Constitution was written, what they did, they went back and picked up the slave codes I told you about, the slave codes and enslavement laws. That's why in the United States Constitution they classify you as 3/5 of a human being, why they passed the Fugitive Slave Act, and why.
And that's for all y'all people that be like, oh no, we're Indians. No, we're not. If we are, it's because of slavery.
They condone, okay, slavery. That's why you got locked into that whole system. Because what they did then was give all the power to the slaveholding states in the South. And the first compromise was committed at that time. And what happened then, the wealthy whites in the country says, we will allow people to keep slaves, but we'll always protect poor whites. And so they started a system saying, wealthy whites up here, poor whites here, blacks down there. So even if you're a wealthy white, you'll make sure that poor whites are at least the management class, that they're over the blacks, they're the supervisors. So the blacks go into the ditch, the white will stand over it, the poor white will be over the ditch. If you put a black person on the truck, the white will drive the truck. Okay? That was a commitment that was made that poor whites would always come at least right above blacks. And I'm going to show you how that got into all our national public policies later on. And so between that, that was built into the Constitution. Now they developed a system in this country. I hope my time is running. Is my time running? Okay. So they built into the Constitution, right after the Constitution was initiated, they built the Constitution based on the premise that you're going to have a social democracy. Very important for black folk. A social democracy means that the majority will win, the minority will lose and suffer. But also in the Federalist Papers, it says that the majority then can never do anything to stop the minority from becoming a majority. And it is the majority's responsibility to protect the minority. And as soon as the Constitution was built on that, it was violated next year, 1 year later. Whites in America never accepted that it was their responsibility to protect black folk if you're going to make them a minority. They talking about black folks shouldn't be out now chasing civil rights as a minority. They know that as a minority you can't win. You don't have the power. It is the majority's responsibility to take care of the minority. Not the minority's responsibility to fight for something you can't get. You don't have the power. And that was violated because in 1790, the first act of the Congress, right after the...
And not the minority to actually enact and try to like stop immigration. By the way, Pan Mulatto. Let's go.
After the country was organized with the Constitution, the first law says this is a white country and the quota on black folk is 0. Which means you got a 0 quota, you can only come into this country as a slave. At that moment, black people became the only permanently planned minority in the country. You become the only planned loser. Remember, the minority means loser. Anytime you use the word minority, you call yourself a loser. Don't ever use that word. Okay? You call yourself a loser. So their first act of Congress was to pass an act saying it's a white nation, got a 0 quota on blacks except for slaves. Nobody else you see in that minority category is there a law on you. Nobody says how many women you can have, how many gays you can have, how many handicapped, how many veterans you can have. Only blacks. That's why you cannot get Haitians into the country, because you got a 0 quota. That quota was changed in 1966 and raised to 1/2 of 1%, where you got a few can drift in from the Caribbean, but they know you can't compete because you got 2 million Hispanics coming in every year. And that's why you're gonna get suffocated to death. As a matter of fact, jumping ahead of myself for a second to show you what I mean about the influx and how they're gonna suffocate you. In 1840s, you did not have one single Asian or Hispanic in the entire United States. But you had 5 million black folk that were enslaved. 5 million black folk were enslaved, but you did not have one Asian and one Hispanic. By the Civil War, you had 6,000 Hispanics. By 1900, you had 100,000 Hispanics. You had 100,000 Hispanics in 1900, but you got 11 million blacks. And they got the same identical birth rate. Here are blacks, here are Hispanics. Here are blacks, here are Hispanics. They got the same birth rate. Now they're going to pass blacks. You know why? You can't come into the country and fight and protect yourself by numbers. You are a permanent loser. And that's why you're going to be overwhelmed in this area. You cannot win if they can't let you get your population up. And the major issue they're going to fight for is keeping the doors of immigration open. So they can become the dominant population over you. They know you cannot bring in your people. And that's why you had 3,000 blacks on a boat off the west coast of Liberia, Africa, for about 2.5 months, and nobody even called them in. They were sick and hungry. No country would take them in. The United States has never had an immigration policy for black folk to bring in blacks, because they want you to stay in a minority category and lose the category. And so what we're going to be talking about, we talk about solutions in a little while, is that the only way you win is that you got to learn that when you accidentally become the majority, you immediately start acting like the majority. Get out of the minority category. Don't ever let anybody call you a minority. If they're going to call you anything, make them call you the only non-immigrants in America. Okay?
And you know what? I would say this, that, now that he says that, if you're going to make them call you something, make them call you the only non-immigrant. And maybe that's where the FBA thing comes from, right? The foundational black. So that means you're not, you are, you know what I'm saying? You're the only thing that's here that's not an immigrant, right? So he makes point. There's the point. Let's go.
Every public policy that you develop, every program that you develop it for non-immigrants. When you develop it for non-immigrants, you get into a special category with just black folk. You immediately, that word non-immigrant reconnects you with your history. It reconnects you with how you got here. It reconnects you with your culture and your past. Right now, you have no past and no culture, no future. And another thing it does when you start using the word non-immigrant is that you jump ahead of all the other groups. As immigrant takes on a negative, you say, hey, I'm not an immigrant, I'm a non-immigrant. And what you also do, you stop whites from bragging about my daddy came from Poland, my daddy came from Germany. You stop them from doing that by saying, hey, you're an immigrant then. I was here before you. See, 97%. 97% of all the black people.
So now the FBA makes sense. FBA makes sense when you put it into this context, right? Now, if you're using his logic, you're saying, listen, I'm not an immigrant. I'm a foundational black American, right? So now it makes sense, right? But here's the thing. He didn't say that we didn't come from Africa. That's the part. He's just saying that I'm a non-immigrant. I'm not an immigrant. So you create your foundation. Okay, I've been here for too long. We have created our own ethnogenesis. That does not mean that we're not from Africa. Were you going to say something, Alameen? Okay, let's go.
In the United States, we're here before 97% of all other people here are even arrived today. Remember that. Very important. When somebody starts telling you to go back where you came from, you say, hey, 97% of my people are here before y'all ever arrived. And so if anybody's going to leave, the last leave first. And the people who developed everything should stay here, because everybody else got a free ride. So let me tell you what happened between 1710 and 1712 and the Civil War. Let me show you.
So when you actually put this in the context, see, when you put the FBA in the context of what Dr. Claude Anderson is saying and you follow what he's saying, it makes 100% sense. Right? But the thing is that does not mean, I don't see anywhere in this where he's saying go against the Caribbean. He's talking about the immigrants, but he's saying, listen, I'm a non-immigrant. Okay, I get that. That does not mean that, it's like this is what we are. I'm a non-immigrant. I'm not an immigrant. That makes a lot of sense. But we couldn't say non-immigrant American, right? I get it. Makes sense now. Okay. All right. I got you.
What blacks did in terms of accumulating the wealth. Nobody else accumulated the wealth. The wealth was in black slaves. They keep flipping things over, tricking my people, making you believe that somebody worked hard and that they got their money from land. They did not get their money from land. Land had no value. Land had absolutely no value. You could get all the free land you wanted in America. They had head rights and land grants. They gave out millions of acres of land whoever wanted. You could go in the United States and go out to what we call the frontier, where Indians were, and say, I own from here to that mountain, drive a stick in the ground, go down and file a claim. Only time land had value when you put a slave on it.
Now, Pan-mulattoism, you done came back up. Now, listen. We're not talking about immigration. If you say anything about immigration but you can focus on the point, nothing else. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about what we're talking about. We're talking about powernomics, what Dr. Claude Anderson is talking about. We're not talking about nothing else. If you bring up anything else, I will drop you down and that will be it. I like to give people a chance to express themselves. You might be able to add something to the conversation. That's partially why I allow people to talk. But please do not come up here and talk about immigration or anything other than what Dr. Claude Anderson is speaking of. Please, sir. I beg you. All right. I'm going to let you up. All right.
Yes, I want to address what Dr. Claude Anderson said. And just so we're clear, it was Claude Anderson that mentioned immigrants. Can we at least agree to that?
We're not going to talk about immigrants.
No, you said we're addressing what Claude
we're
Anderson
not talking about
said.
immigrants. We're not talking about, listen, I will drop you down.
No, I'm addressing what Claude Anderson said.
Right, I don't
you might
care.
have forgot.
No, I'm talking about immigrants.
You said we're addressing what Claude Anderson said.
Listen, I'm about to drop you at 5. Say something about immigrants again. We're talking about.
Listen, go ahead.
Listen.
I'm
not trying to argue with you. Listen. He right now is talking about the history of who we are.
Yes.
Right? How we got over here. We're not. We didn't got
exactly.
Past. We didn't got past that. We're talking about the history.
No,
right?
We literally. Exactly. And what we are, correct?
Yeah, say what you're gonna say, and then that's it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Say what you're
gonna... And about the powernomics, and I know you get uncomfortable when you get proven wrong, but it's all right. Just relax. It's a part.
Listen, I'm not gonna fucking deal with all that bullshit. Say what you're gonna say. I don't want to hear all that. Say what you're gonna say. I don't want to hear what you have to feel about none of that. Say what you're gonna say.
Well, how can I say what I gotta say if you keep muting me and putting me backstage?
No, don't come and don't say nothing about what I know that you feel it. Don't do no ad hominem attacks. Say what you're gonna say.
Well, how did I attack you?
Listen, say what you're gonna say.
Respectfully.
And don't address me. Don't address me.
Yes. Will you interrupt me?
Don't address me. Address what Dr. Claude is saying.
I was trying to, but you interrupted me.
Bring to the conversation. That's it. Don't tell me about.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
Let me address what Dr. Claude Anderson said. Yes, it is true. It is true that we are non-immigrants. That is a fact. And just as the immigrants worked against our ancestors, the immigrants are working against us today. We have to turn the faucet off. Don't be like DJ Genesis and leave the faucet on.
All right. Gave you a chance. Couldn't do it. Let's go. Let's get back to it.
According to President Andrew Johnson, and Jackson rather, he says that immediately a black slave would bring 75% of the value to the land.
He couldn't do it.
So between the time of enslavement and the Civil War, whites in America invested $8 billion into buying slaves. And when they talked about freeing the slaves, they demanded their money back. And they asked for reparation. They sent a letter to Lincoln saying, we'll turn the black slaves loose, but you give us back our $8 billion. President Lincoln, you all don't know it, he sent a letter to Congress asking for $8 billion in reparations. Congress says, that kind of money doesn't even exist. That's more money than all of our businesses and the federal budget put together. And that's one of the triggering mechanisms for the Civil War. They didn't have that kind of money. As a matter of fact, from the period I just told you about from 1710 to the Civil War, 2 out of every 3 people in the United States that had over $100,000, 2 out of every 3 lived in the South. A white plantation owner in the South who had black slaves had 400 times the wealth of a northern farmer. A white person in the South with 2 slaves had a value equal to any non-farmer in the North. If I take the white person in the North and add his house, his land, his animal, his tools, and his savings together, if you own 2 black slaves in the South, you had as much as a white person in the North. In the South, up until the Civil War, a black slave was an American Express card, a walking Visa card. A white person did not have to work. All they'd do in the morning was get up and get his 2 slaves off to work and lay and wait for them to come back. He didn't have to work. On the eve of the Civil War, to show you what that means in terms of having a slave, black people in the South, on the eve of the Civil War, picked and sold alone over 1 billion pounds of cotton and was sold just to England alone. England paid 48 cents a pound for that cotton. That money from that cotton gave every white person in the United States $500 without even working. On the eve of the Civil War. So what I'm telling you is that they didn't get their wealth from working hard. And I went back and looked in 1860 and said, in 1860s, what did black folk own, even the free blacks? In that time, poor blacks that were free in America, the blacks in general, they had 1/2 of 1% of the wealth in 1860. I checked again in 1960 and see what they'd accomplished. After a Civil War, World War I, Depression, World War II, Vietnam War, Korean War, and the Civil Rights Movement. See what blacks went up 1% in 100 years and all those catastrophic international events. The wealth was frozen in 1860. And even today, blacks control less than 2% of the wealth. You have not moved. Blacks don't own anything that has any value over 2%. So what I'm saying to you now is that that's where the wealth came from. And starting from 1860 up to now, that became what we call inherited wealth. The white society nailed that wealth down. So that now that it's passed on from one white generation to the next, to their offsprings, children, parents to child, parent to child. It's been going on now for 15 or 16 generations. And what does that mean for you as a black person? That means that the average white person, because racism exists, and without racism it wouldn't be important. Because racism exists, every white person is born with 87% of what he needs to be successful in life with his skin color when he hits the earth. All he needs to do is be successful now, is get a scheme in his head and persevere. Because everything he needs is either in his culture, in his community, in his neighborhood, in his family, in his school, in his business, and in his government. He's going to run into it sooner or later just by staying a straight course. And for that reason, you see, Ted Turner and Donald Trump can go bankrupt, become a millionaire, go bankrupt, become a millionaire over and over again. Doesn't make any difference. A black person, if he ever becomes a millionaire one time, you better hold on because he'll never do it twice. Because, see, a black person is born with 0. Why is he born with 0? When a white child comes in with 87%, a black child comes in with 0. because it's called inherited wealth. I just told you everything is locked into the white culture. And so our black child cannot inherit anything because what we've been focusing on. We have been dealing with symptoms and not problems. For all these years, we talk about how can a black kid cannot inherit food stamps. He can inherit welfare. He can inherit public housing. He cannot inherit a job. So he comes in at zero. He cannot compete against a white child because as parents, you're letting them down. You're not giving your child a fair break. He can't compete. And I don't care how much you're going to scream at these black kids about what they should be doing. They are not crazy. You're not giving them any tools. You're trying to motivate kids. You cannot motivate a child to be successful. Motivation only means giving people interest in doing something. What you got to do, working with Dr. Price, you got to empower these young people. There's a difference between motivating people and empowering. I see all these blacks running around the country, I'm a motivational speaker. That's a pimp and a hustler. You don't motivate black folk, you empower them. Now here's the difference between motivation and empowering. I can motivate everybody in this auditorium this morning to want to go to Europe and lay on the beach and enjoy a good life, lay at the hotel and eat well. I can motivate you. But if I don't give you the money, the tools, y'all understand what I'm saying? And I don't give you the tools, the ships, the boat, the airplane, the hotel, I'm playing games. Am I not? And that's what they keep doing with black folk. They always want to motivate black folk rather than empower them. And what I talk about all the time, all this country, and I'm going to work with Dr. Price on, is that give you those tools. You give black folk the tools, and they'll do the job. Okay?
So what do you think when he gave the tools and then we didn't do it? Do you think it's that not enough people saw it, or do you think that this generation, that church generation used it, but like the people that's in this congregation, the people that saw the video, why do you think that we didn't go anywhere with it?
I know why.
20 years. Yes.
Because these, I ain't trying to blame it on nobody, but they was put back. We've been put back to sleep. We get put back to sleep every. Matter of fact, it's a book that's written that says that we get put back to sleep about every 100 years. Every 100 years or so, right? Now,
I think it's every 10 years. I swear to God, like the shit just jumps. Like I think it's like every generation we get put to sleep.
Yeah. Now it has jumped. Now it has jumped. It used to be 100, but now it has jumped. But if you look at it right now, guess what? These preachers with this 104C or whatever they call the thing, or the thing
504(c) or 501(c).
That's right. Yeah.
501(c)(3). I'm sorry, 504(c).
Yeah. So if you look at it, they've been put back to sleep now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They've been put back to sleep. And the pastors that like he's saying, that's supposed to be helping to empower the people. The pastors not empowering the people. They're taking away from the people now. Just like
you know what should have happened is that when he did this speech, Reverend Price should have got with the other mega pastor, should have got with the other mega pastor, should have got with the other mega pastor. It should have been a whole meeting that should have happened. There could have been a whole organization started where people would begin to do da-da-da-da-da. But what happens is that a lot of the Christian church is what stopped it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me just cut through the fucking chase, bro. Because this was actually done in a Christian church. I just happen to see it because I'm part of the community. You know, I'm part of the conscious community that watches videos. But how many people did not get to see this video and had no idea that Dr. Claude Anderson had broke this whole situation down, predicted everything, and didn't get to see this, right?
Exactly. And I mean, he broke it down to the T.
This should have been required watching for every black household in America. It should have been broadcasted from the hilltop to the place, but it didn't. It didn't. Thank you, Crystal Thomas. How many people in the audience have never seen this before? I wonder. Until I played it.
Mm-hmm.
See?
And that man right there is a preacher. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, that's the church he's at. He's at that guy's church doing this whole presentation.
Exactly.
It's crazy. He's at the church doing the presentation, telling the black people why didn't listen. Everybody in that church buy the fucking videotape and make all of their children watch it.
Yeah.
Why didn't they play this on repeat in their households? Why didn't they give videos out to the whole black community, bro?
Mm-hmm.
This is almost like a meeting being had that no one got to really see, right? You know, this was like a secret meeting almost, you know, that they recorded, but no one really, unless you know about Dr. Claude, there's a lot of people who have not seen this. They have no idea that this exists.
And it's crazy, no, because like I say, I ain't trying to blame
it. Look, there's people that have not seen this before. This guy is breaking down and telling you exactly what is happening now. He broke down the history of what happened from slavery up till now, what put us in this place. And you have a whole congregation. I think it's like at least like 1,000 people there clapping their hands. All these guys are probably they're probably like baby boomers. I don't know. They're all baby boomers or something because I'm Generation X and I was like young. I was never old enough to be. I was like a teenager when this was filmed. I was like just graduating high school when they filmed this, right? And this guy is predicting exactly what's going to happen now. And the only reason why I got to see it is because I'm a part of the conscious community. But how many black people have never seen this? That's sad.
Mm.
That's sad. And unless you just run across it and just happen to, but you're not gonna like when you first see it, it looks like a videotape, so you might skip past it. Unless someone says you need to watch this, you're not gonna see it. But this is a prediction. It tells you exactly what you're going through right now. And it tells you why. It tells you the beginning of it all the way to the end, bro. And why we're in this predicament, the situation that other races and all the cultures, whatever, it breaks the whole thing down. And they sat there with thousands of people in the audience clapping.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they heard it and they left and didn't think nothing about it after that. That shit is fucked up, bro, when you think about it.
It is. It
Wow.
is. Like I said,
the clock on how much time I've spent. So
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and that's what I was saying about that 504C. The church, you know what I'm saying, started making, you know what I'm saying, saw a way for them to make money and how to make money with these mega churches, and didn't give the people the tools, you know what I'm saying, to do exactly what Dr. Clark is saying.
Rather than them getting up there doing their sermon, they should have played this on TV.
Yeah.
They should have had this on every TV station. Every black pastor should have played this when instead of like all these like black televangelist pastors, they should have played this instead of their own sermon for one Sunday. Hell, several Sundays. They should have had this thing playing before, because this was before internet, right? Whenever they do their morning thing, they should have do your little morning sermon, but then end it playing this video. And honey, that would have brought us out of this shit because half of us came up in the church, bro.
Exactly.
I guarantee you, my family that's in the church haven't seen this. Now he's talking about Dr. Price. People probably like didn't like Dr. Price. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever, Reverend Price, whatever his name is. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is the information that was going on. And I can guarantee you, ask your grandparent if they're still alive. Have you heard of Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics? Did the word get around? Now we probably, because of the conscious community, like people my age, because that conscious community was really prevalent during but there's still a lot of people that was in the church and didn't get to hear about this. And that's why I believe that's why we're here. Because everybody did not get to see this. Everybody did not get to see this. Now, Breakfast Club 20 years later brought him on in 2020 or 2021, whatever. But that's 10 years after he did this. Imagine, but he was talking about something that was going to happen in 2012. Imagine if we really got the jump start that we needed. I blame our community. I blame the church that he was in. I blame the people. Man, come on now. This is crazy. Let's go. Let me stop it.
Am I fine? 47 minutes? Okay. I got 47 minutes. Let me wrap it up then. So give them the tools. They can be successful. But they won't always want to motivate blacks. And that's why we came out of slavery. What they did, they gave blacks what I call non-economic emancipation. Then when we came out of Jim Crow, they gave us non-economic integration. See, money never entered the picture. Why didn't it enter the picture? Because here's why it's important for you all to remember this. Because at the Civil War, that was a dividing line. That was the first time that land became more important than a black slave. Okay? And that's why you all didn't get the 40 acres and a mule. Okay? Because that was the first time when they said nobody could ever own slaves anymore, then the value jumped from a slave to land. And they said and blacks won't get any. And you never got your 40 acres and a mule. That means you were vulnerable, you couldn't compete, you had no place to go, you were homeless, penniless, and you suffered 260 years of planned ignorance, so you couldn't do anything.
All right, welcome to the panel. Nick Chopper, welcome. Hello. All right, people are playing around. So do you want to say something or not? You know what? Bring your mic, bring your camera up. I don't trust it. What's your camera? Bring your camera up as well as your mic. If you want to make a comment, you have to bring your camera up because we're trying to do some real stuff here and we don't have time to be playing with people. If you don't, I'll just continue on what we've been doing.
And so then the second compromise was committed. Immediately after the Civil War was over, the North then sold blacks out. They looked at the poor whites in the South and said, well, now that we've taken all the wealth out of the South, because what we really want to do, what we're fighting the Civil War over, was to take the wealth from the South and move it to the North. And now that we got the wealth, you all can have the South again, and you can have those blacks. And so immediately in 1866, the South passed what's called the Black Codes. The Black Codes were nothing but the same code where I told you earlier in 1705 called the Slave Codes. So it re-enslaved black folk. And you went back into second slavery that they called Jim Crowism. Now, what was the effect of Jim Crowism? Let me show you. Up until that point in time, black folk were the primary labor force in the United States because nobody else wanted to work. All whites in America want to be the genteel class. They want to be the lazy class. They want to be able to the aristocrats. They didn't want to work. They didn't want to get their hands dirty. But what they'd done, though, by that time, black folk were the caulkers, the mechanics, the bricklayers, the plumbers. Blacks made up almost 50 to 60% of all the workers in the factories, in the tobacco factories, and the iron factories, and the mines in the East. In the South, alone, after the Civil War.
Okay, you want to say something? Hello?
This is the United States of America.
Okay, okay, so you did all that, created a whole new account to say this is the United States of America. Okay. Well, thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
To the about the 1865 census, that out of 120,000 artisans mean educated or skilled people in the South, people who could do the job, the work, out of 120,000, 100,000 were blacks. So by 1867, it got tricky. Now that the war is over, America then started their little game with the immigrants again. So between 1866 and 1880, they brought in 12 million European immigrants into America. And guess what happened to poor blacks again? They got booted out of those positions. They got kicked out. In the North, they created something called UNIONS, unions. They created unions and kicked blacks out of all those jobs I just told you about as mechanics and plumbers and engineers and bricklayers and all this kind of stuff. They kicked them out and started unions. Then they put a clause in it's a white-only union. They kept blacks out of jobs up until the 1960s, almost 100 years. Just shut them out. They did the same thing in the South. They created what's called farmer alliances. Even though 55 to 60% of all the farmers in the South were blacks, they created farmer alliances so black folk could not raise their products and sell their products and get to market. That's why the black farmers were crying over in Tuskegee. Said nobody. As a matter of fact, it just made the front pages of the Washington Post. What day was it? Thursday. Front page of Washington, what happened to the black farmers right today. They can't raise anything. They can't raise their crops. And if they're raising, they don't have a distribution system. They don't have a market because they don't have a community. Nobody can get the crops from Tuskegee, from the South to New York City because, see, the white won't let you use their system to do it unless they control it, manipulate, and they get the profit and advantage. So those poor farmers down there are losing their land at three times the rate of white farmers. In 1920, we had 20 billion acres of land, 20 million acres of farmland in the United States belonged to blacks. It's down to less than about 400,000 acres now. You're going out of existence. And as the food crop moves further and further away from black folk into the hands of 2 or 3 major corporations, you're in serious trouble. Because 78% of all the blacks in America now live in 10 large cities. You got a 10-day food supply. If somebody wanted to, they can starve all the blacks in America to death in less than 2 weeks. Your farm, you're losing your...
I mean, god damn, bro. I mean, god damn. We done lost all the farms. We don't have no farms no more. If they want to starve us out, they can, bro. That's crazy, bro. In 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's less than 2 weeks now. Who else thinks it's less than 2 weeks? I don't know. If they wanted to just cut the food off, how many weeks you think it would be? Is it 2 or 1? Because this was in 2001, he predicted this. So, and things have accelerated considerably, right? So do you think it would be 2 weeks or 1 week? Because everything has, I think it would be like a week and a half. I don't think it'd be 2 weeks. Let's go.
The farmlands and everything else. Nobody want to make an issue out of it. The Washington Post had the front pages saying the black farmers are almost gone. But anyhow,
in
so what happened after the Civil War? The immigrants came in, bumped blacks out, froze them out. Some people say, well, black folk can compete if we educate them. Wrong. Didn't work. When black folk came out of slavery in 1866, they had a 98% illiteracy rate. That means only 2% of the blacks in the United States could read and write in 1860s. But by 1900s, blacks reduced their illiteracy rate from 98% down to 40. Blacks learned faster than all those white immigrants that came into America. Blacks cut their illiteracy rate faster than all the European immigrants. But when I went back and did analysis on job mobility and on money and wealth, guess what happened? The whites that came in, they went up, blacks went down, which means education was not the factor. So you tell a child to get an education, and you don't deal with racism, it won't do any good. And I got blacks all over the country telling me, so Dr. Anson, it's time for black folk to put racism behind them. Black people cannot put racism behind you because you didn't put it in front of yourselves. You don't have the power to put anything behind you. And the most dangerous thing you can do is to start talking about cutting your...
So you say y'all better grow your own crops? Well, honey, most of the black farms are gone. There's probably like only like if they had whatever amount back then, there's less now. That's crazy. And he said that based on the amount of farms they had then, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, in 2001, and I think he even did this before that, like in 1990, maybe 8. There's less farms now, black farms now than there were ever. So you'll be starved out even sooner than 2 weeks. Maybe like a week and a half, maybe like yeah. That's crazy. But that does not. That's crazy.
Yourself away from your history and the fact of racism. Because let me tell you all why. And remember this. There's only 3 ways we could have possibly gotten into our dilemma. Either we were where we are because God wished it up here, or because we are genetically inferior down here, or because somebody's been playing games in social engineering. One of those 3. Now, I don't believe God wished black folk to be in this dilemma. But yet, the dominant white society taught that and used their churches from 1600s up until 1860 to say that God wished it. The blacks somehow were smited, being an offshoot of Ham. Remember that? They used the Bible to teach that black folk were inferior and that you were justifiably slaves. Then from 1860s up until present day, they've been using genetic. That's why you got a book called The Bell Curve, saying that you're genetically inferior. That's why you're in your dilemma. And what I tell blacks over, both of those are tails. You're where you are because you've been socially engineered. The last thing, people have been playing games with you, manipulating the circumstances, controlling you. And if somebody has socially engineered you into your dilemma, the only way you're going to get out is for somebody to take the responsibility of what? Socially engineering you out. And that's why I created the Harvest Institute. And so what we're doing now is trying to go back and understand everything that's happened to black folk, and I'm trying my best in my books and my institute to turn everything upside down and give you a halfway fighting chance to come out of it as a winner. I don't want you to lose anymore. I'm tired of black folk losing. Okay? So let me finish up this little bit of history and we'll get into the solutions, because I only got about 38 minutes left. Now here's what happened. So by 1900s, when Jews began to come into the country, what they were doing then, they came in looking for wealth building opportunities. Go look at all their basic documents for their organizations. They came in looking to build businesses and to find wealth and money. When our organization came in, the Urban League and NAACP, between 1905 and 1912, what they looked for black folk was going back to that old public policy that was set up in 1660 saying black folks should be a labor, subordinated, non-competent labor class. So what they were looking for us was to do what? Find what? Jobs. Which means you were to be employees. Never employers, but to be employees. And so immediately after the First World War, blacks started getting a little uppity when they came back from World War I. And the whites in the South didn't like that. And so you had major conflicts. And so racism intensified in the country. Blacks had farms. Some of the white radical groups started burning their crops. They started lynching on average of 2 to 3 blacks a day. And they poured kerosene on their cotton and ran blacks out of the South. Those blacks then, by 1920, were moving north. They moved into Gary, Detroit, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, New York, and went into the factories. And when they started moving out, whites then started working on trying to get a replacement.
So do you see why we don't have farms? They was pouring kerosene onto the crops. No matter what we did, honey, they did everything they could, honey. Now we still here, we still pushing through, but god dang, bro. I gotta give it up to my, listen, god dang, they poured kerosene on the crops, they was blowing up our towns, but we still pushing through, y'all. So shouts out to the people that our ancestors that pushed us all the way to this point to make it through. But here's the thing, what are we fixing to do now? Let's go.
For them. Because at that point in time, black folk could pick on average about 20 pounds of cotton an hour. So whites started inventing a machine. And by 1940s, blacks had invented a machine called a cotton picking machine that can now pick 1,000 pounds of cotton an hour. So by 1947, black folk were obsolete in the South. They no longer needed you in the South. You were through in the South by 1947, machine that replaced you. But all those blacks who drifted north in those big cities had gone into the steel mills, automobile plants, chemical plants, meat packing plants. And we're doing reasonably well. Blacks did reasonably well in the North between about 1940 and 1966 in those factories. Then all of a sudden in about 1966, guess what happened again? Technology caught up. And black folk went obsolete in the North. And ironically, blacks went obsolete in 1966, right in the midst of the Civil Rights Movement. When Martin Luther King was saying, free at last, thank God we're free at last, he was not talking about black folk. He was talking about, for the first time in history, whites no longer needed black folk. And whites were free. They now had invented a computer. And computer-driven machinery, they no longer needed you. So the factories started closing down in the North at that point in time. And that's when your crime started going up too. Because not only they started closing down and firing blacks in those major cities, but at that point in time, the public policy on black folks shifted to what it is today. Now, the old public policy, remember, was that black folk were being excluded, subordinated, non-compensated, non-competitive, managed workforce for the personal competence and wealth building of white society. They shifted it to where it is today. As soon as black people became obsolete in 1966 in the middle of the Civil Rights Movement, the new policy was this. 3 things that whites came up with. 1, that no white person in any responsible position will take any responsibility for what's happened to black folk in the past. 2, nobody's going to feel any guilt for what's happened to black folk. And 3, that nobody will approve any programs, public policy that will shift the resources from whites to blacks. That's why they're anti-affirmative action, anti-preferential treatment, anti-set-aside, anything else. They're not going to let the wealth.
Come on now. And this was in the 60s you're talking about, bro. And it's the same thing right now. Come on. That's crazy, bro. This is what? Like, it's crazy to hear this again right now when I heard it 10 years ago and it didn't quite hit, but it's hitting so hard now. That's why they're against it. He's telling you why, bro.
Shipped into the hands of blacks under any circumstance. And so because at that point in time, not only had you become obsolete, but they had you nailed to the wall. And so in the Civil Rights Movement, we had made 3 fatal mistakes by then, and we never knew it. I was the only black in politics in Florida in the governor's office in 1970. Here are the mistakes that occurred. 1 is throughout the Civil Rights Movement, black people never had a plan. Never had a plan in all those years. All they simply do was they ran from one Civil Rights Movement, one demonstration, and riot to the next. To this very day, blacks don't have a plan. And whites have had plans on us since 1638.
Hello.
You don't have a national plan.
You don't have a plan.
No black in America knows where he's going and how he's going to get there. What he's supposed to do. Can you imagine 36 million people, no idea about what they're going to do? The second mistake we had made is that somehow they thought by taking down the signs over the bathrooms, on the water fountains, by where blacks could sit, somehow you were dealing with racism. They thought racism was the stuff I'm keep telling you about. They thought the slogans were racism.
Man, now they're putting them back. They want to put them back. They say we want to bring back segregation in its own little way. You know what I'm saying? But that's okay. All right, that's good.
That was not racism.
That's crazy.
Racism was 4 floors down. They never touched racism during the civil rights movement. Allowing a black person to sit on the bus is immaterial. Allowing a black to go into a hotel is a waste of time. Can he pay to get out? And the third mistake we made was that we never created an institution that would educate our young black kids. On how to deal with racism, that we could give them a plan and they would be trained as a leadership class to pick up that plan and run with it. So between 1966 and 1996, black youth fell through the cracks because we let them down. We let them down for a number of reasons. One, because we pursued integration when we should have been pursuing desegregation. Now, what does I mean by that? Desegregation means just stop the government from using its power and resources to deprive you. And what most blacks thought they were getting was assimilation. Assimilation means they wanted to move in America with whites and disappear, just like the Asians and the Hispanics can do. Whites never gave you assimilation. They gave you integration. Integration is another something behind the counter. Integration is a weaker form of segregation. Now you're weaker than you ever were. Remember I told you about the strong will win, the weak will suffer, the majority will win? Integration means that you have now been scattered into pieces. You have no power. Power doesn't come from individuals, it comes from the group. You all should never do anything as individuals. Do it as a group. Okay? In this church, you all stick together all times. Stick together as a group and stay behind your leader. And they can't get to you. Integration also took away your leadership. The minute you integrated, what you did, you accepted Newt Gingrich and Bob Dole as your leaders. That's why black leadership disappeared. When you integrate, that means you become a guest. Integration means black people become G-U-E-S-T-S. You're a guest. You're a guest in everything everybody else owns and controls. You're a guest in their hotels, their restaurants, their airlines, their neighborhoods, their schools. You don't own anything in America because you volunteered to become guests. And before integration, blacks had their own communities. They had their own resources. They had their own businesses all over this country.
I want to say this is to that $1 trillion buying power that we like to tout so much. Yeah, there's the explanation for that. We then became a buying class.
And you young people here today, you don't know it, but I'm telling you, black folk had viable, competitive communities before integration. They had clean communities. We did not have the crime in the black communities. As a matter of fact, before integration, most blacks in America never had to lock their doors. Yeah. And a part of the problem is we don't lock because we didn't have locks on the doors. You got scared to put a chair under the door. And you left your window up all the time because you didn't have air conditioning. And most blacks in the South, where I grew up, when the mother would leave home, she'd say, Miss Jones, I'm going downtown, watch the house. And I could walk, as a child, I could walk through almost every house in my neighborhood, through the front door and the back door, because it was open, nobody cared. Or I could go into a house and borrow some sugar and go home, nobody cared. And everybody knew each other. But what they did with integration, they took the Highway Act and said, if you all want to immigrate, you're going to come here without any power and resources. So they took the Expressway of 1952 Act, and they drove an expressway through every black community in America. And so now, any city I go to, I can find a black neighborhood by finding the expressway. Either the black neighborhood will be up over it, underneath it, or beside it. And now you have no black businesses. And in North Carolina, where I grew up, my family was the only family that had a part ownership in the only black bus line in the entire United States. We didn't have a bus line with 3 or 4 buses. We had the biggest bus line in the state, and the only one in America for blacks. We had over 500 buses. We serviced the black neighborhoods and the white neighborhoods. What put us out of business was not Duke Powell, who we put out of business. What put us out of business was integration. Because when Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks integrated the buses down in Montgomery, and black folk wanted to sit on the front of the bus. When they got to North Carolina, the people in North Carolina, the blacks said, we want to sit on the front of the white buses too. And we said, but we don't have any white buses up here. They said, well, get some so we can sit on the front of them. And so we went out of business. We had black cab companies. We had 2 black cab companies, the Harris and Camel City cab companies. They went out of business. You know why? Blacks didn't want to ride in the black cabs anymore. They want to ride in the white cabs. They wanted to ride in the yellow cab and the bluebird cab. We had our own theaters. We had the Lafayette, the Lincoln Theater chain all over America. We had film companies in Jacksonville, Florida. Norman Productions in Jacksonville made black westerns and black love romance films. We had a black studio in Chicago and a black studio here in Hollywood called Hollywood Productions. It was black owned. We made our own films. Now we have no studios, no distribution system, and no theaters.
Well, thank God we have Tyler Perry Studios now. And there's I think Cat Williams has a studio, and then 50 Cent has a studio now. So that is one thing that we did get control of. We are doing that. But what the hell does that do? What does that really do? You know? What does it really do? What were you going to say? I think that you were trying to say something. Go ahead, Alameen.
Oh, no, I was listening.
Yeah, honey, AI Tin Man. The reason why you've been thrown to the back is because we want to give Dr. Claude his time to tell his thing before we get into another subject. I know that once I bring a person like you on, you're going to change the subject, and I want to keep on what he's saying and keep on the subject.
And what I'm telling you all is you're going backwards. We had mattress factories, we had broom factories, we had blacks in the oil drilling companies, we had a black railroad line in Jacksonville, Florida. We had another black railroad company in Oklahoma. And now we have nothing in the entire United States because integration took it away from us. The other thing the integration does for you, you got to understand, integration also is draining your capital. All your money now is moving out of your community into the white community. Okay? Black America right now is the 9th richest nation on earth. We got approximately $380 billion worth of disposable income. We're richer than Sweden, Australia, Canada, Pakistan, India, and all the black African countries put together. But we're the poorest nation on earth because we violate every principle of economics. Your money is supposed to stay inside your community and bounce 8 to 12 times before it leaves. Black money does not bounce one time. You know why it doesn't bounce one time? Because you don't have any communities to bounce it in. You're so busy integrating. Where are you going to bounce it? How are you going to pass it through another black hand? So as soon as a black person gets paid, before it touches another black hand, he runs right to the suburbs and spends it. He spends 95% of his money immediately outside his own community. He keeps 5% to take back into his community. Out of 5% he takes back into his community, he spends 3% of that in non-black owned hands in his own communities. Look around your neighborhood, goes into non-black owned businesses. Only 2% again, only 2% of all the black people in America keep their own money in their own communities. And then out of the 2% they keep, they then take that down to a white bank and put it in the bank, can't even get a loan. And now you're bankrupt.
I say.
You go bankrupt every 24 hours just as regular clock, and whites don't take you serious. They know that anybody who goes bankrupt every 24 hours should not be taken seriously. You started raising Cain outside their store, they say, hey, wait a minute. It's 3 o'clock. Wait for those blacks. They'll go bankrupt in about another 3 hours. They know you're gonna violate all the rules. So the reason we don't have any black businesses in America is for 3 reasons. 1, we've never had a national plan to start building black businesses in the country. That's why I wrote my book. That's why you got a plan now. 2 is that whites and other groups are boycotting your neighborhoods. They're boycotting you. And 3, we're boycotting our own neighborhoods and our own stores. Yeah. That's why we don't have anything. Now, as long as you live, you will never see a white person get up on a Saturday morning, drive down to a black neighborhood, and get out of his car and go into a black store to buy something made by a black person. If you do, take a picture of it. You have something very valuable one day. All over America, on Friday evenings, go to any big city, and you'll see blacks lined up to get into Chinatown, to go to China, eat some Chinese food. Have you ever seen Chinese lined up trying to get into a black town? Somebody is not playing with a full deck. You're not playing the game to win, you're just playing. And you got to stop spending your money. So then I go to various cities, and blacks got the nasty habit, when company comes, putting them in their car on a Sunday and taking them out to the white community and say, let me go out and show you some nice white homes. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's go out to look at the white malls. And then they come back home and say, how in the world can white folk afford all those fine homes and big houses? It's easy. It's your money. You see what I'm saying? And y'all think I'm teasing. See, they're living off of 2 incomes. They live off 100% of their income and 95% of yours. And you're trying to live off of 2%. It is humanly impossible for a race of people to live off of 2% of their income. And in America, you equate human worth based on what you own. And if black folk don't own 2%, that's why white racists say black folk ain't worth 2 cents. Because we don't own anything, and human worth is equated in this country based on what you own and control. And we violate all the premises of economics. We have yet to learn how to practice group economics. And the last thing about integration is that integration got a quota system, and you need to know this. It's got a quota system. You hear white somebody against quotas, they're wrong. It got a quota system. Anytime you get more than 5 to 8% of blacks involved in anything, whites are going to put up a chain. They're going to stop you. If more than 5 to 8% of blacks move into their community, they're going to put their house up for sale. If more than 5% of the blacks, 8% of blacks go into their schools, they're going to pull their kids out of school. If more than 5 to 8% of the blacks come into their businesses, they're going to move the business out of town, cross town, out of the country. If more than 5 to 8% of the blacks come into their association, they'll resign. They got a quota system. And people say, well, blacks are against affirmative action. No, they're not against affirmative action. They're against affirmative action for you. You see, they say, well, they're against a set-aside. Racism is nothing but preferential treatment for whites. They say they're against preferential treatment. You hear them say they're against set-asides. Jim Crow was nothing but a 100-year set-aside program for whites, where they set aside the best restaurants, the best food, the best schools for whites. They say they're against quotas. You got a quota system, I told you, in the immigration laws. Today, you still are a planned minority. You can't win. So now let me get to some solutions for you very quickly in my few more minutes I got left. What we're going to do across this country now is what's called Powernomics. That's a new book coming out called Powernomics, Unleashing Black America's Potential. It's a follow-up to the book Black Labor, White Wealth. It'll show you in very specific terms what you got to do to be competitive. The things we got to focus on is in broad categories with specific principles. The first is the community. You cannot do anything unless you have a community. Your community is your social cohesiveness. The only power, the potential that black people have in America is your social, racial cohesiveness. If you don't have that, you have no power. Forget about everything else.
That's right.
That's a fact of life. You got to have a community, because the community will give you your businesses. It'll give you your sales opportunities in your markets. Now, how do you develop communities? The first thing you must do is stay out of all cross-purpose issues. Cross-purpose means horizontal issues. Don't get involved in any horizontal issues. Let me explain it to you. I see the puzzlements in your eyes. First, racism is vertical. Remember this. Racism is straight up and down. Racism means I don't care whether you're the lowest income black or the highest, the best educated or the least educated. It doesn't make any difference. You're all in the same tube. Okay? That's what Malcolm X was asked, what is a black man with a PhD? Remember that saying? And he answered, well, he's still a Negro. Okay? It means it doesn't make any difference. You're all in it together. That's straight up and down. Horizontal issues are any issue that pertains to everybody, stay out of it. You're the weakest and poorest, most vulnerable people. Don't get involved in it. Because the only people that can benefit are those people who are directly behind where the horizontal crosses the vertical. Okay? The only people that benefit are where those 2 points cross. That's too small. You don't have that kind of energy and resources to waste. Now, what's a horizontal issue? Sexism is a horizontal issue. If you get into these various religious issues, that's a horizontal issue. Poverty is a horizontal issue. I keep telling some of my civil rights leaders, stay away from poverty. You cannot eradicate poverty. Poverty is a fixed, it's a given. You're always going to have poor people. And people, you're going to have poor Greeks, poor Indians, poor Lithuanians, poor Hungarians. Quit trying to eradicate poverty and try to get as many black folk as you out and leave poverty alone. But they try to eradicate something that can't be eradicated. Culturalism. That's a horizontal issue, and it pertains to everybody. Let me give you about sexism, for instance. I tell black women who always want to get into sex issue, they think that somehow that the issue is sex rather than racism. See, my great-grandmother was not enslaved because she's a woman. She was enslaved because she was black. Okay? And if you're going to get into sexism, I want black women to understand this, to keep your priorities in order. If I say abracadabra right now and sexism disappeared, you still can't go into place because you're black. And if you keep it in order, remember what your mother felt. The minute she knew she was pregnant, she knew at that moment she was going to have what? A black child long before she knew the sex. So you keep your priorities straight and say, since my color came before my sex, I'm going to keep it in that order. You always stay black first. So stay out of those cross prepositions. I'll explain out the next time I come back out here on a Powernomics workshop or something. But that's very important. I can show you all the problems you got with that. And see, but once you stay out of those horizontal issues, like I tell some of my Muslim friends, I said, don't be worried about pushing Islamic faith. Push your skin color first and stay aligned with your people. And I tell them, the people in the Baptist church, quit worrying about about being a Baptist and worry about being black. And again, I have to give credit to your minister. It seems like he's one of the few in the country who understands that. That you put who you are and as a people before you start talking about what denomination you belong to. And especially since most of the denominations on the earth all work together to enslave black folk. All of them pimp and hustle black folk. The Catholics, the Protestants, the Baptists, the Jews, and everybody else got black folk. But what we're going to do then is start, once we get past building these communities, then we're going to start getting into what we call building alternative economic structures. That's very important. You got to build your own alternative economic structure. An alternative economic structure, in the short time I haven't got time to explain it, is nothing but building your own city, your own communities, your own towns. Building a lot of small sub-communities all over America. You build a community of markets, a community of producers, a community of distributors, a community of retailers. And we all interconnect all over the country and build a vertical order. Let me give you an example, for instance. The reason I'm down in Tuskegee and down in New Orleans is because, as an example, we're trying to build 12 major industries in America. The first one is seafoods. Why am I picking seafoods? Because one of the first principles of Powernomics is you must always dominate economically wherever you dominate in population. We as black folk are one of the largest consumers of seafood in America. We must dominate in seafood production. So what I did down there was go down there and I got blacks now who are raising seafood in ponds. They're
and
crabs,
chicken, yeah,
oysters, clams, catfish, trout, and bass. I'm building 1,000 acres of sea ponds, food ponds, aqua ponds, where they're raising seafoods. Now, I got blacks in the farmers now. They're going to raise grain, wheat, soybean, corn, and wheat. They're going to make the feed for us to feed those fish. Now, when that comes up, I'm heading out here next week. I'm building and putting in $5 million into a processing plant in the South. I don't name the city because I don't want people to try to cut me off. But we're building our own processing plant. All that seafood then is bought from those black farmers. Those blacks that got land and not using, they're now going into business and making money raising seafood and raising feed. And blacks are now going to be hauling that feed over those ponds. And I'm asking for people to raise the money to build the ponds. And we already got about 5 ponds coming up already. And now, when it comes up, all that seafood's been picked up and shipped to our plant. And in our plant, as I say, the plant's cost almost $5 million, $4.5 million to $5 million. We already got $30 million worth of sales already on the books going through the plant. Okay? Now, once that seafood comes in that plant, it's processed, diced, sliced, and prepared. And then it's shipped out of there up north. I've identified 12 major cities in the north where I'm building receiverships, distributorships for that seafood to be trucked up to and sold out of there. Detroit, Michigan, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Houston, Oakland, California, and New Orleans. And so people ask me about Los Angeles. Now, when the food gets there, we're going to have a freezer where all that food is stored. And then we're setting up franchises, fast food franchises. That food would then be transferred over to restaurants. Now we got the prototype restaurants up now in South Dade. 2 restaurants. They are fast food restaurants called Fish Cities. They're selling the fish and all kind of seafoods with a special kind of menu. Now McDonald's and Burger King, our 2 competitors on both sides, let's do about $780,000 a year. We do twice what McDonald's and Burger King do in sale, okay? Our stores sell $1.5 million. They're doing $1.5 million a year, both stores. And our stores, we got traffic around our stores 2 blocks long, 24 hours a day around the store. And they're all black owned. So they can't cut us off. I got us locked in from the seafood to the grain, all the way to the restaurants in the market. Okay?
You know, the sad part is all this cheering and everything, but listen, it didn't go any further than this video. That's the sad part, is everybody's up here cheering. And what the fuck did the people, none of these people did anything after they fucking watched this? Look at the audience size. I want, when they pan the audience, how many people was in the audience watching this? How many people was watching it after? Like, I started a think tank after I saw this. What is going on with the people that's watching? Like, what is going on? This is irritating. They up there clapping. Well, clap your ass over to the fucking bank and that's why we're here. The reason why we're here is everybody was just clapping. Bring it.
And the only way they can get me out is to turn my people against us. And they can't turn us against us because I love my folk too much and they think too much of what I'm trying to do for them, so they can't get us out. Okay.
Clap.
And so in those cities, we're selling those franchises to blacks at half what it costs to go into a Burger King store. Burger King store costs you about $550,000 to start a store. Our seafood place costs you about $250,000. And you bring back twice the profits, okay? So we are beating them in that score. Now, also along the line, we're setting up other kinds of operations. Blacks will be going into the trucking business, servicing that. It's vertically ordered. And some blacks will be selling the restaurant suppliers, the security service, the building the stores, insurance and stuff, the employment agencies. And in each city, our stores will produce something like about 50 businesses per store just in seafoods per city, 50 businesses per city. And any blacks can get these franchises, and you all going to have a chance to get them out here in Los Angeles. We're going to come to Los Angeles someplace like next June. At that point in time, save your money and start raising capital. Now, I'm telling you what we're doing down in New Orleans, so you know that down in New Orleans, we don't have one black tourist area in America. And again, I want my people to come together and build a community. So when I was down in New Orleans, I was going through the black community trying to find the old black community. In New Orleans, right now, when people go there, they got the French quarters, all white, no blacks down in that area. I've gone over and identified an area now where we're going to rebuild a black community there. And I got 2 blocks of land down there. I'm going to put in black clubs there with black entertainment for jazz club, a blues club, and a popular club. We're going to put in black restaurants. And we're also going to put in souvenir shops. And we're doing it vertically. And we come out with a national campaign asking all blacks in America, since we don't have a black tourist area in America, plan your conferences only in New Orleans. When you go to New Orleans.
This was before Katrina. That's sad, bro. This is
when you go to New Orleans, I'm asking blacks down there to save your money and help me buy some mini buses. I want about 10 mini buses to set up a bus service schedule to go in and out of every hotel to haul those blacks over to that community where they can be entertained and be fed and dined and wined and taken back to the hotel until we build our own hotel in New Orleans. New Orleans has about a 67% black population. They don't own anything in the whole city. And we're going to change that and turn it around. That's what I was in New Orleans for. And we're getting it together real fast. We're getting all kinds of support. Not only all support from blacks, I got a lot of whites all over the country trying to help us too. They understand the need. So get one thing clear now. All whites are not bad. That's what I'm saying. We got a heck of a lot of whites that are helping us all over the country trying to solve this problem. Because a lot of them understand, they know that we cannot make it otherwise, so they're helping us. Same thing, and let me give you one other example. The third business coming up is leather. I'm trying to get blacks to compete in the leather industry. Now, right now, most of our leather is coming in from Taiwan, Korea, Hong Kong, China. And the reason they're going that way is because they got environmental laws where they can produce the leather cheaper by the labor and also by the environmental restrictions for tanning. I found out how to beat them, so we're going to build a leather industry. I'm trying to get blacks together now. We're going to set up our leather procurement system in Florida. We're going to buy skins, reptile, cows, sheepskin, cow skin. We're going to have a procurement system in Florida. We're trying to build a tannery in Haiti. There's no cheaper labor market in the world than Haiti. And we're going to build a tanning plant there where those blacks will have a chance to own that plant along with blacks in America. And while the Asians are shipping their leather to Hong Kong and China to be processed, which takes 60 days, I can ship mine over there in 3 days in Florida and get it tanned and get it back. Okay. When that leather comes back in the United States, I'm trying to set up 2 plants. One plant in New York and one in Pittsburgh, where blacks will own a plant. It's a cut and sew operation. That leather come in there, they can produce at least 5 different kinds of leathers. Leather for furniture, leather for shoe leather. They're going to produce utilitarian leather, also wear leather, purse bag, and belt leather. Okay? Once that leather's been produced in those cut and sew factories, it's going to be sent all over the United States to 2 major distribution centers, one in the West and one in the North, where blacks like you all can say, I want to be a distributor of that leather. I want to be a warehouser, a wholesaler of that leather. Any of it. Then we're going to put retail shops in the malls in each city and in all these communities where you can sell black-owned leather. Then I'm asking the black entertainers, athletes in America, it's quick going on TV, advertising Japanese and Asian leather, advertise good black leather. And so we're going to build a leather industry where you have your own chances, your own industry, and own your own businesses. And as I said, we're going to sink our roots into the ground and grow tall and strong, and nobody can pull us up. And we're going to have our own communities built around our own industries. And each and every one of you have a chance to go into your own businesses where you'll be dependent upon the black above you and the black beneath you. To depend on them, okay? Buy from your own people, trust and love your own people, because nobody else cares about you. You don't have any incentives or interest in black folk in America anymore. And the last one I'm going to give a point is Detroit, Michigan. Going into Detroit, Michigan is 84% black. Now I go into the city, they got a black mayor, a black city council, a black board of education, and a black school superintendent, and a black police chief. They said, Dr. Anderson said, since you're here, we're going to give you a trophy and a plaque. Say something nice to us. I said, first of all, if I say something nice, what are you doing for black folk in the city? They said, we got an office of minority business. I said, you got an office of minority business? They said, yeah. I said, that's the first office you should have closed down. You got an 84% black city, you got an office of minority business for black folk? They said, yes. I said, somebody is not, the light's on, but nobody's home. The first thing you must learn is when you become the majority, you must act like the majority. You see what I'm saying? In Detroit, Michigan, it's just reversed. You got an 84% black city, and you got and a 3% white population. The blacks are acting like they're the minority, and then when they're the majority, and the white minority is acting like they're the majority. So everything downtown is owned by whites, everything in the city is owned by whites. Blacks own nothing. And because the blacks can't get their mentality straight about learning how to practice and learn how to win. And so I go look at the contracts for services and goods in a city like Detroit, 97% of everything in Detroit for services and goods and contracts go to whites, and the city is 84% black. Because blacks don't understand that they're supposed to be winning. And I told them, I said, first, they said, what would you do? I said, first of all, I would sue all of you. Because that's against the law. Because you see, our good jurist, Clarence Thomas, has already ruled, saying that you cannot bypass a majority to give to a minority. You all got to get tricky. When you become the majority, you practice that. Say, oh, we're the majority now. You see? When you build these communities, you become the majority. And you start to winning. Because remember, the majority wins, the minority loses. And every time you use the word minority, you say, I'm a loser. It creates a negative mindset. Quit putting that negative mindset in your children's head. And say, when you become the majority, we're going to win. And so therefore, I say, I'll take all of you to court. And the same thing in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is 77% black. And the white developers just went to court to sue blacks in Washington, D.C., saying that they want that the 20% set aside for minorities in the water system there is unfair for to be giving minorities anything. And I agree. I said, you're right. I said, because the whites are the minority. And would you all believe that blacks, they're fighting to preserve a minority program in a city where they are the majority? Because they can't switch gears. And so what's happening in this country now is now people have become paralyzed. They're just like a deer standing on the highway at night in the bright headlights of an oncoming truck. They can't figure out what it is, paralyzed, standing there frozen and getting run over. So what's frozen them is this whole concept of a colorblind society. You do not live in a colorblind society. What that whole concept means is let's pretend that we're colorblind and don't see black folk. Now, that concept came out of one of the think tanks again. And the think tanks came up with a solution, say, how do we maintain this inequity where whites are 50-foot giants and blacks are 1-foot midgets? They say, pretend that everything that black folk want, that you've already given it to them. They say they want freedom, say abracadabra, you got it. See, they're not empowering you. They're just giving you symbols and slogans rather than the tools. You want to be equal? Abracadabra, you equal. You want equal opportunity? Abracadabra, you all got it. And so now all the conservative elements of this country have figured out if they go back and take the language of the civil rights movement and use it against black folk can't move. Because black folk can't figure out what to do, like that deer on the highway. If forward discrimination took them too far into the garage, the only way you can get the car out of the garage is put it in reverse. They said, no, y'all can't put it in reverse. That's reverse discrimination. We admit that we use forward discrimination to get it in there, but you all can't use reverse discrimination to get it out. You see?
Wait a minute.
So therefore, you got to keep the car in neutral.
Why you wanna?
And we got to have a race-neutral society now. And that way, however things exist now, it is stuck and frozen like that. And let's pretend we're a colorblind society. And so consequently, nobody wants to look after my people anymore. They just stand there frozen on the highway. And I'm very much concerned. I got all kinds of plans on the power numbers, how we can solve some of these problems. Same thing in politics. In politics, start teaching your people to be responsible. And don't vote for anybody who runs for office, green, yellow, black, if he would not deliver back to the black community. Okay? Politics is a process that simply defines who's going to get what out of life.
And for those people that are touting how they voted for Trump, what is he doing for the black community? He might be getting the immigrants out, but no, I mean directly. People want to put Obama down, but I'm saying what exactly directly? Because, what exactly? What are you doing for the black community? Oh, well, as a byproduct of putting out immigrants, I don't think that's about the black community. That's just about, he said he was going to do it, and that's what he's going to do. But the black conservatives will say, well, no, that's for the black community. No, it's not. So,
but it must be based on quid pro quo. Everybody you put in the office must deliver something very specifically back to the black community. Don't let them get off the hook by saying, well, I'll hire a black person. I don't care. Clinton will give you that same tale. I'm going to hire a black. I don't care who he puts as a secretary. That's not the issue. What is the black community going to get back in return for its vote? And that's why they keep sucking you don't ever get anything. Because we don't raise Cain. It must be quid pro quo, something for something. If we give you something, you owe us something back to the race. And that's why the last election, I was Clinton's political advisor in Maryland. Clinton got 41% of the white vote, 42% of the Hispanic vote, and 43.4% of the female vote. But 92% of the black vote hasn't done anything for blacks yet. Because nobody wants to do anything for us because we don't demand and insist on it. And you must hold everybody accountable. If a black person runs for office, you go after him and take him out of office too. Any way you can, okay? I know my time is up. I've been watching my clock. My time is just about up, but I would spend a lot of time teaching you how to play politics. There are a lot of rules in powernomics. But the thing I'm telling you in conclusion is everything you do, play it to win. Practice group economics, group politics, build alternative economic structures, redesign your school systems. Right now, people are saying school systems are failing blacks. The school systems are not failing blacks. The school systems are doing exactly what they were originally designed to do. That was to produce blacks who were marginally educated to work for whites. But now, as I told you, is that blacks are obsolete. They don't need your kids anymore. They don't need half-educated kids anymore. And so what you should do is go back and close down the assembly line and get your plan and say, we will now rebuild our schools across Black America based on the needs of Black Americans. In other words, what I'm saying to you is this. If I told you all right now we were going to the moon, and we agreed to go to the moon, now our schools will know what to do. Because now they say if black folk going to the moon, you see, you got some direction. And now the school system say, well, now we got to produce more mechanics and more astronauts and more physicists and biochemicals. We got to prepare for that. But right now the school system is still operating the way they were designed in 1867, was to produce black folk who were marginally educated people. And nobody wants our kids. Our kids keep telling you all that. That's why right now in the large cities, 65% of all the black kids that start nursery school never graduate from high school. They're telling you something, you're not listening. They're saying you're dysfunctional. There's no use in going to school. The school doesn't mean anything. There are no businesses in my community. There's no health. There's nothing in my neighborhood worth staying into. Go back and develop a national plan about where your people want to go, and then transmit that plan to every black individual, every black corporation, every black association. And then we can do it. We got the expertise, we got the skills, we got a little bit of money, and the last thing we got to do is get rid of a lot of our black leadership. Okay? All these black leaders in America now that head up our 2 or 3 major institutions keep talking about looking out for everybody but black folk. You tell them that day is over. Nobody's going to sell black folk anymore. The day of selling black folk over. If you want to sell them, you got to find yourself another job. Because right now, black folk are hurting too much, and it's too bad for us in this world to keep letting black folk get up there and get in these high positions and talk about everybody but black folk. If you don't want to be black, go home and sit down and look at TV. And I tell all my friends, even those who are looking at the rainbow, talking about a rainbow coalition, as I'm telling you, there is no blackness in the rainbow. And if you want a rainbow, look inside my race and you'll find it. Look at this beautiful rainbow of people. All the colors you want. There's my rainbow. And I love you all and thank you very much.
So let's talk about it. We've been here for some time. We're going to have a brief discussion about what was just said, and then we're going to wrap this whole thing up. But I mean, what else can we say? You know, what else can be said? So first, go ahead, Nick Chopper.
Is this a safe place for Americans to speak freely?
Nick
Okay.
Okay.
All right. What I'm going to say is that thank you, Dr. Claude Anderson, for that video. It's been out for a while, and here we are in 2025. We've done exactly what you spoke on within the last presidential run. We shut them down because for years we've dedicated our vote only to them. And up until 2024, and we shut that down. And we're not going outside protesting on behalf of others. We are staying mobile and on standby, and we're seeing the constellation prize of what this new administration is doing by getting rid of our opposition. That is a constellation prize. However, we're not conservative nor liberal. We're about cash reparations. And you have always been the IP, the intellectual property of foundational Black Americans. Thank you, sir. If only others had a heart. If only others had a heart. Toot toot.
All right. So, do you have something to say about the what I just played, Alameen?
Yeah, I mean, it was that that's your solution right there. When you ask what is going to be the solution, that's the solution right there. Is that we gotta get back to the roots. But like you say though, like you say, black people are going through too much right now. You know what I'm saying? Going through too much right now. That it's very hard. It's very hard for them to get their head on. So what do they do instead? They party. They you know what I'm saying? Party. The rap music, even the rap music. When the CIA came together and planned that just when we was making steps and making steps. The CIA, you know what I'm saying, made a deal with a lot of record labels, and a lot of major record companies to make the type of music that they make today. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we keep being distracted for no reason at all and never got to the real, you know what I'm saying, what we're supposed to be. And like Dr. Clark was saying, like everything is there. Like everything is there. But it's like we can't flip the switch. You know what I'm saying? We can't flip the switch because I look at like he said, if you live in the city and you are the majority, why the hell is you still talking about you the minority? If you live in a state and in the state you are the majority of a people, how can you continue to keep calling yourself a minority? You see what I'm saying? So we got, and I put it like this right here. When I look at the youth coming up today, when I look at them coming up today, I tell you, you know how sometimes you say our black leaders failed us or whatever you say our black leaders failed us.
Yep.
And a lot of people our age, me and your age, they said that they haven't heard Dr. Clark speak. You know what I'm saying? So we say a lot of black leaders they failed us, right? And I look at the situation, I'm like, yeah, that's true. So we're not passing the torch back to the youth today at all, neither. They growing up and don't even know who Dr. Clark is. Your kids in going to school, our kids, our grandkids, you know what I'm saying, or nieces going to schools at the age of 5 or 10 or 15 years old. They don't have no idea who Dr. Clark is. You know what I'm saying?
Dr. Clark or Dr. Claude Anderson or Dr. Yosef Ben Yachanan. So yeah.
Exactly. So where do we go from here? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Like where do we go from here?
We need like to sit them down and be like, listen, you need to watch this video. The whole thing. In its entirety.
Yeah, the new generation definitely knows who Dr. Claude Innocent is, especially the ones who are aligned with social media and those who are familiar with Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, and Black Authority, and others. This is very true. It's the older generation who doesn't have a heart. They've been cut off, and this is exactly how come we voted a totally different direction. Others sat down on the couch on instruction, but that's still a vote. But others of us, we voted for who would dismantle this DNC abusive relationship that has been held over the quote unquote African American. Now we are identifying ourselves as foundational Black Americans. We're not looking at ourselves as minority or people of color. None of that word salad. We're dismissing that. And that's what's going on. It's going to take more time. It's going to take more time. And time is money. However, we've already succeeded in that first part. We've done something that has not been done in a long time, getting rid of the DNC. And there was an administration that was hearing our voice, our sentiment, and echoing it and virtual signaling it back to us. Is she Black? I didn't think she was Black. These administrations were overhearing our conversations, and they put it into the plan of this is how we do it. And this was a consolation prize for mass deportation, is a consolation prize for those of us who are born here in the United States, breathing in this American air. America has spoken. America has safety for Americans, not for immigrants who are illegal.
But it has, but like I said again, though, that still have not solved the problem. That still ain't solved the problem. Your neighborhood, we still got gangsters just about on every corner. So it hasn't done anything for you. They getting rid of the immigrants is not helping you.
It's helping us.
Think about it.
It's not me. It's not me, sir.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Think about it. What if tomorrow they round them all up tonight and get rid of every illegal immigrant in the country, right?
Oh God.
How is that gonna help? How is that gonna help the Black community? Because the Black community is still in trouble with all this killing going on and raping. Just the other day, the young pretty lady, 18 years old, got missing from 18, just graduated school, got missing the other night by a Black guy, you know what I'm saying, at a club. How is this helping your neighborhood? That's what I'm saying. If you get rid of all the legal immigrants today, tomorrow, or whatever, how is that helping your neighborhood? You haven't touched the big picture yet.
Things will take time, sir. We got rid of the DNC.
Stop it.
We got rid of the DNC. We got rid of the DNC.
It's rhetoric, bro.
We got rid of the DNC.
Yeah, it ain't no such thing as it take time, man. It take time, man.
He asked a very straightforward question. If we got rid of all the illegal immigrants tomorrow, what difference does it make in the Black community? And that's okay. So what happens then? Does all of a sudden rainbows and clouds start shooting out of our assholes, or do we still have to do some work in our own community to actually fix? Because you know what I hear, based on what Dr. Claude Anderson is saying, is that we still have no community after they remove all those immigrants. We don't even have the basics to maintain powernomics, to even do group economics, to be able to work within our own community to generate income within our own situation. AI is still going to be there. So we might not be getting replaced by Mexicans, but AI will still be there to replace us. So then what, or just other white people or whatever, people that want to work. The thing is that we're hyper focused on immigration because we don't want to take accountability for our own community. We want to shift the whole blame on immigrants for why we're fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, the reason why I can't find a job is because all these immigrants. No, that's not the problem, bro. You don't even need a fucking job. You can all you need to do is have a fucking community.
How come? I was gonna ask a question. How come during these protest and online, on social media as well, and offline, they're always begging for the Black community's opinion and help. I guess we must not have too much weakness after all. They keep on begging us still to this very day.
What difference do it make? They beg us? Are they gonna pay us? Are they gonna like help us, our community? To, like,
Please, Black people, help! We didn't know.
What does that mean?
We didn't know you.
Listen, you can tell you're young because you're worried about how they're begging us to help them. But what does that do for our community? Help to continue y'all community when we don't have one. Who gives a fuck if they're asking for our help? Does that make you feel important because they're asking us for help? It doesn't. Doesn't make us important. It just means that we're better at protesting, probably better than they are. But bottom line is, are we better at building a community? We built communities and then we gave up, because what happened is every time we built communities, they would knock it down. So I think that we lost our way. The biggest problem is that, listen, and I don't know, even though that whole video was playing Powernomics, he talked about conservatism. He said that, what are you trying to conserve? And now you're up here saying, yeah, we did it. We voted in a so-called conservative president, and now the conservatives are running everything. We did it. See, we took it away from the DNC. It's away from the liberals, right? So now all the conservatives are running things. But Dr. Claude Anderson was very clear. What he said is that if any person says they're a conservative, that means they are a racist and they're playing in your face. And the first thing you should ask them is, what are you trying to conserve? But
so liberals, DNC can't be racist?
That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying is that what Dr. Claude said. That's not that you're asking a question. That's not what I'm saying.
Did DNC not be just as racist, though?
He said conservative.
Can the liberals be just as racist?
Conservative. What he said is
Can the liberals be just as racist?
Well, I put it like this. If you heard what the information that was presented to you, you can't.
Is that a question?
You or I, as ourselves, the color of our skin, what we're gonna be racist about? So if you asking me, can white liberals be racist? Yes, white liberals can be racist. Yes, white conservatives can be racist. Yes, white people can be racist.
Can black conservatives be inferior jokes? Can black liberals be inferior jokes as well? Fuck yeah.
Well, what, they can't be racist because they ain't got no group. They ain't got no group.
Can they be inferior jokes? Can they be? Yeah. Can they be just straight up jokes and clowns? Black conservatives. Are they jokes? Are black
human beings
jokes?
Can be jokes? Human beings can be conservative and liberal jokes.
All right, so we got some step and fetches who are on both sides. Let's identify them.
That's the fucking point of what you're saying, though. I thought the thing that irritates me about you when you come up here is that you're talking about stuff you don't even have any cohesiveness in what you're speaking of.
I spoke on it. I'm just asking.
You just ramble points. You just say certain things, just like little talking points of what you think that sounds good. Oh, we got them out the office. Oh, we did this after our Dr. Claude Anderson thing. Like, oh, we voted for Trump. We voted for the Republicans. The Republicans are in office, and we want to just say thank you, Dr. Claude. And no, that's not what Dr. Claude Anderson. He said that no, that's not the way to go either.
You're not with Dr. Claude Anderson, and you don't know what he really means by anything that he's talking about.
No, he wrote a whole letter to Donald Trump. Listen, bottom line is that like you don't know what Dr. Claude Anderson means because you're talking.
No, I studied Dr. Claude Anderson. I do.
Okay, if you studied him, then you would know that conservatism.
I'm not conservative.
Well, why are you pushing conservatism then?
We got rid of the DNC We're getting rid of the illegal immigrants and mass deportation is
Are you
a
going to get rid of
consolation prize.
the white
It's a
ring?
good thing.
You didn't get rid of a goddamn thing. President Trump did. And you didn't take the immigrants because it's his ICE that did that. And those are Mexicans, their own people.
More ICE, please.
You didn't do anything, sir. You didn't do nothing. You are a black person. You didn't do a goddamn thing, but sit back on your ass and talk shit the whole time. So to take credit like you did something, you didn't do nothing.
Is this a safe panel for Americans to speak freely?
No, it's not.
Oh wow!
Especially
you hear that, everybody?
Get the fuck up off my panel. I'm getting tired of you, bro. I don't even know why he keeps coming up here to talk stupid shit, bro. Get something else to do, bro. Find something else to do. There's several other panels on YouTube to like talk shit on. He didn't change his profile picture to pretend like he's somebody else to come up here to say what? Like, what are you talking about, bro? How can we do a whole thing with Dr. Claude Anderson and then you tell me, well, we got rid of the DNC? That's not what he said to do. Dr. Claude Anderson said we need to focus on our community. You didn't get rid of the damn thing. You didn't get rid of no DMC. What is he talking about? Like, he's crazy. This guy is, I think I'm starting to believe that this guy is like either autistic or something is wrong mentally.
Yeah, something is mentally. Because DNC only means the Democratic National Committee. And
convention, not even the committee, the convention, the actual.
Yeah, the Democratic National Convention. And they used to, presidential and vice president candidates. But you talking about you happy because you got rid of that. Nigga, the president win presidency by electoral college. The electoral college. You see? That's how presidents win office. By you didn't get rid of the electoral college. You see?
He didn't get rid of nothing. I don't know. I don't know whether he thinks that someone from Trump's campaign is going to call him and say, "Hey, I want you to come and work at the White House." I don't know what's the point of keep pushing this bullshit though.
Exactly.
Trump campaign is not going to hire you, sir. They don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. You ain't getting no kudos for coming on my panel and spitting that rhetoric, bro. They're not fixing to hire you, sir. So no matter how much you big up Trump, they're not gonna give you no. They're not gonna. Maybe he is getting paid. I don't know, bro. It's just the ice. It's the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what is it then? Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. Someone at the door. But it's just irritating. Could you say something to the audience about everything that we've gone through so far while I go to the door? It's irritating why. So just run down the whole thing that has gone on so far because it's crazy to me. I don't understand.
Exactly. But yeah, it's crazy though, because that's all the Democratic National Convention. They choose and pick. They used to. But then when you got the electoral college, you mean tell me the electoral college is better now since they got the electoral college? It's no different. It's no different. So I said that if he's gonna be happy that he got rid of the DNC, be happy that they got rid of the electoral college. Because you remember there was a year when there was a year for the president election. One person won the popularity vote. He had all the popularity votes, but then the other candidate got all the electoral college votes. So you ask yourself, who won? The one with all the electoral college votes, not the one with the popularity vote. That's crazy. That is crazy.
My biggest issue with this guy that keeps wanting to come up here, and I don't understand why he wants to continuously come up here and push whatever the rhetoric is. It's like, bro, there's plenty other panels you can get on and talk about Trump. Why do you insist on coming on mine? What is the purpose? You're not going to change my mind. So why do you keep coming up here and saying that? Like, go somewhere else. There's Trump panels you can go up there and you guys can jack. I'm about to say some wild stuff. Y'all can just jack Trump all day long. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just jack it. You know what I'm saying? Why come over here? You're not going to change my mind, the audience's mind on what you're saying. You're sounding crazy. No one is going to be on your side about this on my channel. Now, there are people that might be on your side that come over here and get to like saying stupid stuff in your audience or whatever, but what's the purpose? Go over there. I don't agree with you. If you feel that we as Black people, we voted for Trump and or whatever, you voted for Trump and he's number one and God bless America, well, shouts out to you. I'm not against America, but all this, like, I just want to just say, I love America. Okay, shouts out to you for loving America. I love America too. Just because I'm speaking what I'm speaking does not mean I don't like being in this country. What I'm saying is that the shit that's going down is not the best. It's not the best way to go about it. And then what he'll do is just make all this Trump rhetoric about nothing to do with what I'm saying. And change the subject. Him and Pam Mulatto change the subject of when we just got up here and got finished talking to a whole person that has predicted everything that's happening right now. And rather than us focusing on that, he wants to make it about Trump. Steal the shine from a whole economist that actually was able to predict 30 years ago what would happen right now. And make it about people voting for Trump, the DNC, and whatever else. Just do that, Stop coming up here, sir. Why do you want to come up here so bad, Time him out. Time him out, bro. Time him out.
I guess the push is.
Yeah, I'm about to ban you in a second. Next time you say something to get on my nerves, I will ban you and you won't be able to say shit. And I will ban you from this back thing. You're really getting on my nerves. What is the purpose of you doing that? Go somewhere else and spit your Trump rhetoric, bro. What's the purpose of coming here with that bullshit, bro? We are in the position we're in because of coward Black men scared of the white man. You know what? That might be it. I don't know.
Hey, you heard what Michael Met said. The house.
You know what? No, Jackie says because you allow it, other channels won't allow the rhetoric. The thing, he sat back here for like the whole time. I felt like, okay, you must really want to say something. And you know what? To be quite honest, people, if you sit back there, people will bring you back up, and give you a chance to speak. It's just that whenever I give this guy a chance to speak, he can't help himself but to spit the same bullshit. So this nigga there's something mentally wrong with this guy. He's unable to talk about and really speak on the topic. He goes off into these tangents about like all this other stuff that got nothing to do with nothing. And in his mind, he thinks he's playing a character. And it's like, bro, go and do that on your own channel. Why don't you create a channel and then you could be your own character on your own channel? Don't come on my channel with that, bro. And I think the next thing I'm gonna play, like maybe tomorrow, is I'm gonna play "Message to the Black Man" by Dr. Ben, and also we are no, you have no friends by Dr. Dr. Henry Clark. I think I'm gonna just start to cover some of these speeches because I think that this new gen. He said that people already heard this. It's like, well, sir, just because you heard it don't mean everybody else did. The young people already heard this from Dr. Claude Anderson. We already know. Honey, why do you assume because you know it, everybody else does? It's just craziness. So anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody's time. I thank everyone for being here. It's so many people I have to let me see if there's a way I can go down the list of everybody who's been here. It's a lot of people who've been in the audience, so I don't know if I can really cover everybody. But what I will say is this: I will say thank you to I had a new member, Misty Blue. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the people that are here right now. Thank you, Jackie Gaines, for sticking with us all day. I mean, I know your nerves have probably been wrecked. Okay, yes, Yasa Prince, he's a distraction. Thank you so much. Have you joined the channel? Please make sure that you join the channel because we got more coming, and I'm gonna have to tell him listen, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find a way to take him out so he can't join the back chat. That is weird, and it's not like I'm trying to do it on purpose. Like, okay, well, maybe and maybe I'm crazy because I'm like, oh, you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and expecting a different result. Maybe this time this person's gonna get up here and say something that makes sense, and it just keeps happening. Like, no, he's not. So, and then he changes up profiles, comes back in the back, with different profiles of different people, because he wants to say God bless America or whatever he wants to say, and he sounds, and to me, even the way the voice is sounding like not all the way there. Because I'm like, bro, like really? Like you're on the brink of a nervous break. Something's like it don't sound like a person that's all the way together. Because it's like, bro, we're not even talking about that, Anyways.
Yeah, that puts you in the mind of
he just these different profiles he's creating. I don't even know if I want to say hello to everybody because half these profiles are probably him coming up as different profiles. You know what I'm saying? So he showed you yes, he has. Thank you for joining the panel, Alameen. Thank you. Listen, you have helped me to pull through this whole live stream, and I appreciate you. I think that you've been hey, you know what I'm saying? I thank you for being here this whole time because
that's on the real.
We're at war. Stop trying to be polite. Exactly. I need to stop trying to be polite because that guy's an asshole and people need to stop it, So shouts out, guys. Much love. Thank you, Alameen. Do you have any final words you want to say before we wrap this up?
Yeah, like I was finna say. I remember Malcolm X used to always say, "A house nigga, the house nigga from the field nigga," and he sounds just like the house nigga. I mean, I just got to be honest with you. He sounds just like the house, but hey, kudos up to Dr. Claude. You know what I'm saying? Like he really showed us, you know what I'm saying, what the problem was. So here it is now, 2025. And it's gonna be 2026. A couple of months, few months. It's gonna be a new year. So really, again, I say that the beginning of all things is to unite. Is to show love to each other. Stop backstabbing each other. Stop pulling each other down. You know what I'm saying? Like if he would have came up, you know what I'm saying, and was lifting the community up, then he would saw, you know what I'm saying, what was going on, see what's going on in the community for the community to be held up. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, you can say what you want to say, but if your community is not built, then you might as well forget the whole thing. Like Dr. Claude said, you know what I'm saying? If you don't have a community and you haven't unified your community, then you might as well just, forget the whole thing, because that's going to be the number one rule, is to come back together as a community. Just like they used to say, the village raised a people, right? We used to have that, you know what I'm saying, with our grandmothers and grandmas them. The village, you know what I'm saying, raised up the kids. So we got to go. We got to return back to that idea if we want to, empower one another.
Ashe. Listen, I'm tired. It's been 10 hours, bro. This been 10 hours.
They let you know I spent
this at like 7, man. But that's how important I really feel about this. That's how important I really feel about this. What we're talking about. That I'm willing to sit here and I mean go through it. And I didn't even really get to where I wanted to get to, where I'm gonna like really go into like this is how like we can like okay turn this whole thing around.
Yeah.
Red Friday, boycott Christmas. There's no Christmas. Anybody that's don't buy no Christmas gift. Don't let me find out that you buying Christmas gifts. There ain't no Christmas. We not supporting these damn stores. We listen. Tell your kids. Listen, we gonna go and feed the homeless or something. Whatever you gonna do, but don't we ain't buying shit. Do some gift exchange. If you got something in your house you ain't using, wrap it up, give it to somebody, whatever. But we ain't doing no. We not feeding into this system right now.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Straight up, you know what I'm saying? We're not feeding into the system. And I know I play this one thing right here. And I'm like, I'm going to end it at this. All right, what she say right here? She says
we have no business going into the third quarter making corporations uber rich. After the year we've had, we could literally cripple this fucking country and bring it to its knees by canceling Thanksgiving and Christmas. Easily. They've been planning and projecting for this income since last year, previous years. They do these reports years out. They've been planning and plotting for you the same way that we sit around and be like, oh, I can't wait till I get my taxes in February, March. That's what they be saying. This is their taxes. And they be like, I can't wait for Christmas. We might slow down in the summertime, but Christmas, everybody's going to let their fucking ego, their sense of competition, their consumerism overtake them. Everybody going to be so fucking short-sighted and ready to just spend some motherfucking money. I don't give a... After the fucking year we've had, we have no business taking our money out of corporations like Target just to wait until November and December and give it all back to them. We have no fucking business. We have no fucking business pouring millions and billions of dollars into toy industries that don't give a fuck about our kids. We have no business making cheap foreign clothes producers uber rich. Like, we don't have no fucking business pouring large amounts of money into this economy. We about to, in the next month, kill millions of turkeys and chop down millions of fucking trees in the United States. We don't got we got the environmental capacity to just be chopping down trees. like we just got it like that. Like, we don't have no fucking business. And nobody should have to say. Nobody, you shouldn't wait for somebody to call for we've been calling for boycotts all fucking year. When did we start boycotting Target? We've been calling for boycotts all year. It's millions of people across this country that ain't stepped foot in a Target, a Starbucks, a McDonald's, just to name a few, all year. And guess what? Even if you don't participate in politics, oh, I didn't vote, oh, that doesn't apply to me. The way that our country is set up, you vote with your money. You never have to step inside of a booth to vote in this country. Everybody voted. It don't matter if you register. It don't matter where you live. Everybody fucking voted in November of last year. When you empowered corporations to fund PACs to back up these fucking bullshit senators and leaders and our current president, to perpetuate the nonsense that we going through right now. We fighting for fucking healthcare. We fighting to not spend our last to go to the doctor, to go to your primary doctor for a checkup. We're not even talking about cancer or other serious diseases. We're fighting for healthcare. All right, man. I really feel like I'm just screaming at the top of my lungs to the ceiling and nobody gives a fuck. I pray that this message reaches thousands, millions of years. We have years. We have no business continuing to make corporations rich. Necessities. All we should be buying right now is necessities. I'm wearing the same gym clothes I've been wearing for 2-3 years. My shoes is worn out. I'm not giving Nike no fucking money, bro. For what? They got billions of dollars. What do they need my fucking $56 for? No. Nah. Do what you want. But as for me and my house, I hope nobody expect this shit from me anyway, because it ain't happening. I was one of 300,000 Black women that lost my job in 2025. And even if I still had my 6-figure job, I would still boycott Christmas. If I could afford it, I would still boycott Christmas. In past years, when I could afford it, I was already boycotting Christmas. So political fire under my ass is only a further motivator to do things that I believe are morally right to do. It is my moral responsibility to not empower people who disrespect me and my people. And by my people, I mean humanity. Because the strain we're putting on this earth goes far beyond any of the actions that we do to one another. Because when this earth decides that it wants to respond to being mistreated, we can't get out of that. We can't get away from that. It is my responsibility to not overconsume. It is my responsibility to not teach my daughter to equate her self-worth with things that she has. When I had money to get her things at Christmas time, I'd have not. Out of my moral responsibility to avoid overconsumption, greed. And that's not to say that because we already got enough stuff. We already have enough stuff. So I'm not going to concentrate getting a lot of stuff in 1 month just to say we have more stuff. We got stuff. That's my point. We already have stuff. Between me and my daughter, that's a laptop, an iPad, and 3 phones. We have stuff. There's a TV in my room, and there's a TV in the spare room that's not even set up. We have stuff. There's an old woman somewhere, just passed away. She got a garage full of Christmas decorations. Her kids are begging to get rid of that shit. Halloween decorations. Teachers, with ex-teachers that got whole Christmas sweater collections that they dying to get rid of. We have enough stuff. Collectively, we have enough. Like, how much stuff do we need? iPhone 17? Are you kidding me? We have enough stuff. We have stuff. Like, we have stuff. It's not about money. I don't have to prove to somebody that I can spend more money.
Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, ooh. Transition, I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transitioning.